Okay, boy.
What time? 35.
Yeah, sure. Sure. Passers.
unified mind. Hello everyone and welcome to the first episode of Sound Effects Challenge. I'm Toby, I'll be your host, and I'm joined by three amazing players in Crossberg, T-Bone and PewDD. We have had a mystery person contribute their version of in-game sounds, be it weapons or vehicles, and it is now up to our three players to try and see if they can guess what these sounds are. So players, are you ready for this challenge?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm seeing nuts, I'm hearing yeses. Yes, you know what, let's go for it. Sound number 1.
150 times.
Crossberg, what was your answer?
M294.
M249. T-Bone, what about you?
M249 as well, yeah.
And PewDD, what about you?
Same as everyone.
Everyone got it. The 150 times at the end there might have helped a little bit, but we got there in the end. Everyone starting off strongly here in round number 1, getting it correct because it was, in fact, the M249. Now let's go in and hear round number 2. T-Bone, let me know what you go with.
I just went with VSS. It's impossible.
Maybe GS9.
M16.
From everyone being correct round 1, none of you got it right in round 2, because it was, in fact, the UMP. Let's go into round number 3.
I believe it was M16 this time.
M6, okay, you know, I like this play. Just go for M16 every time, and eventually you will get it right.
I'm going with M16 as well. I think it's a good
M16,
choice.
okay. 2 people on the M16. Crossberg, what's your guess?
Me to M60.
Everyone went M16. Now, would it not have been amazing if it was, in fact, the M16? Well, it wasn't. It was the AUG. So, unlucky, no one got it right. So let's go straight into round number 4.
Donk, 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 donk. That's got to be the SLR. That's all I'm saying. If it's not...
The SLR, okay. Quick
done.
guess from T-Bone. Respectful.
Same as T-Bone.
SLR as well. Crossberg, what about you?
Maybe
What'd you guess? You also said SLR. Once again, a case where it would be phenomenal if it was, in fact, the SLR. And this time around, it also isn't. It's the Dragunov. It's still completely even, so let's hear what round number 5 has to offer. I love how the last bullet is a ta.
Barrel.
Barrel? Okay.
Yeah.
Crossberg, what about you?
M4.
M4 and T-Bone?
I'm just going to go opposite and just say ace.
Ace, barrel, and M4, the correct answer. It's a Groza.
Okay.
Well, you know what? That does it for episode number 1. We got off to a really strong start with the M249, but none of the guns could be recognized afterwards. So we'll have to see who managed to step away from the group as we go into episode number 2.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. No fear, every step I claim, face strong. I think I changed. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
a new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sound Effect Challenge. I'm your host, Toby, and this is episode 2. These sounds are provided by a mystery person who has done their best to try and see if they can imitate the sounds from in-game, and it's then up to the players to figure out if they can guess what those sounds are. I'm joined by Crossberg, T-Bone, and PewDD, and so far, it is 1-1-1 on the scoreboard, so dead even means that it's up to you guys to see if you can separate yourself from the pack, so to speak. But let's go straight into the first round of episode number 2.
Dun, 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 dun.
I went for the revolver R1895.
Okay, the revolver. Respect, yeah. Crossberg,
Right.
what did you guess?
P92.
P92, okay, the pistol. And what about you, PDD?
I don't know, I just answered, and now I'm thinking it was a bad answer because I answered shotgun.
The correct answer is, in fact, the deagle. So none of you got that one correct. Let's go in and get a listen to round number 2.
Dunk, boo, dunk, boo.
Okay, anyone dares to go first?
Smoke launcher. I'm sending it.
Smoke launcher, fair enough. PewDD, what are you saying?
I answered flare gun, but yeah, now I believe
Flare
it's
gun,
smoke launcher. Yeah.
also a good guess. And Crossberg, what are you saying?
Pen?
The pen?
Yeah.
Okay, it was neither of your guesses. It was the mortar. I think I would maybe have done like a...
That's not guns. You gotta put it
Sound.
down.
Yeah, this one
That's a
only
joke.
flew up. This one only flew up. It wasn't. It didn't actually manage to hit the ground on the other end of it. We're still at 1 point across the board. Into round number 3.
Click. Boom!
I believe it's Panzerfaust.
Okay, Panzerfaust from PewDD. What are you saying, T-Bone?
Panzer as well.
Panzer as well. Crossberg, what is your guess?
Panzer first.
You know what, guys? From having gotten the very first one correct, then everyone since then wrong, you are now all correct once more. It was, in fact, the Panzerfaust. You guys go hand in hand. Everyone's at 2 points as we go in here to round number 4.
Dun, 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 dun.
Someone's playing the maracas in the background. I like it. Any guesses? Crossberg, we'll start with you. What is your guess?
Okay. Revolver?
Revolver. Okay. What about you, T-Bone?
I didn't guess. I've never heard anything like that in my life.
Well, if you were to guess, go for it.
Let's just go revolver as well.
Revolver as well. PewDD, what do you say?
Revolver, but there is 2 revolvers in this game. So revolvers, revolver 1895, I guess. This on
You know what, PewDieD, it was in fact the R1895. Since you were the one that not only got it correct, but also got it specifically right by the full name, I will give you a chance to decide. Do you want to keep the guys in the race with you? Do you want to give them a half point? Or do you want to just keep the 1 point to yourself and give them nothing?
No, I want to keep it to myself. I want to be a leader in this hard game.
You know what, we're competitive people. Not gonna give them a chance to catch up. I respect that. So it's 3 to PewDieD and 2 to Crossberg and T-Bone as we go in to the last round of episode number 2.
Doom, clink, clap. Doom, clink, clap.
I went sawn off, but I changed it to smoke launcher.
Smoke launcher.
Smoke launcher as well. PewDieD, what are you saying?
It's the same as everyone. Smoke launcher.
Everyone's saying smoke launcher. It was, in fact, the Winchester. I guess the clink clack is the reload. But nonetheless, we are now in a position where at the end of episode 2, PewDieD has managed to separate himself from the pack. He's in the lead, 3-2. So make sure to tune in again for episode number 3, where we might also figure out who our mystery person is.
It's Grand Finals Day. Here we are after 3 weeks of incredible PUBG action. It is finally time to crown the winner of the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall 2025. I was doing a little reminisce because of the history books competition we were doing, Toby, and I realized that I have had the absolute privilege of working on PUBG broadcasts for 6 years now. And Toby was actually on my first ever PEL desk. It was his first desk as well. So I put up with you for 6 years, and yet I've never won a medal for that. How is that not fair, Toby?
What is it that they say, Sam? That time goes by quickly in good company, right? So, yeah. There you go.
You were so nice and I was so mean. Toby's actually, we've had a chance. He's shown me around Copenhagen. He's been a fantastic travel guide, Mark. I'm hoping one day both of you come to South Africa so I can show you around here as well. But I started thinking as well about all the players, Mark, that I've seen over the years. Some of them still playing. I think Gustav was one of my first ever interviews. Scoom, I mean, he's not playing anymore and he's not with Virtus Pro, so it's a bit of an awkward conversation, but there you go. But we have such a tenured history here, and tonight we get to celebrate not only the history, but also the future, because we've got a lot of new teams or younger up-and-coming teams that their story begins today.
Yeah, look, this is the final day of the finals, so this is where you kind of get to carve your name out in stone. So all up for grabs, 6 final games, and there are store teams that want to be climbing the leaderboard, not just for the prize pool, not for all that jazz, but for the glory and potentially those PGC points as well. So all have it, no hold bars though, everything's up for grabs.
So talking about what's up for grabs, let's take a look, because obviously the big one, $50,000 prize pool, and if you are in the top 16, you get a chunk of that. Of course, Mark, it does depend on where you finish to determine the amount that's going to enter your bank account, right?
Yeah, and I think this is what we're going to see. So we've already started seeing from day 1 and day 2 these kind of like groupings starting to happen, right? So obviously everyone's trying to get the lion's share of the prize, but everyone wants to get to that first spot. But eventually, some point through today, people will start going, okay, well, we can't quite reach first, but we want to try and make sure we maximize the amount of points we get, because one additional placement actually has an opportunity to potentially jump up those prize pools. So additional £100 each time until you get further up. So I will be intriguing to see actually who really wants the money in their back pocket, Sam, because a couple of points away, it's the difference between you going home with, for example, 4,000 in 5th and potentially 5,000 in 4th.
And also, Toby, a couple of points could be the difference between you going to PGC or not, because that's also going to be in the back of all of these players' minds, right?
I think it's actually going to be in the very front of the vast majority of people's minds in this tournament.
Fair point.
That is the ultimate prize to not only get to go to PGS, of course, should you be good enough to finish in the top 3 by the end of today, but also get to represent not only your team, your country, but also your region in PGC at the end of the year. I mean, that is the ultimate test of glory when it comes to PUBG tournaments, and that is where champions not only made but literally carved into the history of PUBG Esports.
So today, we've got these 6 games going on, and we're obviously looking to crown a champion. But what we'll also be doing is constantly keeping an eye out to see who will be getting those PGC points, who is getting PGC qualification, because those standings will change throughout the course of the day as well, Mark.
I think this is key, right? Yes, we've got the 50,000 and it's all about the lion's share of the prize pool and you want like cash money, right? But this is the big thing. You get the opportunity. We're looking for a top 3. Obviously, then we've got our 2 global partner teams. So we're taking 5 teams towards the lands, right? So there's part and parcel of that. If you get there and you go higher up, you look like a geek and you get a lot of points though for PGC. If you get to go to a LAN, you have the opportunity to get more PGC points as well. So it's kind of a double-pronged sword. So teams be eager to try and get as much to the top of the leaderboard where they can because they want to try and qualify through a LAN. Failing that, if you can't quite make the top spots here, Sam, you've got to ensure, especially with this table here, that you maximize the amount of points you have against your name at the end of this tournament. So if you're not going to LAN, how many points can you have against your team name?
Okay, here's the thing, Toby. When you take a look at this list now, who do you think should be somewhat concerned if they don't deliver in their performances today? I mean, who should be a little bit worried, do you think?
I mean, just looking at the numbers alone, I would say Slam G, because they come in with nothing from PC Spring, so they don't really have that to fall back on. But at the same time, I think Slam G is maybe already kind of overperforming to their own expectations, so I think they're pretty happy, regardless of whether they finish 6th here or not. I think same thing could be said for Bushido. They may have bigger expectations for themselves, and then, of course, Winner Die set with 50 coming into this. Right now, up in 2nd, of course, keep in mind that the PC 4 points are not granted yet. It will will not be set before the day is done. So I think Winner Die Bushido would probably be my 2 main teams to look for in that regard.
Also, I mean, Mark, this is a rough question to pose at the start, but if FaZe doesn't get a good day and doesn't finish in the top 8 and doesn't find themselves in a position where they're going to lands for the rest of the year, it's fair to say it's the end of that roster as we know it. I think that organization isn't going to stand for anything less. And I'm sure those players are well aware that if any of the teams on the sort of right side of the overall leaderboard suddenly has a pop-off, it could be very risky for FaZe.
I can't quite hear Sam's negativity. It's not going to happen, Sam.
No.
They're getting through there. Look, there is a world that if FaZe do not continue their momentum that we're seeing, especially the second half of the year, right? They're going to drive on those kills, get those placements. I think that's really good for them. But if there is a world, if they don't get through, and there are teams on that right-hand side of the leaderboard, as you say, Sam, if they do catch up and they do overtake them, then we might not see FaZe at a LAN this year. They lost global partner. They haven't made the first half of the year. This is their opportunity to make the second half of the year. I think they're in a good spot though, Sam. 70 points. Yes, look, we've got Twisted Minds, we've got Winner Die and Slam G in those triple digits, but FaZe, again, even in the early part of the year, are good at getting kills. If they can open up these six games today and get a huge amounts of kills and also try and bag themselves to top 4, so they're securing a lot more placement, I wouldn't count them out just yet. I think they're in a good spot.
So much optimism. Okay, this is your overall leaderboard coming into our final day for PEC4. These are the teams that you're looking at. Win or die in that second spot. I love this for them, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, it's their performance through the year so far has been, I don't want to say surprising, because it's just been steadily upward. They've been improving tournament by tournament, and now they're here again, reaching a point where we're almost taking for granted that they finished top 8, and then now, I mean, starting to assume that they sit within the top 5 as well, given how they play. Their second place currently, though, I think is still beyond what many would have expected. Not so much against them, just because of the competition they're up against. So, I want to see them continue what they've been doing over the last 2 days here today. Also, I want to see how they do it. Do they change their playstyle now and go play very quiet, very scared? Or do they continue with Levante spearheading that operation and going out and just farming points?
Okay, so there is a story here of 2 different teams, and this was something that I alluded to right at the start there, Mark, which is on one side we have Twisted Minds, the juggernauts of our region, juggernauts on the global stage. So we'll focus in on them first because we talk about them with so much reverence, and we're so in awe of this team because globally they have done so much for our region.
Yeah, look, as I said yesterday, like Twisted Minds for me, especially a couple of years ago, they were kind of started to become the shining light. They started producing, they were going from these kind of mid packs of first, right? And everyone looked at them going, actually, how do we achieve? What do we do? How do we catch up with Twisted Minds? Now, I will say a lot of teams are catching up, and we had that conversation yesterday, but the fact that they've come first, and obviously they did a fifth for PC Spring. I also want to add in that EWC where they dropped out. They didn't make it through. They didn't go, and there was the first time we didn't see a lower bracket or last chance qualifier, but after that they came back swinging. They put themselves back on top as well. So I think this team is shining light. They are the best of the best in our region, and a lot of teams are starting to understand how they play, and we're seeing a lot of reflection. Lots of CIS players are coming for our region, and that's why they're now outnumbering like a huge percentage compared to the rest of the region. So it's good to see. I worry though, Sam, because they are on top at the moment. Can teams catch up with them? And I think a Win or Die or Slam G will be eager not to let that slip away.
Do you think, Toby, that Twisted Minds has elevated the level of PUBG in the region because they come in and they're so good and teams have to now analyze how do we beat them?
Yes, there was definitely a period where EMEA was not at all the best region in the world, and then Twisted Minds, NLT at the time, came around and really figured out how to do things. Teams learned from them by watching their other teams from other regions really spent a lot of time studying the gameplay footage that was available from this Twisted Minds roster, and I think they have helped improve the global scene, not just within the region. Everyone has learned something from Twisted Minds. They are inventors of strategy, of meta play, of how to utilize things, and I also think that's what we see in the PC Spring result here, because PC, both of them in 24, was under the same rule sets and utility and everything in the game that had been there for a while. In Spring, we added a lot of new stuff, added new maps to the rotation as well. It was tricky times for them. They hadn't figured everything out, so they struggled a bit, even though it wasn't even all that bad. They struggled a bit with that 5th place spot. Now all of that has gotten under the belt, so to say, and they're comfortable once more.
And on the other side, we have this sort of, I don't want to say unknown because we do know these players, but not necessarily a team we expected to see contesting for the #1 spot, which is what Slam G is doing. And this story I love because it is exciting when a lineup arrives and maybe they fly under the radar through the group stages. We're not really paying attention to them on day #1, and then boom, they are suddenly sitting in 3rd spot. They're in those triple digits mark, and they are ready now to compete. They just need 2 or 3 really good games today, and they could find themselves leapfrogging Twisted Minds if the circles don't play in the favor of Batulans.
Yeah, do not underestimate this team, right? SlamG always find a way to get to a end game very, very well. They might not be as aggressive off the start, right? But they find themselves in a potential top 4 most of the time. There's only been like 2 games, maybe 3 games where they've kind of dropped out placement. And then you kind of got this combination, right? This kind of boost stick, which was potentially getting picked up with Navi, words around there. Arctic's looking pretty strong as well. Mogul and Lugox playing so well together as well. Everyone puts a high amount of damage on. We don't kind of see this always this sort of favouring one player, one dream team. It feels like they play as a unit so well. Avoid the early action, avoid the chaos minus that Tego game, avoid all of that, get ourselves into a late game, get ourselves into a good position, and they kind of play this methodical style of PUBG, which is really good to see because they will just take fights head on. When they've cleared the teams that they want to clear, they control the outside edge, and then they will look to try and close down the game.
I tell you what, let's check in now with Avenger and Kylaris. They'll be joining me on the desk a little later, but right now they're on casting duty. Boys, I am about to commit Cardinal Esports interviewer sin #1, and I'm going to ask you, Kylaris, how are you feeling leading into the final day of the grand finals? He doesn't even want to...
Should we tell him that he's muted?
Yeah, he doesn't want to even answer my question. That's how disappointed he was in me.
Again.
Yeah. Well, I was anxious and I was muted, so it's whatever. I was just all over the place. That's how I was feeling coming into this. I'm concerned for, obviously, the rest of the lobby. I do think Twisted Minds is going to run away with this, and it's going to be exciting to watch them be crowned the kings once again, because it's always good to see the very best do it the best.
Do it. There we go. I mean, Avenger, are you leaning the same way? Are we all kind of in this weird Twisted Minds has got this in the bag already space?
I mean, it would be to a degree where it's like, okay, they started caring about the region again, but to what I'm really excited about is that we might have some guys that potentially have never gone to a global LAN before go to a global LAN and qualify to PGS and PGC from this tournament here. What's awesome is today we're finding 3 teams going to 2 PGSs and 5 teams that's going to be going guaranteed to PGC, and then they can hope, that the PGS points that Twisted Minds have gotten so far, all the how much they're going to get once we get to more PGSs, that it's going to be enough, because we're going to have that nail-biting 6th. Potentially, this is a small chance that the BB team's points is going to be enough as well if they don't make it. That we might have those 6th and 7th spots in the overall points. That might be enough to go to PGC as well, but it's coming off the grace of Twisted Minds. So that's awesome, and we're going to figure that out in the next couple of hours.
I'll let you guys go get ready so that we can get ready for that first game. And while you're off there, I just want to remind all of you watching at home that we have your final opportunities to win some G coins. I know how much you've been enjoying this, and please do let us know as well in the chat. These little competitions that have included you is really fun. So the first thing is your last opportunity to make the talent laugh. Remember, you just need to go on social media, post your funny GIFs, all of that. And we will be going through those just before the break after the third game to see if you can make... just after the break, actually, to see if you can make the talent laugh. And then the final opportunity for you to enter your specially designed skins for our art contest. We've had a chance to see some of these submissions, and they are absolutely incredible. I love them. I can't wait to choose the top 8 and be involved in that. I don't know how we're going to do it because there's so many good ones, but you still have an opportunity to submit. And then finally, we'll be crowning a winner. We'll be doing our winner's interview, and then we'll have our last chat with the boys. You'll have a chance to ask Avenger and Kylaris some questions. So try think of your biggest brain question that will wrap up the show really nicely and submit that on social media as well. Keep those DMs open and we'll be in touch with you if you win. Lots of G coins up for grabs. We're starting off on Miramar. Toby, Mark, are we expecting a subdued lobby? Are we expecting the pace to be slow? Or do you think everyone is going to come out sort of guns blazing, realizing only 6 games separate them from the points that they need to get to PGC or to even win the whole damn thing, Mark?
Sam, it's that latter part of that question, mate. It's the last 6 games. It's the last chance these teams can get there. And as Martin said, yes, there will be teams in here expecting or wanting Twisted Minds to win because that's where they're going to get the opportunity to go to LAN, get more PGC points, and they qualify for a different avenue, right? So there's no hard bars. I think we're going to go back to day 1 of the group stages, and everyone's going to go really explosive early on.
You know that I've worked with Mark now for 3 weeks on the desk. I've worked with you previously on other desks, but specifically for this event. And Toby, every time I've asked him the pace question leading into a game, he gives me the same answer. And I'm starting to think it's because secretly he just wants it to be full throttle.
Yeah. You finally figured it out. Finally.
Oh, no, she wants me.
Finally, the puzzle pieces fell into place. No, it's true, Mark. There's definitely a advocate of just non-stop shenanigans taking places. We will very quickly, I think, get to see whether that's going to happen or not. My main concern, and I was actually kind of worried about this yesterday, is that as we were saying during the desk segments that we worked together yesterday, when Twisted Minds gets to do what they want to do, they are unstoppable. And I feel like yesterday, no one really dared to contest them. Because, of course, taking on the best team in the region, arguably one of the best teams in the world, comes with the risk of you dying in trying to do so. But right now, we're at a point where they're at 30 points up, Sam. And if no one dares to risk their lives to take out Twisted, I don't see how they don't win.
But this is something Kylaris mentioned yesterday. I mean, it was a question in the pre-show, Mark, where he asked me, like, does anyone have the answer for the question that Twisted Minds poses? And I'm kind of with Toby in this. If you don't contest them, they will run away with this.
All right, Choco Benito. Yeah, that we've seen that fail once. Okay, I think it's going to be going through a little bit of a different game style. I do think the likes of Win or Die and the likes of SlamG do have a game plan against Twisted Minds. Now, I know that's wild and out there, and there are two different various styles. Win or Die like to be aggressive, and they will potentially push into space that these teams hold. So that's more the aggressive answer. But then when we look on the other side, the SlamG, as I said before, these want to keep out of the chaos to start with. They want to work their way around. They want to play that slow, methodical style of PUBG. But do you know what, Sam? It's working for them. They're getting enough points every single game. Even if they don't get the kills, they're getting the placements. Their average is high. They do stand a chance to potentially keep up, if not overtake a Twisted Minds.
It's time. PUBG EMEA Championships for fall. The grand finals, final day, kicking off right now. Let's get into it.
That's right, the kids in the back saying, have we got chaos yet? Have we got chaos yet? Kids, shut up. Otherwise, I'm going to be turning this tournament around and going home. We have got 6 more games to determine who is going to become our champion here for PEC Fall. And it might be these people on screen right now because Twisted Minds is insane. They're the theme park we're heading to right now. How is anybody going to be able to turn that down, Martin?
I don't see how that could happen, to be honest. I will be in a situation where, you know, we're sitting here. It's going to be 6 games. It's going to be 6 games of absolute mayhem. It's going to be chaotic, you know. No, I'm joking. I'm not Mark, but James. You know what I love about this? We're starting on Miramar. And on Miramar, we had some insane games already. And obviously, that's going to continue.
I'd expect it. I'd expect it. We already have our circle centering around that Los Leones area. Quite a bit of water in play as well. So the accelerated game state that I like saying when this kind of thing happens is a little bit more accelerated. Not too much, of course, but just a little bit. All of these teams going to be moving in from a similar direction to try and get to a circle like this. Can anyone solve the Twisted Minds equation? I think not. That is my prediction. It's not exactly a bold one. However, I think one thing that's really exciting so far, whilst we see a little bit of peacocking and shooting around here from the Virtus Pro boys, is the fact that it's dawned on me, it's almost guaranteed, unless Win or Die flubs this, that they at least go to PGC, as long as they get quite a few points on board, considering what we saw prior. Of course, it is quite close in that. I'm hoping that they don't flub it, because imagine, that'd be fantastic for these guys. Never mind if they get to PGS.
I mean, PGS would be amazing, but PGC is obviously a dream come true for many of these players that are playing in here. And for others, it's just another year, another try of winning it. And that's really been the case for Twisted Minds, right? This year, though, James, it's been a different story. They've already won one of the big globals that they had their aims on. And now, what we've seen from them so far in Esports World Cup, what we've seen so far from them in regional, this could be the year where they do the double. They both get Esports World Cup and PGC in 1 year. That would be crazy if they did that. And if they do that, they will cement themselves as the best team in PUBG Esports history.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. I would agree with that, definitely. I mean, they're already in contention for, right? And that's also undisputed. But doing the double in 2025, there is no doubt at that point. So, and they're going to be going for an emergency pickup to start off our day number 3. From Power Grid, not challenged, no Yoga Benito. They went over toward that Impala area where Foot would normally be. And they are being chased by FaZe at the moment, looking for big points themselves. The comeback from FaZe at the end of yesterday, Martin, very important, very impressive, considering that this team now has a fire lit underneath them. They've been denied those lands at the start of the year as well as the middle of the year. They have to get to PGS.
Yeah, big step up yesterday. Obviously 69 points coming in nice from Twisted Minds, but this is a great pickup for SlamG. Also one of the teams that potentially could come in here and grab one of those PGS spots and PGC spots. Oh my god, Subiocean getting tons of damage onto Lurix as well. He's down to a sliver of HP. Mogor is here to also follow up. Could they end this fight here early on and actually get Kraf completely dislodged from the beginning?
Spending some important util. Let's see if they can kind of get rid of him for the most part. Already a potential position to overlook this. Fight is positioning themselves, but Mogor takes down Dequel on the other side, and Mogor takes down Supiocean. I mean, this for Kref has been a dismantling. They are gone in an instant.
Yeah. Just try to get out of there. 81 HP. Try to see if you can survive and hope that the guys don't take the... Oh, good rotations, and then get out of there.
That was a good rotation. Correct.
When you're rotating, is it sideways or front? What do you say?
It can be either, can't it? Really, you know, the car rotated on a certain axis. You know,
I would say so too.
Yeah, that's factually correct. Good job, mine. I like that.
Thanks. Very accurate to click here. This is easy points to be chasing down here. These 4 points might be the difference maker, and if you're chasing one guy that you know is the last player in your team, your car is smoking, that might be an easy point to grab here for SlamG and the boys. Okay. Oh, he tried to actually C-drop. More shots coming in. The car is so low right now. Should be continuing this one. Surely Mogo runs out, and EB team getting, oh my god, very close to Diffix. Surprise. Nice pull up here by BB, but straight into GK. That's super unfortunate. They had no idea that they were standing right here.
Nope, and quite unfortunate as well that he didn't even just run him over, get the chance to run him over. He was so close to doing so, but of course he didn't realize he was there. BB team coming in wounded into our last day already, and considering they're a PGS champion, a defending PGS champion no less, it is looking bleak for them to be able to get there again.
Yeah, man, it's so sad. After we didn't see them in Esports World Cup finals, you know, it's a little bit fall from such a high note. You know, we were really singing their praises once they were able to close that PGS out. They also they had a 4th as well in 7th PGS too, so they're looking so strong. It really looked like it was their year to come in and really dominate, but you know what? Once you calculate and figure out how to win tournaments, it's not the way that it's going to be throughout. It changes. Ever adapting you have to be to stay on top.
And Ascend needs to be ever adapting as well, because of course they had a great group stage, but their grand finals hasn't quite gone to plan, as now they are coming in a little bit later from that north side. They knew that if they come in later, this is kind of their bread and butter anyway. They're just going to try and play things on the edge and then maybe go for a mad dash. We will see. We will see. As Hive as well, also coming in northwest side. A bit slower than the rest of the lobby, and it has been a glow up from Hive, hasn't it? Really, group stage was a disaster for me, honestly. For Hive, they're in a position where they can assault that top 3/4.
I mean, they're 16 points striking distance to VP here. One good game, they would be close. But yeah, we've been singing their praises, since we saw how well they're able to do in the PPT tournaments. But yeah, even in last chance, they weren't like they scraped by. I think they're tied with Kref. Because Kref had that last game that was so good. But yeah, it's really not been the story to tell when they're changing over here to FVP. SlamG, obviously, on the other hand, doing great. Managed to get in straight through the group stage and playing well here. It's been a pleasure to watch them, how they have kind of developed their style and applied that strategy that they've been succeeding with here. So it's good. It's obviously difficult to do all through the 18 games here, but I was looking at it yesterday, and if you look at a team like FaZe, who's currently in 7th, 5 of their 12 games, James, they had 0 or 1 point. It's almost half of their games where they had 0 or 1 point games, right? And if they had figured that out, if they could say, okay, this is how we figure out and get the salvage done, as you see GK taking shots at BB team. This is a doozy. Trying to survive here is difficult to try to get away with the Bronco at this point.
Yeah, brutal. The initial spray instantaneously got a tire pop, so spun out on all of that. Now trying to duck under the bridge. Big north shift, including Los Leones. Very similar to one of our previous Miramars from yesterday. However, of course, it's a bit more south than that. So teams will be angling themselves in a similar trajectory, as GK still looking at BB team, trying to shut them down completely. I think they believe, with them on the beach like this is almost 3 kills if they can just connect a few shots.
Yeah. And you know what? They would need a record-breaking day. They had 87 points in day 2 of spring in 2025. And even with that, I would say they would, barely be... they would probably be 4th or 3rd with that, actually, if they managed to get that in this... That would put them on 130 some. That would actually put them in really deep territory here. So that would be great. But still, we're going to see Twisted Minds today, I would say, really breaking records in terms of how many total points you're able to get in a set of 18 games in a regional. So it's going to be cool to see and follow that. And for all the other 15 teams, James, I'm going to be like, you know what? Today, just avoid Twisted Minds. You know what? They're already going to PGS. They're already going to PGC with this amount of points that they have right now. And, you know, it's a scary team to go up against when they have already won everything that's, you know, possible to win here.
That's the weird juxtaposition that Twisted Minds is in, right? They'd like to win PC. However, their eyes and aspirations are on the big tournaments, right? They want to be world champion. Batoons wants to be 2 times world champion, right? Like, so, as much as they would love to win this, and it looks like they may do so, it's undisputed that they are the absolute goats of this region, for sure. Slory Jacket, though, does knock down Perfectix, so Vorpal Swords is not afraid of the challenge. They're going to be taking it to Twisted Minds to start things off here for day number 3, as nades will go forwards from example, trying to find Zubila on his position, but he is safe and sound in that building at the moment. Reinforcements coming along for Vorpal Swords. Can they put in some damage against our current number 1?
I sure hope so. You know what? If Example wins 2 PGCs with 2 different rosters and also has won Esports World Cup, he might just be cementing himself as the GOAT for sure. Yeah, as you said here, Vorpal Swords don't care. They're not afraid to take these guys down. They're like, yeah, you know what? They're just another team. They're human. We don't worry. Lou finds One-Eyed King. He's 1 HP himself, though. Has to heal immediately. And One-Eyed King was off on a kind of far push. Tried to sweep the edge a little bit on Lou, and Lou definitely succeeded with that. Now, Vorpal Swords had to try to figure this out, and actually Example puts him in the car and extracts him. Now hopes to not get any more shots put in the brain of Perfectix. They managed to do this quite easily. Lou's just defending this angle, but look at that. Circus Crew in the distance. Monsters is looking at this.
Surely this has got to pique the hunger of some of these teams. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it is Circus Crew that joins alongside for all of this. One thing that is a bit of a concern for me for Vorpal Swords is that X-Race's position doesn't exactly have the greatest lines of sight on the spot that Twisted Minds was kind of assaulting from. And now that they've got their res off and are good to go once again, Twisted Minds, there's really no urgency about them moving from a spot like this. They know that One-Eyed King has not been crossed to yet for a res. So as Vorpal Swords slowly bleeds out, Twisted Minds is happy to bide their time.
Next circle pop is going to happen in a second here. One-Eyed King is definitely not getting saved. This is a southeast shift as well. Most of the teams actually were pretty happy about this because then they know the next circle will go away from where Joker Benito is right now. So that's where the only kind of land ratio area is, just around north of where Joker Benito is. Brexit finds PUBG. Godfer takes tons of damage here from DK. Godfer gone down here to Quizzy.
Yeah, Circus Crew's been very detached from one another, so bleeding out slowly is not really the best of situations for them. Batoons takes a few more shots as well, gets healed up, good to go once again against Slory Jacket, who's quite low in the building ahead of them. So, same time though, I think that X-Razor was able to get with the rest of the team. He did make the cross, and that is going to aid them a little bit, but it is still that 4v3 scenario we see here. And we saw Example trying to take a little bit of an off angle on another location across the road to this. So for Vorpal Swords, it's not looking great at the moment. They might be bailing, and I completely understand.
Yeah, not worth it for them. Not worth to engage in this fight here. This is tomfoolery at best here if you're going up against a team that is this far ahead and this good if you want to stand a chance. And sure, Vorpal Swords is in this kind of middle of the pack at the moment on 10th place, but a good game could push you up there. 2 good games could put you within striking distance here. Fairest take shots from Veselog here, and BB team has a terrible start to the day. Damn, they're going down 16th even.
That's a disaster, an absolute disaster. They needed as many points as they possibly could here, considering they're only in 11th place. So 16th down and done is our current defending PGS champion.
Wild.
In the distance here. Na'Vi takes that very handedly and very quickly. Of course, they would love a little bit more points gained, but they are GPT, of course.
Yeah, Hive on this western side here potentially could engage in a fight shortly here with the Adrenal Fire onto the side of Bushido. Here in 5th place. Lost 1 player. 16 points currently behind Virtus Pro. And as excited as I was to see them yesterday here now, like, you need to go out and get points. You need to see your averages be high. Code Marco does find... Oh, Dante and Presenti gets found by Schiller with a Panzerfaust. Eternal Fire is starting to turn things on here.
they'd really need to turn it on, let's be frank, because, again, they had a great group stage, but so far it's really not materialized in this grand finals. Hive is just going to mosey on away from this. I think they realize they can't save anybody here. So the man's going to look over. Can he get a little bit more from this? That would be brilliant if so, but no shots being taken just yet. Tuck and tail getting out of there. Schiller with the finish off on the FAMAS. I mean, at least they've got a good arsenal on board. But where are they going to go circle-wise? Because that will make sure we see hard transitions for Eternal Fire to try and make it to the next one. Oof.
It just barely puts it out there on Playable that is just over the E of Los Leones, but that's cool. Yeah. It's good for the guys here. FaceClan is positioning the cars and trying to get into this eastern side. They're controlling this. And I actually checked it just again here. So 5 games of theirs, of the 12, 0 1-point game. 2 more of the games were only 2 points. So 7 of 12 games, more than half, was 0 to 2-point games, right, for FaZe. So
it's big or very small.
yeah. Very big games, very good games, or very, very small games where they're not even eliminating a full team before going out. So that's definitely been the falling point for them here. And if they can figure out, just like we've seen Win or Die, you know, salvage some of the games here. As we see, Diffex takes down Masses from Circus Crew. A lot of fights are going to happen here in the southern side. More teams expect this to go further south.
So Crew feels like a small fish in a big pond at the moment in this kind of lobby when they're losing players like this. Just everybody, these sharks swimming around them, taking them out very quickly. X-Ray is down. Slow Jacket trying to get some saving going on here.
Wow.
Oh, good little spray coming out against Batulins. Where's Zubila? Where's the assistance coming in? It's not coming in. Silas takes down Slow Jacket. It's all on Zubila to do something here for Volpal Swords.
And with an AK in through here, it's going to be rough. But yeah, it's probably going to try to get the confirmation here on Batulins. Got a small ridge to work with, sees the other guys. Yeah, the other guys are going to cross here. 48 damage done. That's a neck shot or headshot right there with the AK. Great damage done. So Bila has a great ridge to work with here. Nice. Takes down Lou as well. Someone trying to stop Twisted Minds, and I love that it's Warble Swords doing it.
Silas, do something.
Please. Oh my god, it's Twisted Mind out in 15th. You know what? This is the opportunity for Slam G, Win or Die, even VP, to try to catch up. Try to get some points now that our leaders here in Twisted Minds are down.
Yep, cold Circus Crew, small fish in a big pond, but hey, not bad. The Barracuda of Silas strikes and takes down the rest of Twisted Minds. I'm okay with that. So that will open things up a little bit. To start off day number 3 of our grand final. Slam G trying to make a move here alongside where Geek is, and also Eternal Fire could eventually maybe look that way as well. But they are taking casualties, our Slam G. I think they felt a little bit forced into some of these fields which don't have much cover about them in terms of hard cover. You're just looking for some of those hills to try and get yourself completely out of the lines of sight. But Diffex is also peppering it against Eternal Fire.
That's the best seat swabberoos I've ever seen from Code Marco. I think he avoided something like 15-20 bullets from Diffex there just by back forth seat swap in out, like the complete unexpected moves here. Now the mat tries to get out of here. Eternal Fire disengaging from this fight. Diffex now in blue. Next zone closes. We go from 3 to 5 damage per second, and that blue zone backpack is ticking down rapidly.
Yep. Tough stuff. It's always nice to have it, but if it's it really is not going to last all that long. Oh, 600 damage done by Diffex so far in this game. Geek seems to be coming alive. Maybe it's too late though, as trying to get healed up, trying to get into this circle. Spiro's on the hunt to try and lay in some nades against the Eternal Fire position, but I don't think he has much left. A blue zone will go across after that nade hits, but it's gone a little far, unless Code Marco doesn't move in time.
Oh. Diffex going down to the zone here. Spire tries to. That's a great stun grenade. He's super blind. Even walks into the blue zone grenade. Try to get for it. Get some points here potentially for Spiro. Finds one. Gonna get another one. No, the Mad follows up the barrel. Close range. Shot down. Geek out in 13th.
Not coming alive enough. There's now Toygar still left for Kref. The scraps of our lower ranked teams here are slowly being weeded out. And Virtus Pro might have a very easy time about cleaning that up. He could have backstabbed them a little bit, maybe scupper some of the plans of Virtus Pro. As Yoga Benito has a pretty decent compound, and they've been looking the way of Slam G for quite a while now. So Slam G, as much as they would love that catch-up to be a realistic thing against Twisted Minds, It's still not exactly an easy place for them to play in from, because if they try and go up against Yoga Bonito, they're going to get fired at. If they try and move along that east side, FaZe is probably going to have some lines of sights on them, so it's going to be difficult for SlamG to find a path here.
Yeah, definitely. These guys kind of try to get this Schengen here, doing tons of damage here on DP. Correxy finds Schengen though. Beamy down already. Great nade here. Gets both of them here. Corexy Nixie getting the confirmations on them. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get the quick res onto Beamy though. I think he crawls in with the smokes. Should be good, but now southern side. Eternal Fire. SlamG has to fight to try to get in and fight for the same terrain that Yoga Bonito is currently defending.
3 teams on 70 points. 3 teams with really good positions for a circle like this. Crazy stuff potentially coming out from one of these teams if they can actually convert on all of it. Navi starts things off, taking down Leosh, taking down Toiga in the distance as well, behind the position of Virtus Pro. So thank you for Virtus Pro from Navi, as they're able to deal with them. Boostic sends more nades forwards. He's been so on point with his nades when it comes to this whole tournament, never mind the grand finals alone. And only 3 on the ball for SlamG just now, and now Nail-Up flexing out of the compound, taking down SlamG. This is a great little move, very opportunistic.
Yeah, Boostic, third in kills here. FaZe is moving for this third party here. They see Yoga Bonito's out. Shots, damage coming in here. This is the points that they want to really clean up as quickly as possible. Great ridge for them to work on too. Nail-Up is out in the lower canyon part of it and needs a little bit of help now. Marco, a lot of points available, you know. There's a knock on SlamG, there's 3 on Eternal Fire, 3 on SlamG, and a full Yoga Bonito. That's 10 points if you manage to get most of the kills here. Schiller finds Levante. That's win or die down as the last team outside the placement points in 9th. Now everyone else gets 1 point for the effort of getting into the top 8. Great blue zone.
Nice, yeah. And I'll
oh my god, look at the second one.
And the second one takes down. Oh, jeez Louise. Okay, well done by Eternal Fire. Really doing a lot of damage here to SlamG and at least slowing them down because they have to heal regardless all through it. As Code Marco now just lurking around on this side. They know that they can't really crest the hill. Yoga Bonito's looking their way. It's difficult to deal with. They have to deal with SlamG. Artix gets spotted, instantly taken down as he's trying to get up from that prone position. Good timing by Code Marco.
Fantastic play by him here. Tons of damage done to him. Oh, Nixie from this side. Actually, look at this. That's a great pull-up here, except for some... Oh, my God. Insane pull-up, but a lot of knocks obviously happening here. And SlamG coming in. And Boostic tried to get the... He gets the... Maybe... Oh, my God. 2 HP left on him. Corexy. And now he has to run off and try to get the heal here. I think Corexy is the last player only standing here. A lot of damage done from the rotation that they got in here. Now FaZe is trying to defend the other side.
I can't believe Yoga Bonito hasn't flexed down to completely shut this down as well. I mean, okay, so Simon is kind of on this roll alongside Nail-Up as well. This is a good chance for them to get a few extra points on board. Simon does take down Corexy, but Eternal Fire gets quite a lot of that after the crash. Gustav's trying to hold on from this position as well. They are a bit disjointed from one another as Ascend manages to do Ascend things and go for that big on crash through, that big play through into an opportunistic position considering where Aniko has found himself, but the rest of FaZe has shut it down.
Surprised they went for the backfill. Oh my god, great nade here from Hakatori. Finds Bushido. That's them out in 6th place. But now they're falling down. Damage done mid-air. Makes Sosa knock himself falling down from this ascent. And Brexco tries to get the cleanup on this. Damage potentially done on Ferris. No, it doesn't connect any. They have some time to maybe get the rest here on Zoset. And then they could flex out, potentially fight, or keep the high ground on the ridges. That could happen as well.
As I said not 5 minutes ago, 3 teams on 70 points.
C4.
Now, Na'Vi, FaZe, and Yoga Bonito have all moved significantly with these last couple of fights. One of these teams potentially looking for a big win here to try and propel themselves forwards to top 4.
C4.
There's C4 in hand.
Yeah, C4 in hand. I think he's trying to push it and maybe place it even so that they're not pushing his side. But Rexo's out in the blue, taking shots here. Yeah, he's going to go down potentially here to blue. Yeah. Goes down. Aniko, look at that. He's going to roll. Oh my god, that almost hit him. Gustav finds extends though with the bolt. Oh, what a zone for FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe gets the big zone. They've only got 1 kill on board so far, but they're going to be totally happy with this. Like, even if you only get yourself a win and 4 kills or something like that, it's still going to propel you towards the Virtus Pro position. The problem is, though, that Virtus Pro at 9 kills. The goalpost is moving, Avenger.
Yeah, 9 kills and 1 placement point too. 10 points in this game here. Obviously great for them, but if FaZe could lock down the win plus the kills that they get, then you hear the fans in the distance. They're whispering, FaZe Sunday.
Stop it, you. Or we'll turn this tournament around. And well, no, anyway, we've got ourselves Aniko taking a few shots as well against James's position. Yoga Benito trying to get themselves a crate on board. They are now outside the circle. The onus is going to be on them to start moving from that south side. Likewise for Na'Vi as well. The question is, can FaZe hold out 2 teams trying to find themselves better position in these circles at the same time?
I'm not sure, but right now they're playing professional whack-a-mole with, oh my god, JB and the boys. They're coming in and they're just cleaning out boost. They got the points coming in their way. They're actually above FaZe now with total points. It's great for them. 7th place. One big game for them as well. We can't lock this out. If either of these teams, they can chase and take down VP, that would mean that they would get a PGS slot and potentially even also a PTC slot at the end of the year. Na'Vi now actually managed to get off with the cover and suppression off the high ground from Fairest. Now Jogo Benito is waiting for third-party timing.
Simon was taking some shots at Na'Vi from that roof, and now FaZe just laying in some util. Still have a little bit left to try and slow them down. I don't think it's really done too much slowing, but it will be the MK12 taking Fairest to start things. Now that really does allow them a little bit more strength in this north side against them. Extends down as well. They are taking parts.
That's a good nade. Oh my god.
Great nades. They need to finish this up fast. They knew they had to, just in case Yoga Benito was going to make a move. They did not move aggressively on it. And now Aniko is down. He gets 3rd place, but it's going to be FaZe 4 versus Yoga Benito 4.
And you know what? Whoever wins this last fight will be our 5th place team and will be very close within striking distance to VP. We're talking 4 more placement points, potentially also 4 more kills on the side of either of these teams. What a great effort it would be. Great nade, still utility in hand for FaZe Clan.
FaZe is the kind of team that won't let it go if they're able to get a really good start on a day. 1 for 1 at the moment. Cristiani takes Vex, but he is down thanks to the VAR trade. 5 on the board for FaZe so far. Mornay's getting hooked up, going across the ridge line there. Doing some big airburst damage, but not enough. An instant lie down. Oh my god. Such good, quick reactions from Gustav. He should have been taken out there. Simon takes away Vard.
Gustav low. James in the back has to try to make something happen here. Yeah, they're burning. And that's Vex and Vard out. Now it's down to just Gustav and James. For Gustav, no first aids. Just 4 bandies and a dream. James has to do the most of the work for this at the moment. Jogo Benito is looking good inside the circle too.
Yeah, they're looking hungry. They are looking hungry. That is a sure thing here. Gustav's going to try and pop some of those bandages as quickly as he can. James is taken down. Call on him, but not the case. Jogo Benito, with this compound, with this ridgeline control, takes game number 1 of our day number 3, Martin.
Yeah, very strong compound and all. Fantastic composure from the team. You know what? If you're able to discipline yourself, only flex out when needed, only go out and chase for the points when you know that you can stay as a full squad to the late game here. Because you know what? If they were 3 versus 4 versus FaZe here, they would not have had that. They would not have won that. They would have definitely lost the 4 versus 3 here, but fantastic play here. Utility on point also, surely. You know, even if FaZe, they committed all the utility to the Na'Vi fight, Jogo Benito potentially still would just have triumphed that completely. They had a better terrain. They had that off angle. And yeah, Jogo Benito here to take 5th place and now be within striking distance to Virtus Pro. What a start to the day.
What a wild scenario that would be if Yoga Benito is able to take the top 4. But of course, FaZe is still challenging. Na'Vi is still challenging. That's game number 1 in the books. We have got 5 more fantastic ones coming your way. But first, back to the desk.
What a start to our grand finals final day. For a moment there, maybe a FaZe Sunday was coming up. Maybe they were going to kickstart it with a victory. Toby wasn't to be. Jogo Benito takes it, but it was still such a high stakes game and so impressive that we had those 2 teams fighting it out in that final battle, right?
Yes, definitely. Bushido able to make it quite a long distance into this one as well. I think in terms of having warmed up properly, I mean, Yoga Bonito were fighting quite heavily in that southern side of the circle. FaZe, not so much. I mean, they came into the last fight with just a couple of kills, and clearly the fires had been lit under Yoga Bonito to a different extent than what FaZe had ready to go for with that final fight.
Those two teams, Mark, I mean, what were they fighting for? Obviously, the victory for game number 1 on Miramar, but there was some other stakes at play.
Definitely those PGC points, right? Yes, we're looking to obviously try and get them up the leaderboard. They're trying to get more money, Sam. But the argument to get them into PGC points, obviously FaZe has some already. Jogger Benito eager to take more away. I think it was really good play. I think it was really good to see a 4 versus 4 at the end. I think the deciding factor for me was the res from Jogger Benito. That's what clinched him the win at the very, very end, and that's maybe what's clinched him closer towards the PGC points.
Overall thoughts of Miramar, Mark?
Good. Obviously not as chaotic as we would have expected, especially to start with. So maybe the pacing, I'm not as quite dreamful as I'd like it to be. That means it's going to be up to a me and Toby cast, so can't wait. But very calculated. I like the moves from a lot of the teams, taking the passive approach. We saw Slam G. They could have potentially went into FaZe. They didn't. They opted to go south. So they were looking to try and get to the end game as well. Ascend's play through the middle. I think that was quite key as well. So obviously they didn't quite get all the cards over there. Brex went down to zone. And Echo obviously final remaining. So very calculated for a final 6 games.
And just so exciting, Toby, to see Naleb up there with this team of youngsters doing the business, because that's what they have done throughout PEC Fall, really making themselves known and saying, hey, you need to pay attention to us. We're going to be a threat in this tournament and in future tournaments as well.
No doubt about it. I mean, we talked earlier in the broadcast coming into the first game about Twisted Minds and their era of dominance, which goes back a couple of years now. During the height of the then NLT roster, the only team that ever came up and actually did manage to solve the equation being how do we deal with this team was the former Entropic roster, where Naleb was a very, very big part of what made that team successful. So maybe, once again, maybe we're just going back 2 years when we're living in a simulation of it's whatever roster Naleb is on that can actually go out and do something about Twisted Minds.
Let's take a look now at this Jogger Bonito, specific this lineup, how they've been doing during the grand finals, because it has been good for them. And I do think that down the line, we'll see in the overall standings how it's paid off. But I mean, Mark, for you, do you think that they'll keep this momentum going through this final day? Is this something that the team is capable of doing?
Yeah, look, I don't think they're going to step off the gas. I think they've got the opportunity. And obviously we alluded with obviously Naleb being a kind of the older guy, not as old as me, the older guy kind of looking after the kids and kind of getting them to sort of work and getting them fragging. But it's so good to see that he's up there from a kill. So yes, despite he's kind of controlling how they're moving and what they're doing, but he's also putting fragging power against the team. And I think this is what makes them quite dangerous. So they can do as they say and say as they do. I think Jogger Benito might be here to stay.
Toby, is it common, do you think, to have the sort of brains of the team also being your fragging player?
I will say we see it more and more often these days. There was a time back in the day where the IGL would sit as far back on the back line as they possibly could and just kind of sit and dictate the soldiers and where they're supposed to be and what time. Now I see more and more IGLs want to take charge, even among some of the top tier teams. I think, I mean, obviously Petulins has made his way further towards the front line himself, but a perfect example of this is Ike's left from Petrichor. I mean, he's always been known as the frontline IGL in a game of PUBG. They've tried it where he then stepped back a bit. They tried bringing in other IGLs too to then allow for him to just focus on, you know, fragging, but they figured no, this actually works. We like having the IGL be up there on the front line as well, and I think for the likes of Jogger Bonito it does here too.
Let's take a look at your overall standings now and how this first game on our final day has shaken things up, because I'm sure that there has been some movement. Mark, the top 3 still sitting pretty there, still looking good. What are you thinking when you take a look at this overall leaderboard?
Well, look at that last section of the game, right? Jogger Bonito, FaZe Clan, and Na'Vi were in the mix, right? So that's going to be changing things up. It does make it good and interesting for kind of these last 5 games, because the worry is Twisted Minds gets a win and they extend their lead, and we know the winner before we even get into game number sort of 3 of the evening. Slam G obviously still surviving out, win or die going down there, but Twisted Minds going out in 15th place gives an opening for the other teams. And again, I come back to that kind of Jogger Bonito, FaZe, and Na'Vi hold that 4th kind of all the way down to maybe that 7th, including VP. It gives them the opportunity to close the gap if they can.
Toby, for you, I mean, do you think we obviously saw Twisted Minds go out early on this map, but the chances are that isn't going to happen often today, right?
I mean, this was a combination of many things that led to Twisted's downfall. I think any other team in that same position would have fallen either earlier or the exact same way. There just wasn't a whole lot for Twisted to do. But that's why we play 18 games. I mean, every single team will have a near 0-point performance. Everyone's going to have those games where just everything goes against you. It's about what you do with the rest of them. And for Twisted right now, they can afford a couple of games like that. I will say, though, it's great to see the teams that we wanted to see be successful in this game actually start off strong. Because if you just look at the leaderboard coming into today and then see now the jump that is between 3rd and 4th and then 4th and 5th, down to that big mid pack that we have from 5th and below, that already got reduced quite heavily just off of game 1. So if we continue to see this trend go through, then we're in for some really exciting final matches.
This is a conversation, Toby, you and I have had now, I would say for the last sort of 2 years, where I've consistently brought it up when you've been on the desk with me, saying the skill gap in the region is becoming smaller and smaller. So there was a time where we would see the top 2, top 3 teams really just run away with it. But now I feel like we have these much more open lobbies. They're much closer. It does always come down to the final day. Sometimes, more often than not, the final game. And I think that that's really exciting for the future of the esport, right?
Definitely. I mean, I think there's two things to it. One is that the more games played, the more material there is you can look at. And individually, everyone, like game mechanically, everyone's a fragger, right? Literally. Sure, there are some that exceed and just play god tier PUBG. But overall, like the average fragging capabilities and mechanical skill is really good among this entire set of teams. Secondly, I think the current, I don't call it meta, but state of PUBG allows for so much unpredictability with Panzerfausts, with C4s, with mortars, with BRDMs, you name it. All these factors are so hard to predict. Like, how do you counterplay a guy swinging a corner with a Panzerfaust? You know, so even for a great team, they have a hard time going up against maybe a lesser team, but with bigger guns in their inventory. So I think those two things combined makes it easier for the on paper weaker teams to sometimes best the better.
We're dropping into the battleground now. Mark, what are your thoughts on the second Miramar?
Final Miramar of the tournament, of the finals. I bet quite nice. Really nice, even flight path though. Southwest towards arguably a northeast. Everyone should get their prior drop spots. No one's really going to be fighting over cars here, so not a bad start though to this final game, because it'd be cool, calm and collective. It'd be all dependent on where the zone breaks, and unfortunately for some teams, they're going to have to migrate their way there.
We'll have a chance to see how this is going to play out. I know Kylaris must be so happy because he's been talking Yoga Bonita. Let's see how he feels as we move into our second and final Miramar of PEC4.
Thanks, I'm scared for their position on this game, considering it's not exactly the most of common spots that they will be taking, but we will see how it's going to all fare. They've got themselves one good car to work through it, so it's ready to roar, ready to roll. Let's get into it, Martin. Our last Miramar here for the grand final.
You know what? I am so excited about Miramar. It's just every single time we get great games, we see teams that are playing smart. They're moving themselves forward in the map, figuring out the best fighting lines possible, and then we just have, you know, insane clutches and pull-ups, and the terrain is just better. There's so many dips, so many ridges that you're able to play, and if you're playing your best, if you're playing the smartest, you are setting yourself up for success already from the first couple of circles.
If you're playing the coolest, if you're playing the most handsome PUBG, I'm ready for it, Martin. I'm ready for these teams to play some handsome PUBG. How about you?
You know what? Handsome PUBG. I don't know about that, but another, you know, south side circle here should surely set VP up for more success on Miramar. So far, their Miramar games have been way better than their Wrangle ones. So if that trend continues, they do surely need tons of more points here on Miramar to hold on to that fourth spot. Once we get to the wildcard map, it's going to be harder to kind of predict, but also they don't get as many points in Wrangle so far, you know. Yeah, somebody could catch up. And also, you know, Win or Die have been great on a Wrangle, so if they're able to kind of turn that around and get some points here and salvage more points and then continue their trend on a Wrangle, that would cement and solidify themselves within the top 3, top 4, and give them a PGS and PGC slot.
Whilst we're briefly here and, you know, kind of a little bit of a lull in the action, Martin, obviously we're seeing, and we've got our eyes fixated on FaZe, right, as a team that has to qualify onto PGSs. They're over in Minas Generalis at the moment. They're driving away from that location now, but we're not playing the new Minas Generalis here. But what do you make of the new Minas Generalis? I know you've been able to have a little bit of a look at it.
Yeah, I mean, the new Minas Generalis, for me, it's like... you're removing some of the unpushables, the so-called Star Wars buildings, the AT&T looking ones. You're kind of setting up for some more optimal pathing. There's some more driving in there, but I still feel like it needs more love. There is some areas around kind of east side of Minas Gerais and some of the kind of open field, especially east of Kantara. That has, as we see, FaZe drive here in this area. It's very open. It's very flat. I would love to see, just as where Gustav is driving here, I would love to see the road elevated to such a degree where you can play both sides of the road as a last resort. You know, like we see in some of the Riot's reels and some of the other areas. And I think that would fix a lot. If we see like a big elevation, something like 1.5 meters, 2 meters in some places on both sides of the roads, that would nerf some of the compounds a little bit and make it kind of playable terrain. And because the ultimate goal for me for map design is that no matter where you are and no matter where the circle kind of goes, you have some sort of a path with, you know, a little cover here and there towards the next circle. Be it rocks, be it ridges, be it compounds that you have to breach through and kind of fight through. Anywhere the circle goes, you should have some sort of a path. It might not be direct. It could be like a zigzag kind of way in. But that's, for me, the most optimal way of map design for PUBG. Sure, we've then added, you know, the Doritos, all the cover, vulnerable shields to kind of neglect that. And now, you know, destroyable terrain so you can just, you know, boom out your own little dip. But still, perfect situation is obviously having playable terrain in almost most directions.
I think we're both in agreement, though. Miramar initially, you know, had a rough start, but it's taken on a life of its own. It's phenomenal now for the most part, is Miramar, especially watching these players at this level. So we will see as FaZe, after we were talking about all of that rotation, has found themselves coming on South Coast. So a big wide rotate for them. Love that rotate because it's very unlikely anybody's going to really be down there. You could say that maybe somebody's kind of camping around that resort area. Maybe they're in some of the compounds there. But for the most part on the road, very unlikely on the very south tip.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the whole area here on the southern side is actually some of the areas I love the most because you have so many ridges, you have so many compounds that are not too strong. One of these compounds, for example, right? You have a whole eastern side to it where you can get easily pushed from inside. Some of the craters, and they're in general, that's why I think Miramar is one of the most favorite maps from especially the highest level of players, because there's just so many play options and so many playable spaces that you can accommodate so many teams. And we usually see so many teams, like more teams alive in later circles on Miramar than we do in most other maps.
And that's why you're seeing some of those 2-2s being quite far away from each other. You can see with Eternal Fire currently on your screen right now. They're 2-2, quite far away from one another. They're trying to control some really decent space in the middle of this circle, though. Likewise, south of them, Virtus Pro in a 2-1-1 kind of split, but for the most part, kind of a decent spot to check out. Now, interesting little kind of potential scouting technique here from BB team. They know that Church is usually not a bad spot to be hiding around, so they're thinking to themselves, okay, we know we can line up a mortar to the roof and on the other side, which we cannot see. So maybe we go for a few shots there and see if we can knock anybody. Unfortunately for them, there was no one there, but it's a nice little extra thing that you could potentially do.
Bushido moving away here. Sad to see them move down here in 8th place, but after that game for Joker Benito and FaZe last game, obviously it's going to push them down a little bit. It's been a little bit more slow for them. But for me, you know, there's still a team. Actually, a little bit of a talk I was thinking about last game is, do you feel, and this is a question follow-up here, do you feel that over the course of the time we've had a lot of success with the Turkish country and region in general, do you feel like we have too much talent spread out across all the Turkish teams? Or what's your thought here as we see Krafton take down FaZe? That's not good for FaZe to lose this player here. Godfair also went a third party for Krafton. A lot of damage done already.
good question. Let's just kind of continue looking at this for a moment and we can get back to it. As Fex is now charging up a nade. Will it be able to connect with anything? That res is on the outside of the building. It's perfect. He gets the double here as FaZe is looking to clean up the rest of Kref. This could be good for them. The problem is, though, there's a Gustav and Vardar disconnected from this a little bit. So Fex either needs to buy time or really hit his shots and hit the mark.
As we pause a little bit. More information's coming in here. And, you know, the follow-up, the breach from FaZe could happen here. Smoke's coming in, trying to delay the fight overall. Subiocean, Kref, obviously being in last place right now. FaZe is thinking this should be an easy and quick cleanup.
Trying for it. Trying to push on against the Quell. And another little underhand nade comes out. That's a pretty smart move. Although Molotov, he tries to run back. Comes out the corner and gets, gets the double. Oh no! Disaster for FaZe. They've got one more left alive to try and do something about this. DeQuell. Oh, the cleanup, the save. But now FaZe is only 2-man. They're going to need some chips up and running. But Circle Crew's all around them, Martin.
Yeah.
Circus Crew.
Circus Crew. Is,
I do it every time.
You love it. They are close to the center of the circle, so you could call them that now, but definitely a third-party timing for them, knowing that they have seen 2 flushes here. Would be optimal. Gustav's taking tons of shots, actually, and that is FaZe out in 15th place. After a great game last one, they are bowing out early with only 4 kills.
Tough stuff for FaZe. A bit of a disaster. Smoking things up, getting some more loot on board for Circus Crew. Circle shift does go on, and we won't have any fights just yet with some E-pickups going down. As win or die, it's trying to find themselves a little bit of a spot. They do take a few shots here and there. Back to your question, what you're saying about kind of, were you on about the Turkish region being split or just EMEA as a whole?
No, I think like kind of narrowing it down to the Turkish players. I feel like, especially maybe this year, we've seen more spread of the toppest, like the top tier talent, the absolute best players. And as we've said it before on global tournaments on the desk, and we kind of talked about it with Korea, besides Freaks, that we see a lot of kind of spreading out of talent. Obviously there's synergy, there's roles that need to be defined, but still I feel like it's been a little bit fall from grace from what we saw maybe in 2023, for example, where we had a lot of success.
I think for my money, obviously we watched Eternal Fire and group stage look fantastic. They were able to advance on, and it's like when I think about who would I move out of that roster and put someone in, I start having a difficult time thinking about it, right? Because I feel like a lot of the Turkish players are very good and all at a very similar level, maybe with just a few standouts here and there, like a Code Marco and all these guys. But then again, maybe he's kind of like dipped a little bit relative to where he was when we were like, okay, he's the shining star. You know what I mean? So it's difficult for me to answer. I think there's a lot of great talent in that region, in that country as a whole, as well as the kind of neighboring countries. But it's hard for me to like take all those components and kind of put them together and say, okay, this is the super roster. Would you make a super roster? Do you have kind of a super roster in mind?
I mean, I'm just thinking of the time where we had Ruin, who was an absolute standout player here in 2023 for PEC, right?
True, he was good.
Very good player. Code Marco, obviously a standout player. Was Smash a standout player? He ended up playing, a mixed team with Clip, Michael, Rustenma. Still had some success with that, but not at the highest level. Then we're looking at like you're thinking Global Army, Baron Peak, like all these fantastic players. It's kind of split out quite a lot now compared to if you're thinking, what can happen? Then you're thinking back to your Iro, and sure, Iro has at a point quit PUBG Pro to play other games and then come back, right? So if he continued, would he be at the top level still? But there was just there's times where we're thinking, what? Right now, there could be an insane Turkish roster with a great lineup if you're taking these 4 or 5 players and kind of trying to stick them together. But yeah, it's a little bit sad. I think both Quet, Peru, and Kodmago, Mad, like all these guys, all these teams are fantastic. Schiller obviously fantastic as well, but it just still feels like it's spread out. If you ask the players, like, we have perfect roles, we have it fits the team, synergy is good, and which is something that I'm looking from a pure superstar potential fragging roster with a good IGL, with a fantastic support there as well.
I think it's so hard to shine in, in a lobby, though, when you've got CIS looking insane. Like, Turkey's great. MENA is great. However, CIS is just on another level, and how do you catch up with them? As we get our circle coming in once again, and it's another North hard shift. DK going to be loving that one. However, they are significantly behind. But yeah, with CIS looking as strong as they are, Martin, it's so difficult to look good in these lobbies.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely a great point. And you know, when you're playing the game and you're seeing so many CS players on the leaderboard, you're seeing them so often in ranked, you're running into like a full Dante stack or something. I'm just okay, I guess we'll just wait until the late game and fight them. Crossberg finds a doozy, and BB team losing more players potentially here. Crossberg, great utility here, trying to limit it off. Filfer is actually on fire. He's taking enough to actually get knocked from this. Crossberg with the explosion here. Great defense here for Bushido. Great play for Crossberg so far.
Yeah, brilliantly set up.
Right, finds another one
into the molly as well, and he finds 3. Is Crossberg going absolutely radio rental right now? What a defense by him so far. Here come the reinforcements for Bushido as well. Looking for the last member. Molodoc here takes down Crossberg, and now can they get rid of him? Here comes Nailcop around the corner to try and do something about it. Yes, he does. Crossberg for 3, Nailcop for 1. Bushido, we just talked about him. Turkey looks good when you give them the opportunity.
Yeah, Crossberg really been a standout player for me for sure. Now, win or die. Now, trying to get into this circle here. This is a late E pickup for sure. Phase 3.
He already did 1.
Yeah, exactly. Volpasort trying to follow that up too. And in a case where most of the comp ups, not all of it, there's only a few open spots. Maybe an edge try to maybe play here for win or die. As Bushido on the western side, obviously. Oh, look at this. Circus crew with a nade. Can you time this perfectly?
Imagine.
That'd be insane.
Make
one
it
more.
happen.
One more. Oh, dude. If that hit the roof and bounced off and hit all of them, Godfrey finds X-Racer. Bulbasaur's losing 1. Not going to connect more than too far away. But X-Racer gone down here, leaving behind the body. Circus crew has really been a third-party factor in this.
I mean, for the nade, I really wish I had the sad trumpet sound on my Go XLR. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for sure. I would love to hear that more often. You should encompass some of that into your casting. I think that would
I'll try.
It'll up your quality cast.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Let's see if there's going to be quality as Volpasort comes down in a position where Kiki is holding on. And I think these quality shots coming out from PWD will shut down Slow Jacket to start things off. The rest of them are trying to find a little bit of a bastion of hope. One-Eye King does take down PWD. Here comes the reinforcements for Kike. What can they do about this? I think they should be able to shut down Volpasort and get PWD back on up. But Diffex is down. One-Eye King is going crazy.
Swinging in. Oh, great swing here from Spyro. That's great. Geeky might be able to defend this, but Winner Die sees this, and that means an open opportunity for them to get the riches, get the crater field, the rim, you could say, here on the western side for them. They could now, knowing obviously that there's knocks down there, they could have an open door. They could get this ridge just above. As you saw Geeky kind of flowing in, there could be an opportunity for them, but Winner Die are not checking shots a little bit. I think they're hesitant. I don't think we're going to see them fully committing to it just yet.
Flare went up somewhere. Whose is this? Okay, it looks like it's versus pros. So, wonder what they're going to be able to garner from this. The fact that, I mean, whilst they've sent that up, they are a little bit vulnerable here from not only Navi's angle, but also Ascend's. They do deal with Danico, though. Firing a flare off whilst all these teams are looking at you is quite bold.
Yeah, it is. Danico going down, obviously not great, but I think it's trying to extract him right now. Bushido trying to get in and get on too close to this combo. This is great. A great pre-nade potentially here. Could do damage. Bounces it off the wall. This is smart. But as you park the car here with great defense here for Crossberg, nobody's going to be able to shoot at you, and you're sitting down below this. Jogo Benito only being a 3-man. It's going to be hard to defend from another 3-man full flushing in unless they're fully committing all their utility to this.
If you'd have crashed it against this, we could have climbed up the car into that second story. It would have been similar to what we watched yesterday. Some of the clips from PEC. Double blue zone. Backing off here is Jogo Benito. And he's done some vert nades for the other side, but they're not in the other concrete. It's not going to quite land hit the mark that they wanted it to, but the double down, Bushido, damn, man. They are just throwing left and right constantly here against these teams, and it was a great little crash by them.
Now they know there's only one chance for them to be anywhere, and it's right in the corner of that on the top. Oh, Crossbreak finds Kristalny. What a game Crossbreak had so far. Jokey finds Nail Cup. That's a flush too. That's unfortunate for them. Now they're going to try to send it in here. Yeah, it's a great push with the barrel in hand. Gets the headshot immediately on Nodi, and Joker Benito goes down. Another team that we had great points from in the last game goes down early here, James.
Yep, not ideal. And Bushido going to be loving that, considering that they were the one that were pushed down by Yoga Benito, by FaZe, by Na'Vi. But 7 kills on the board already. That said, for Hive, they were also on the hunt, and Dante decides, you know what, after taking that single shot from Twisted Minds, I'll back off from that kind of battle. There's no reasonable need to take any knocks just yet from them. They have a decent compound to work with in a circle like this. Any knock means that success knocks will be bleeding out quicker. Why give it to them?
And if GK just started like this on day one, it would have been a completely different story for them. They would have been easily mid-packed here. With the next zone coming in, oof, this looks like a very good Hive game, but look at all the other teams. They're just so edge.
Still, it persists. That ridge line, of course, runs all the way through the center of this circle. A very important ridge line for a game like this. However, regardless of which direction a team comes from and tries to take up that as residence, they need to know that they have their back covered. They need to know that they've dealt with any threat on the backside of them. So it will be a little while before someone really takes up spot there and is able to secure it down.
He gets Skipbrooks down here. Silas just trying to destroy as much doors as you can right now to make sure they don't get peeked from there later.
All post a nade through.
Yeah, trying to get in. Oh my god, gets Ferris down. Ferris also finds Masses. What a great 4x spray here for Silas.
Yeah, very well done. Really setting it up. Ooh, dear me. I was hoping that wasn't as cooked as it could have been. But anyway, Circus Crew is going to push up on this here against Na'Vi, who looks a little bit disjointed in this fight right now. Little underhand nade. Maybe to be able to post it on through as well against that position, but he does flee back to the safety to be a little bit more calculated in their position with all of this. Sosa takes down 2. Damn, what a good defense by him so far. But I don't know if he realizes that Arthur has been able to position himself the way he has. Flash goes through, trying to get rid of his vision. Can he capitalize on it? I don't think so. The car's really blocking his movement through there.
Yeah, he has to do some sort of crazy seed swap here. Now, oh god, finds Sosa, but extends. Great follow-up nade here. Now it's down to just Arta on Circus Crew, and they probably have a pretty good idea that he's close to this house. Great Molotov here. Almost spreads to Arta. And now Na'Vi tries to get in here. Sneaky boo, hello. That's Hackatory down. That's great, but you're on fire. And extends, gets it. He's burning. And yeah, Na'Vi, you know, off this southern position, might be able to get their feet under them again.
Here goes Ascend, doing Ascend things. Goes for a big man dash, crash through here against Virtus Pro. But Virtus Pro's having none of it. Beam is very used to be able to shut down that kind of play, especially when we saw it against Hive. And now Ascend is the next victim for the Beamy man.
Them breaking into triple digits with win or die, not getting too much of it now. They're trying to really backfill this position. Blue Zone's coming in too. That's a double as well for the Mad. Look at this. They're trying to really get damage done onto Eternal Fire, but they're not following up with the peak. They're out in the blue. It might have been a little too late for Win or Die to actually get damage done onto Eternal Fire, who's currently inside this mixed zone here.
Interesting use of this.
Yeah.
I don't think they
don't need it.
I don't know if they needed it here.
Not on this side at least.
No. I think you might need it later. We'll see. We'll see. But Win or Die, they really had a very quiet first 2 games. Double E pickup into trying to kind of chase these circles. Not many kills going their way as well. Been a bit of a disaster for Win or Die so far. They need to step it up in the next couple.
Yep, for sure. Going down in 9th place. No placement points for them either. Great nade here. Damage done onto Slam G. Lurix finding... just getting on the edge of it now. Beamy. Look at that. Eternal Fire. Really trying to dislodge this push from... Virtus Pro.
Still a Lynx in play here for Nixie, but at that range, it's a bit more difficult to really kind of connect with it. We'll see, as Eternal Fire's still trying to weather this storm, trying to get that res going. Again, that deployable cover I feel could have been a bit more useful elsewhere, but they were very concerned about the potential of Virtus.pro just pushing across this side while they were trying to shoot down win or die, right? So I guess there's that kind of train of thought, but at the same time, now, Na'Vi is the one that moved up to the ridgeline that I was talking about before. Understanding that now they realize nobody was at their backs anymore. They can start taking that ridgeline. That might be the winning play for Na'Vi if you're looking at the map.
Yeah, it could be for sure. This ridge is strong, especially again, Ferris being that anchor position. You're getting so much information off it. And yeah, now Eternal Fire here taking a lot of shots towards DK. Slam G2. Oh, DK falling apart here. Multiple teams firing directly at them. Slam G might get in and get to the back of this, but still, points have been collected. Spyro finds one. EK's out in 7th. That's boosted again with an impact, but 2 placement points and some kills coming from Slam G is better than what we saw from Win or Die. Boom!
Here comes Perfectix. What more can he do against the Hive position? The fact of the matter is that Hive knew that this was going to be coming eventually from the direction that they were in, considering they had this compound for this whole time, and Twisted Minds was just going to eventually push down on it from that west side. Good stuff by them. Great crash so far. A little bit on fire, but Tulins goes for the off angle as well. Finds Dante. Just one more left alive here for him. And just has to duck away, go for the heal. Doesn't want to play it too risky.
I was just sending it out. That's a great nade. Tried to send it into the smoke. They're thinking he was there. Example gets found by Extends. Blue zone. Oh, Hive. Yeah, formerly having the best of it, but you're getting delayed. Well played here by Twisted Minds.
Perfectix has been the MVP of this grand final so far, from my money. I mean, him alongside Example, of course, Example doing a lot of damage, but Perfectix has been the star here for Twisted Minds. As now Eternal Fire has found himself alongside this ridgeline as well. They kind of leapfrog to the Virtus.pro position a little bit, and Na'Vi is absolutely tearing apart Twisted Minds on that entry point from the west.
Yeah, putting themselves into this ridge here and then holding and putting pressure onto the two teams that should have had this ridge if it wasn't for Twisted Minds interfering. Tulins, last player here, damage done. Great, he's not going to have time. He's going to try to run or just die. Yeah, he's just going to chill it out. That is Twisted Minds out in 4th. Great effort for them though, but yeah, Perfectix, man. 13 games, 29 kills before this game.
Damn.
That's just insane. Example as well on 27.
What an absolute monster. Now, interestingly enough, if Na'Vi, obviously we were mentioning before that technically them moving up to that ridgeline, that could be the winning position. If they continue to accrue points here and get themselves up above win or die, we'll see that line move because of the fact that they are GPT. So, Na'Vi trying to challenge for the top spot, trying to challenge for more money, more prestige, more points in the end of things. And Schiller just trying to hold off the position of Virtus.pro. They should be able to have them locked down here, and then the 4 versus 4 versus Na'Vi, unless Na'Vi, who have been very active about pushing on those kinds of third-party moments, are able to do so. But you can already see the lines of sight. Eternal Fire was watching Na'Vi just in case they make the approach.
Yeah, Hecator finds Beamy here. This is easy points for the teams that are just staring at VP, but a 3rd place and 4 kills is another great effort for VP here. 10 points in the last map. I would say right now it looks like 9 for this one here. And again, the consistency on Miramar has been great, but need to continue and push that through on our, both Rondo and Taker, but also once we get to Wrangle, that's really been their Achilles heel so far.
Considering who's looking your way for Curexi, knowing that one of his teammates was knocked by Hakatori, and the fact that Na'Vi is on the cusp of being able to challenge for this top spot, I would just deny it here as Curexi. He's trying to wait out as long as possible, just in case Eternal Fire gets stuck in a fight with Na'Vi, in case maybe he can get some more placement points. But up until that point, I'm not peeking as Curexi at all. How about you?
Absolutely not. No. He's definitely thinking that there could be an opening knock on Eternal Fire that he could steal from the Na'Vi fight, but Na'Vi's also just holding on to this ridge here. They have the benefit, they have the advantage at the moment, and have the better ridge, the better circle position. They need to see what happens in Circle 8, of course, if it goes any of their ways. Who wins this?
Here she goes.
takes this home? Who wins this?
I still
Look
think
at that.
RV, man.
Yeah, I think
He's gone.
so.
All right. I again, when they moved up here, I think that they knew exactly when they had to. I think that the control position from them would always be strong. I mean, that being said, Eternal Fire has some room to work with here, so it's not a foregone conclusion at all. But there is an MG3 in hand for Na'Vi, and good old Hakatori. They don't know his exact position just yet, and we all know what he can do.
He's got a great off angle here. You're not expecting anyone to lay in the open there, just behind that ridge. So, could he get an opening knock? Could he get the entry? That would be a huge difference maker. But if you're looking at the circle right now, Na'Vi definitely has the upper hand. Has to move later and has better ridges to peek at, but it's an open field ending here. This rock for Code Marco does offer great opportunity, but I don't think he goes. I don't think he makes it down there. I don't think they get deeper into the circle based off that.
Yeah, you'd think that the two at the back extends as well will be able to take some
4
shots
bullets.
if they transition, right?
4 bullets. He reloaded the mini to get 4 bullets in the mini. They are low. They've got not much left here. I would consider dropping my extended mag just to get a few more bullets ready.
True. Okay, they're smoking off the rock. They know that they want to try and make that transition.
Yep.
It makes a lot of sense, right? Because that is a little bit closer towards the center of this circle. It opens up an extra angle for them, be it the left, right, or the right of the rock. And instantly, Na'Vi is focusing on that angle. They do not want to let him transition. Let's see if Code Marco can make it. Shot's already being taken, but he does make it to the rock through the smokes.
Yeah, this is not a bad rock, but it's the kind of further back rock than anything. And that, I don't think at that angle gives them enough opportunity.
Not enough.
Because the ridge that Extends and Ferris has to work with is still in and will potentially be out at the same time that Code Marco would have to shift even deeper. But let's see what happens here. It's going to be a little bit of a stalemate. And look at that. There's repairing armor.
Ooh, clip.
And,
I think neither team moves, right? Until the very last second. I think they don't want to, though. We'll wait it out, bide their time, and there it goes forward. 51 damage against Quetpa. He may throw a flash in response, but decides otherwise. There is a molly heading forward. Is it going towards the rock? Okay, it did, but it was just short.
Oh, that's one.
The Mad, though, does start off against Fairest. He made a really mad dash there, actually. I'm not sure about that one.
Hakatori tries to get in the open here. A lot of damage done here. Code Marco finds him. That's perfect for Eternal Fire. Also finds tons of damage onto Solset here. Surely this is Eternal Fire's game.
I think if they'd have shut down maybe the transition to this rock, it could have been a completely different story, but it felt like they had to do more with it. Eternal Fire destroys Na'Vi in these final moments. Egg on my face here, because that was not close by the end, Martin.
Absolutely not here. Super well executed by Eternal Fire. And in a game where it's like, okay, we might have a chance if we make kind of these moves here and if the Rich is kind of working out to our advantage. And yeah, first of them, trying to get into the fields without too much suppressing fire. And yeah, Eternal Fire, man, that's a great game. Again, it's a mid-pack team trying to get kind of closer here, but it could be the start of a fantastic day for them that could put them deeper into the prize molly, but also maybe close enough for strike distance for the top 5.
Could be indeed. Shame that Na'Vi wasn't able to get the MG3 or the rest of their fantastic arsenal in the works there for that one. Okay, let's head over to the desk. That's our Miramar's done, as we have 4 more games to go for the grand final.
I think we should start a petition for Kylaris to just do an entire desk segment and all cast with his sound effects only.
Yes.
Yeah?
100%.
Yes.
100%.
I like that we're all in agreement there. In the chat, start that petition. Let's get it done. We will force it for the next PEC. Let's talk about what we just saw here, though. Na'Vi whiffing it a little bit, Toby, fair to say?
I don't know if I would say whiffing it. It was a very awkward position to fight in. No one really dared to make that play around the southern side of the ridge line. I like that they tried to in the end, but I think this was literally the matter of if they had 10 meters more to maneuver, it would have been Eternal Fire forced to make that move. So better positioning in the end for Eternal Fire, and then I don't know. It didn't seem structured on my end for Na'Vi there in the very end of it. But good job on them to get as fast as they did.
Toby, no! They whiffed it. They whiffed it at the end.
Okay, they whiffed it. They threw it. It was free. They should have just won it.
I think it was, though. I think it was. Like, even rollback, right? I love that we disagree on this bit, right? They were in the south side of the compound. They had the defense. They held really firm, and then they made that play to that kind of middle section, that little valley, right? We see so many teams win from that position. I'm with James. I'll back James in the sound cues, right? Because you should be winning it from that position. I don't know why they sent the MG down. Yes, you could expose some angles, but you're sending the heavy gun out into the field.
But they were using their util early to fight off on the west. Okay, we could debate this for hours on end, so maybe we shouldn't.
So debate it. No, debate it.
It was a very close call, and as you can see from this position in particular, once they are forced over that ridge line, because there's a little bit extra of a lip for Eternal Fire to sit behind, and this one rock in particular, it was literally not rock, paper, scissors. It was rock, smoke, tree, and they had the rock, and the rock in this case was superior to both the lack of smokes that Na'Vi didn't end up having in the end of it, and that tree didn't grant the cover that they needed. That's the reason they flexed out a player on the southern side in that vehicle, because they said, we need another vehicle. We cannot contest that rock from where we are. He can, I mean, as soon as we look away, he will look at us. So in that sense, Eternal Fire did a really good job at earning themselves the win, because they knew when to peek, how to go about it, and not get any players knocked before the proper fight started going off.
Okay, boys, let's take a look at our match results now. Obviously, I mean, again, Twisted Minds in the sort of top 4 teams. That's not good for the other teams. Let them sponge up at that top spot. Any other sort of final thoughts around our final Miramar here at PEC4, Mark?
Yeah, Eternal Fire getting the win is really, really good. Why? Because they'll be jumping up that mid pack. There'll be another team kind of in that contention to take over the lion's share of the prize pool. But more importantly, they do take points away from teams that are looking to try and extend their lead. So yes, Twisted Minds are up there. Great win, great 10 points for them. But the fact there was another Na'Vi and Eternal Fire getting more points than them means they are catching up.
Let's see how this has affected our overall leaderboard now, because obviously that's where our eyes are focused. This will determine who takes home the lion's share of the prize pool. Twisted Minds still sitting pretty at the top. Slam G holding onto that second spot as well. VP win or die, but you can see there Na'Vi now sort of creeping up a little bit. Toby also trying to get in onto that sort of top 4, top 3 argument.
I think right now, for 15 out of the 16 teams, the case is this. We want to make it through to PGS. That's priority number 1. If we can do that and also win the tournament, that would be fantastic. But I think if you ask Slam G, what would you rather? Have a 50-50 at going first, but also risking it all potentially falling out? Or just play it safe now and stay within PGS range and not win the tournament itself? They would settle for the second option. And I think the same, like the teams below them would do the same. Twisted Minds sat with a 30-point lead. It's going to be up to them, honestly, in my opinion, now to throw it in order to lose it. I don't think anyone is actively going to go out and try and catch up to Twisted in a situation like this. All they want to do now is make it into that top 4, maybe top 5 if Na'Vi would surpass Win or Die. But make it into PGS. That's the not just main, but also most only goal that all these teams would have now.
I promise I'm not trying to pick on you, but I disagree with you so much.
Go for it.
I just don't think there is a single team in this lobby, even if they're sitting right at the bottom. I think, yes, they are strategic, they are logical. They know whether or not they can contend for first place, but I don't think there is a single team that's sitting in the sort of top 5, top 6 that isn't going, boys, you know what? If we push, we can knock them out. There is a world where Slam G is sitting in their lobby saying, guys, you know what? Like, in their team comms, we just need 1 or 2 good games. We can knock them off of that top spot. I don't think anyone goes, well, guys, we should just be happy with our second place or our third place. I don't believe it, Toby, but we'll never know because no one's letting me into their team comms to prove my point. Let's have a little bit of fun now. It is time for our final Make the Talent Laugh. We decided to go easy on the fans and give them Mark and Toby because we didn't want to be mean on grand final day. So this is the first submission from Fog Frog. Let's see if we can make the boys laugh.
You won in my name. Fog Frog? That's a win for me. What's this?
You know what? I like it. I get the idea, but I wish there would have been text in the end of it, going like for Master saying, I got 12 kills. Arta going, I got 7 kills. Silas going, I got 5 kills. And then Godfrey going, wait, you guys got kills? No, they had that been been the caption on the bottom, because I know the meme, like it's been used for a lot of stuff. Had that been the caption on this, I would have laughed a lot. But in this case, it's the idea is there, the execution, unfortunately, not quite there.
No, you can't be.
You got him with the crickets as well.
No.
I like the idea.
Okay.
I liked it. It was close. It was close.
So on the hot or not scale, are we leaning more towards hot or not?
I'm a not.
I'll give it a
Okay.
6. Just because.
Sorry, Frog.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
key
sorry.
coin.
Sorry. We didn't laugh. That was the whole point of it, right? So I'm sorry.
But you still get
It was
key
a good
coins,
one.
so
I like the idea.
It's a win. It's a win.
focus on us. There we go. Let's look at our next one. Biaza Moran. Production's having
Again-
way too much fun with that
Yeah.
soundbite.
This is more
So
about.
this is just true.
factual.
Yeah, exactly. It's not so laughable. It's just that's how it is. I
It's
mean, the amount of
factual.
times
So
people
we're
have
not
said-
moving.
It's just correct. You know?
Okay. So the needle's not moving left or right.
No,
That's
the
where we're
reaction
at.
is like you nod to it. It's like, yeah, that checks out. But it's not
Okay.
It's not it doesn't catch you off guard with laughter, you know?
Let's take a look at PJ Fry's submission. I've heard this name before. So let's see what PJ Fry brings to the table. We got a hot.
funny.
We got a
That's
hot
funny.
one.
That's good.
That's funny because that's something stupid that I would do.
Suspicious. I like it.
Mid-pack.
I like it.
Mid-pack. Mid-pack. Ooh.
Good
That is
job. We
good.
got a laugh.
There
I'm
you
very
go.
excited.
A subtle laugh, but I like it. I think
A
our
laugh.
fans need to be more dicey. Like they need to be a little more bold in their meme making.
Okay, let's move on now. It's time to have another giggle. Retro Moo. Let's see what Retro Moo is bringing to the table.
No, that's not for me. That's
Also
not-
true. You ask for meds and all you get is 20 first dates. Oh, 20 bandages,
Okay,
I mean, sorry. Yeah.
Now, if you put
We're not-
Beamy's face on top there, that's a different game.
And
story,
change it
right?
with first dates.
yeah.
I like how both of you seem
Oh,
to
you
think
know
that you're
what?
like the genius
You
gift
know what
makers
you-
now. Where are
you-
your gifts and your memes?
No, you know what you'd have to do? You change the face with Beamy, and then you show somewhere that he has 39 first dates, and all he does is drop you
He just
15
freaks you.
bandages. Now, that would have been... Again, it has to be tournament, like, esports specific. That would have been Beamy's face on this guy, and then showcase his entire arsenal of first dates, and all he gives you is, like, 4 bandages. Now, that would have been fun.
Or
Okay, let's take a look at Jared Donovan's submission. This is our second last
Can I
one.
become a
before
meme
we head on over
consultant? Is
to
that a
Tego.
thing?
I'm starting to feel like you both. I mean, I get it, and it kind of made me giggle. No?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's whenever
a-
you queue into random ranked games, you always get that one guy that is literally suffocating on his microphone and just screaming like a crazy person. Yeah.
Okay, one more. Let's take a look at Game Symbols submission. Our final Make the Talent laugh here at PEC4.
That's all right. I like that. I quite like that.
Okay, we're gonna
Again,
laugh. We're gonna laugh. Yay!
I like that one. That someone put some
Clap
creativity in there.
crowd.
I like that.
It's true.
What I find super fascinating is how much consulting Toby did on these memes, and yet, Toby, where are your memes? Where were your meme
I mean,
submissions?
I know I would laugh at my own memes if I put them in there, so I just felt it would be unfair. Maybe I should have had like a ghost account. You know, I should make a new Twitter just to be able to submit memes for contests.
I am disappointed in both of you because when we started this adventure together with Make the Talent Laugh, you both just giggled at everything. I swear we
They
could
were
have just
good.
put a picture of a pan up and you would have started giggling. And as time's gone on, you've become hardened and cold. I am concerned that you've been taking notes from Carlaris. Mark, what has happened to you?
Toby, this is why we don't go on the desk anymore, right? We're being grinded down to this factual type of desk. Nope, not having it.
I will say that for the first time in maybe 5 years, yesterday I cried while casting when I saw the back to the west shift on Takeo. So it's not that we can't laugh, it's just the fact that you always gotta try harder, man. They gotta try harder.
Jeez.
Yeah, you peaked yesterday. That's the problem. The circles made you peak, and now everything. Okay, fair enough. Let's get a bit serious though, because we're heading to Tego. This is really important because after this map, we'll be halfway through the final day, and this will pretty much solidify who's actually competing for those top spots, really. Because I would argue that the final 3 games are not going to make all that much of a difference. So if you're one of the teams, what is the game plan, Mark, coming into Tego now?
I think we're going to see Na'Vi move into top 4. That means we're going to see that line drop to top 5. Win or Die then has to panic because it's Joga Bonito, Bushido, and FaZe Clan that be looking for that kind of platform, especially say we're going to game number 3 out of 6 for the day. If those 3 teams can kind of allow Na'Vi in, that will give, and they get a good game as well. They don't go out early like we saw from FaZe in the game before. I think they'll be in a good position to try and close out today. So this is kind of like mid-pack. It's all about positioning here for this game.
What's your dream scenario on Tego, Toby?
That we have Na'Vi, Joga Bonito, Bushido, FaZe, and Hive be the last 5 teams alive, and the top 4 all dies with no points.
Why?
Because that means it is not a 4-horse or 3-horse race anymore for those top spots. It would be a 8-horse race.
I mean, I kind of knew the answer, but there you go. Toby,
There
what
you
do you
go.
think about this playing path?
It is fantastic out towards the east, and we will end just southwest of Cagnon.
Okay, Mark, final thoughts before I give this one over to Avenger and Carlos?
It's a good flight path south towards that northeast. It does tease us with that island in the northwest corner. Will we see the madness that we saw yesterday, not just in EMEA, but also in PAS? Have to wait and see. But this is a critical game, Sam. Game number 3 of the final day. It's make or break time.
Mark said it all, so I think we're done talking here on the desk. Let's get into game with Carlos and Avenger.
You see, there was something missing from that, Sam. There was time to Tego. It's the last one for the grand final. Gotta have it in. We have got ourselves that Kangyong actually in the circle, as Toby was mentioning. And this is a very familiar circle. One thing that is interesting, though, is that James has gone all the way to the west to get himself a vehicle here for the normal Buksansar drop here, Martin.
Yeah, he usually gets one of those cars over here to ensure FaZe more of these vehicles that are a little bit more rare when you're in Buksansar. But Gustav also went on the northern side to manage another vehicle in this compound here. And this is really the question that's going to be posed on them now. Like, how is this set up now? Should we stay in Buksansar? Should we try to take some of the compounds that's around it? Because you can quite easily run up on multiple sides of Buksansar. So, yeah, it's really down to them. And obviously, I think we're going to see maybe potentially a 2-2 split, maybe trying to hold on to some of Buksansar and then maybe one of the compounds that they've been looking at a little bit. But yeah, obviously yesterday, crazy games on Tego in terms of the water, but we didn't get it here, James, and I'm happy we didn't.
Yeah, that's the first one that doesn't include a load of river for our Tegos, to be honest with you, for quite a while. Now, what you're saying about Buksansar, I think, is right. You've hit the nail on the head, because we even saw it in the group stages when FaZe was challenged a little bit in Buksansar. Win or Die was not afraid about challenging those edge positions on Buksansar, right? As much as they kind of like peeked their head over, really didn't do anything about it and just left. But it does kind of reinforce that idea that it potentially is a little bit vulnerable. You need to be careful about lurking around there. Oh, and who's lurking? It's Hakatori, who does take down Quizzy instantaneously. There's only PWD here as well. But yeah, you've got to be careful around Buksansar for sure.
Yeah, there's multiple situations where it's like rough. But yeah, more shots here. PWD with the Iron Side Aug actually does tons of damage, but he's going to get chased down. He's going to get pushed. He does have a shotgun in hand, though. This could be scary for Na'Vi if they don't execute this right.
Definitely not. Shotgun in hand. I'd go put the gas can on one of the other doors and just
no vest.
As a little extra. But it doesn't look like they're pushing on just yet. Spiro and Diffex taking some off angles for this, waiting for the potential push in. Diffex might only be looking for the edges of these buildings, but also maybe across from Fairest if it does occur. Maybe looking towards the road, but here's all the cars. Here's everyone moving away. Take a few shots here and there, but Na'Vi lives to fight another day with 1 kill.
Yeah, they deem it not worth it. They deem it, you know what, guys? We got 1 kill. We are out. We're scot-free here, and we're actually pretty decent in this circle. Oh no, Joga Bonito. Ascend has set up a bridge camp, and surprise, Aniko gets Krastalny down.
Nice.
Unfortunate here. Again, Joga Bonito and Ascend fighting early on. It's just, yeah, it's very unfortunate for these two teams here, and they're not even inside the circle.
Well, that's a problem, right? I mean, there's these bridges, and yes, there's a lot of crossing locations on Tego. However, if you're being greedy, you're a team that's dropping Yongchong, and you've got a team like Ascend lurking around places like Army Base, places like west side of Shipyard, etc. There's all the potential in the world that a bridge like this will be easily camped. So, bit of a greedy start there for them, especially since they're just on the cusp of being able to make something happen.
Yeah, man. This is if striking distance is anything, Jogo Bonito on 14 points behind Win or Die. That is it. Bushido coming in here. They're actually taking the south side of Buxansar. We were speculating. We're gonna see FaZe holding on to this and maybe splitting it, but no, they actually fended it off and went a little bit further north. Also, somewhat of a home turf circle for Win or Die here. A team we need to see getting more points today. Otherwise, they could actually end up losing both the PGC and the PGS slot, obviously, if they don't get top 4 with Twisted Minds currently in first.
Definitely would be a bit of a disaster, but let's see how this is all going to go down, as we are still on with Hive, who's slipped a bit in these last 2 games, now in 9th place. They're in Go Doc all the way. We've had our many Go Doc circles, but this game around, not the case. This is nowhere near. So they're going to need to get a move on pretty soon. Now, they're still sticking alongside their cars. I did wonder if maybe they would go for an emergency pickup or something like that, but
yeah,
everyone's still vehicle bound. We'll see.
One of my favorite spots in Godoc, the market. You just get so stacked. That's also why Terminal and the market west of it is so strong. Levante, though, potentially gets a free, uncontested. Nope, it could take shots here. That's Bushido doing damage. Levante going down here. Win or Die might lose their top player. James, this would be horrific for them. A game of center circle, a home turf game for them that could potentially have gotten them so many points. Gives them even more information too, because FaZe Clan sees this in the kill feed. Bushido sees this in the kill feed. Other teams that are your direct components see this in the kill feed. And now Kref looking try to survive the shot from Nada. Oh, Toygan 49.
I mean, before we started the show today, whilst we would take a look at Kref being bombarded from this position, you said it yourself to me. Do you think that maybe Win or Die kind of, chokes a little bit? Do they give in to some of the pressure? And it feels like, unfortunately, that's kind of materializing here, Avenger. It's a rough time. Even though they're very center circle, they've not really been kind of coalesced together to one another to be able to lock things down, not to be able to get like an instant res off straight away. You can see the bottom left at the moment. Whilst this fight goes down, good start from Noddy. Again, very important points for Jogo Bonito.
Yep, for sure. 2 points in 2 games for Win or Die. Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, I was speculating because you're coming in potentially as your first big land, as your first PGC. If you're able to continue this, the pressure is there, man. Like, you're nervous, you're anxious that the outlook of things. If you don't do as well as you did the prior days, you might not be able to kind of hold on to it. Also, it's good amount of money. Like, if you're able to lock that first place is $12,000 for playing some games here and there in a weekend. Like, it's obviously something that's been worked on for years to come for these guys.
Simon's down. Aniko takes down Simon from Jogo Bonito, and again, it's not only a Win or Die having a hard time, it's all these teams on the very edge having a hard time. That said, though, Na'Vi really isn't just yet. They've already got themselves 1 kill on board. Kref is still waiting for maybe that peek over this ridge line if Ascend wants to move a little bit further on. They are in last place at the moment, though. They're fighting for pride here, fighting for a little bit more prize money in a tournament like this.
Could be a direct crash with Hive and Ascend, and it is. Look at that. It's a kickflip as well. And Aniko jumps in, gets the barrel in hand, trying to get the... Oh my god, this Killer Kai follows up. Rox goes down here. Unfortunate for Hive. A team that kind of mid-pack, center pack, and not getting the most out of it here. Shengen trying to heal Presenti with the air support.
I mean, a part of me thought Presenti was just going to come in for a crash landing there and try and help out, but no, not the case. The rest of them getting out of dodge, whilst Ascend is on the warpath a little bit. They're able to deal with all of these teams, trying to make these crossings on this bridge, trying to find some little bit of room for themselves. FaZe, meanwhile, I think they should be aware of the fact that Na'Vi moved into the north side of Buxansar, so because they will have heard some vehicles at least. James is still keeping a little bit of tabs on it.
Yeah, playing for info, obviously. They have seen Bushido getting knocks on Win or Die, and they heard the shots south of them. They were close enough within proximity to hear the bullets go out of the guns, obviously. So that's obviously fantastic information to know that, okay, there's a team potentially in this side here. And if they're close enough to hear Na'Vi pull up too, that would be massive. Now, Redin Cars, look at that. We see a home turf circle for Win or Die. Look at this. This is their game. This is their game to get back on the leaderboard and reclaim the top 3.
Yeah, I think that Hello My Bad might actually have the blue chip. So he's going for the res on Levante by the looks of things. That's what I can tell from the map at least. Okay, so this is an opportunity for them to try and do something. Likewise, though, an opportunity for FaZe, an opportunity for Bushido, an opportunity for Na'Vi, even if they come out the east side of Buxan Sar. So all of these teams looking for big points to try and push themselves onward could have a good game for this. It's already boiling down to what could potentially be a very important take-home, Martin.
Well, and what I'm looking at here, like, we're seeing Virtus Pro backfill this position in Buxan Sar. They're thinking potentially we could get an easy fight here. Potentially there could be no teams, but Buxan Sar is a hard place to fight, man. Like, and right now there's Bushido encroaching on their location and Na'Vi on the north side. Now Krafton just takes shots, opens up his spot, and yeah, gives away the information by audio to Bushido exactly where Virtus Pro is. Being taking a headshot for Ferris.
I mean, I totally agree with you about it being a difficult place to fight from. Nixie tries to crash on in with the rest of his team as well to get away from the guns of Bushido. But look at that spray alone from Kurexi, right? It's not only transitioning from building to building that can be difficult, especially with some of the walls that are in the positions that they are in, but also some of the foliage cover from some of these trees. The Kurexi opened up on an angle there where you saw pixels through it on a roof. And then you're like, okay, where am I being sprayed from? Like, where is these shots coming from? So it is difficult, but Virtus Pro is up for the challenge by the looks of it.
I can take them on here. Oh, he spotted them. Great information. Spotted 2 even.
Nade.
No, has to reposition. Otherwise, nades are going to come straight towards him. Lukarux here with an underhand nade. Could do damage. Tries to make it on the other side here. Does damage to him too, but did not connect fully on the knock. 3 that's for him. Oh, Knixie finds Celtic. That's huge. Great opening knock for him.
The underhand nade forwards as well. I think they do realize that some of these angles are a bit further away thanks to the proximity of the sounds that are coming their way. So Lukarux is having a little bit of a peek over some of these ridges, seeing what he can spot. Oh, God. Again, so much foliage coverage. How can you really see through this? Again, they play on a little bit different settings, bear in mind, compared to what we're seeing from the observers here, but it's still enough of an annoyance to really mask where their opponents are in the distance.
I'm surprised Navi's not moving more aggressively on this. Medibay finds Lukarux. Medibay finds correct as well. A double opening. Surely Navi turns around and third party is swings around. Great shots here for Beamy. Takes down Medibay.
That was just a clipping. Oh no, Crossbook clips Beamy as well though. And now Virtus Pro is scrambling. Nixie, not near these reses. Gonna have to try and fend off some of the aggression that's coming away from Bushido, but he takes quite a bit of damage. Nail Cop does go down. He's at 6 health. Does Crossberg have any more answers to this? This even gets stolen away. Na'Vi's being aggressive, like you were mentioning, Avenger.
Yeah, that's exactly the timing I want to do it. The 2 knocks in the opening. And Na'Vi and the boys are just cleaning up all the knocks. So many points to be had here. 4 kills for them without even being engaged in the fight. You're just poking at Na'Vi earlier, and now we see the circle. Is even worth the fight? It is worth the fight. This is high terrain for them to be able to lock down here. This northern side of Buxan Sar is the exact entry into the further depths of the next circles we're going to be seeing.
For sure. And in the distance, as you mentioned before, suddenly a faint whisper on the wind of a phase up, kind of plays along. And now those boys are going to be screaming to try and capitalize on this kind of circle. But Win or Die is crashing into the position. This could be big. A spray comes forwards against their position as they're driving past all of this. Nothing's really connecting from James. Oh, and they turn tail. That could have been some free points for FaZe there. James is going to be kicking himself.
Oh, it's Na'Vi. Finding 3 knocks on Win or Die. We were talking about it. They had a home turf circle, but now Win or Die. 1 player left. Sloyjack finds Quizzy. PK also engaged in a fight here. Na'Vi just cleaning up the entirety of Buxan Sar here. Falling apart slowly.
Yeah, well, what James couldn't do, Na'Vi just made look trivial. That was a absolute banger of a couple of sprays coming out from Na'Vi, shutting down Win or Die. And it is fair to say now, after the 2 games that we just had from Win or Die, after this one here as well, Win or Die is choking on the last day. They need to be able to solidify somehow in the next 3. Otherwise, they are going to be clean out of luck.
Yeah, and with this, that is 2 points in 3 games on a final day where you averaged more than 50 points per game so far. Very unfortunate for them indeed. And yeah, we were talking about it. The nerves, the anxiousness is coming through for them. Sad times here. Obviously, having 3 more maps is you need to have big games in those to have an impact. But yeah, this opens the door for Na'Vi. This could be Na'Vi taking over 4th place, which would still... It would still be mean winner dies in, but
yes.
Jogo Bonito is getting the recalls in. FaZe Clan is looking great in the center of the circle. They just had drops as well. And, you know, with how it's looking so far, some of our mid-pack teams are actually getting closer and closer because they've been getting points, while winner die has only gotten 2 in 3 games.
Yeah, there's not going to be any teams more hungry than those mid-pack teams, considering that if they do not make something happen today in the next 4 games remaining, their year is over. The start of their 2026 is basically over until we know actually what the schedule is going to be like as well, right? So it is brutal if you do not make it through to PGS and how things are going to go down. Hive is going to be going for a crash landing as well, though. They need a lot of points as they're darting through from the northern side. Silas takes him out as he's kind of blazing through these fields on fire. Hive, where are we going with this?
Mayday, we're going down. That's where we're going. Presenti gets flushed here from Silas. Next circle goes away for them too. This is a great circle for FaZe. Great circle for Buksansa. And as you said, we hear the fans in a distant arena somewhere cheering, chanting, FaZe Sunday, FaZe Sunday.
Well, they need to hit the shots for them to be cheering that loudly as well. Right now, with James not hitting those sprays before, it's going to be difficult. But Silas is now down to the Ascend boys, who are moving in from the north side of this circus crew. He made a bit of a laughing stock down at the bottom of this angle. And now a nade goes forwards as well to deal with it. But Chris, very close against Silas. Wow, he does get knocked. I mean, that was not required, but they do clean up circus crew in the end.
Content man himself. It's Chris always going for it. So said Na'Vi destroys some more dreams here as BB Teams goes down. Lose 2 players. Best of luck. Staring down at 2 nades just shortly. Could also be another knock for him. 35 damage done so far. Hector is more nades. 2 more after this is thrown. Stacking even more. Trying to get BB Team down here would be massive for Na'Vi to deny that comeback story that we were hoping for and hoping to see BB Team have.
Na'Vi's going crazy this game. Absolutely crazy. And you're totally right. With BB Team falling here, it feels like their PGS dreams of being able to defend a PGS title are done. Like, how are you supposed to get the points you need in the next 3 games with being wounded like this, unless you can make an absolute miracle happen? I don't think it's going to be the case. Nail Up, though, they need a miracle as well. They need to be trying to push into that top spot right now and taking even more casualties. Not going to help them at all, despite being 14 points behind now position, because now Na'Vi has jumped on up. That barrier has moved. Na'Vi is just tearing everybody apart, and so is Twisted Minds. Slam G goes down. They're the one contender that can try and deal with the Twisted Minds problem.
Ha, crazy here, and VP getting the resist, but now it's down to Corexi, Sloy Jacket, and the guys from Orbital Swords are sending it in here. That's a good nade. Oh my god, finds Sloy Jacket, finds the flush as well. So Bila there too, could be another one. Has there maybe an information? It does 44 damage. Look, Karux has the information that he's inside. Now more shots are coming in. It's Bushido, it's the third party, and that is Orbital Swords out in 12th place.
I think these teams on the cusp see such a brilliant opportunity with Win or Die having an absolute flub of it in these last 3. I think Jogo Bonito, Bushido, FaZe, these teams are going to be so hungry for this, as Bushido is eliminated now. So good stuff by Virtus Pro overall. They're trying to shore up their defenses on the podium position at the moment because Na'Vi's coming for it, man. They are not slowing down at all. 12 kills. There's 25 still alive, Martin.
You know what? This is a time as I've ever seen for Corexi to first grab the chips, hope that next circle kind of goes north, and then we see some gliding action, but also grab all the first aids from the 48 dead boxes that is there because he just got another circle and he could hide for a long time inside Buxonza. What a fantastic end here. Home turf circle for FaZe. Great pull up by Na'Vi. VP Bushido fighting towards the end here. And we got, as you said, 25 players just left alive here with 9 teams left.
This is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. But FaZe is starting to open up on the stragglers coming in from the north side. Ascend, they were through the walls before, but now they're trying to traverse over extremely open terrain, and FaZe is having none of it. They want to shut them down, but they also know where Twisted Minds is going to be trying to come in from. They saw in the kill feed that wipe that happened prior for them against Slam G, so they know that eventually the move has to happen. They are fixated on that angle to try and shut them down.
3 gear and James here. This Famous, this full 3 gear on him with the 6 nades smells like a double-digit kill game for FaZe Clan for sure. Surely they hold on to this Northeast Ridge. Surely they just absolutely destroy any team trying to get in here. Ascent trying to get a good rotation here, James.
Suddenly, if they're 16 points behind Win or Die, who is just on the struggle bus today. Let's see if Ascend can make their struggle bus move all the way through into the middle of this circle at the moment, as Gustav did see them. Not too much aggression going their way with those shots. They found a nice ledge position actually here for Ascend. Not bad.
Yeah, if they get closed out and actually get the points on Eternal Fire, they might be able to play with their backs free, play uphill, have the ridges to play, and I like that from Ascend. That's smart. 6 kills so far and all 4 alive.
For Lou, was this a bait car? Because the other one, Batulin's an example, are slowly moving up this hillside. Vard's still looking this way. Okay, so he took shots against James. Now they do know that still Twisted Minds was pushing up slowly on that hill. Maybe they will force a little bit of a fight there in a moment to try and shut them out, but Lou was taking a decent off angle against it. Spiro got some reses off for Geeko, so they're trying to drop in here.
I mean, there's 14 dead boxes on the south side of Buxonza, so go have it.
Yeah.
Go enjoy that. And look at this. FaZe is getting close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort for Eternal Fire. Now, nades are coming in. That's Ascent. And again, the patty in the burger could be Eternal Fire for sure, being closed and sandwiched in between 2 teams with great positions and utility to spare. But that's a great comfort here for Eternal Fire. And Kilyakai gets third-partied. Kref opens up on the western side. Tries to take shots on Ascend and actually gets a knock. That's great for them.
I'll take a bacon cheese Eternal Fire burger for me, please, because they might get roasted in this north position, as you mentioned. Here come the shots in for Gustav. Just connect instantly. Chiller down. What can they do against it? Sees Quetpa through the grass as well. I don't know about this for Eternal Fire, man.
He's got 1 smoke to play with, and another nade does tons of damage. Do they have more? Should they commit more? They did. Okay, that's great. Well played here by FaZe, obviously. Ascent now trying to survive this onslaught that's coming on, and this western shift here is perfect for FaZe Clan. They control the entire northeastern side. Twisted Minds decide to go south. And we have more crates. It's a double drop inside Buxonza as we see Geeko with 3 players just absolutely vacuum that up.
My mind foresees a FaZe versus Na'Vi 4v4 at the end of this. I mean, of course, it could go different ways, but if that does occur, FaZe wouldn't even necessarily mind the fact that Na'Vi is hoovering up these points other than taking it away from them again because they are already GPT. They are truly trained on the idea of let's take away Win or Die's position now. And, well, there could be some potential points for Na'Vi once again, or even Ascend if Kref makes a bit of an aggressive move either way, but I don't think they're going to do too much with it. I think they're very comfortable about their west side position.
Yeah, Na'Vi 12 kills, man. It's crazy. Been a good game for them so far, and now, this is the fight we're going to be focusing on here. Obviously, Kref and Ascend, I don't see them fighting just yet. Service gets the opening, though. That's...
Nades down.
Oh, this is good. Good utility committed.
Goes for a spray, and he was moving left there, so didn't quite follow on from it as an aid goes his way. He spotted it coming across the ridge, though, so good stuff by DeQuell to reposition against it. Still, they have so much control over Ascend's position here. I don't know how they're going to do this yet, but James with the FAMAS. Damn, that's a gun to have here. Takes down Example, and he is completely gone as well, so FaZe is going to be feeling this one. Oh, spray through the smoke. Almost got him.
Found him. Shots coming in. Fix finds Lou as well. Down to just 1 player. And on the distance, they see him. Yeah, he's just behind the car. Batulin's sitting there waiting patiently. And now Ascend is moving in. It's Chris is trying to get in. Shots coming in onto Brexco. Gustav finds it, but Gustav gets knocked. This could be a flush. This could be falling apart a little bit for FaZe. They need all players standing to be able to take on Na'Vi for later. But look at that. It's GK coming in for the third party.
They have an MG3 and a Groza. GK dropping in, and they only had Spiro alive, and then suddenly they got crates, suddenly they got gear. GK is ruining the chances here of FaZe if they're not careful, because they've been able to find a decent little spot against them. They might back off it for a second here, but any little extra util, any damage they could do FaZe's way, they know that they're kind of locked in this fight. 7 kills for FaZe at the moment, Martin.
Yeah, in the top 6, that's another 2 points guaranteed, but also 2 points guaranteed for Corexi. But GK could be ruining his party as we see the next circle pop in. Still some of Buksansa in. Navi's holding on to the 2 in the north and 2 in the southeast. GK playing this smart here. Could be a good game for them, and they were just fed with the amount of crates that they just saw. All the loot that they could take and dream about. I'm surprised I see a 2 helmet here on one of them. They should be 3 geared out of their mind. How many first aids left here for Corexi? 4. I think he used quite a lot as well because he looted a good chunk of those guys. He's going to be able to sneak his way in here, though, I think.
I'm surprised that Dante has been in a vehicle this whole time, just sat there in the middle. It's like I thought he was AFK for a brief moment, but
I think he's flipped, no? It's not flipped.
No, he's
just it's the back seat sneak.
Yeah. The window is blacked out almost right in the back, so it kind of it's a bit easier to survive in it. But yeah, Corexy's down. Virtus Pro now in second place, overcome Slam G's position after they were taken out by Twisted Minds earlier.
This circle is primed for a Na'Vi face party at the end if GK or Kreft doesn't destroy it. But let's see what happens here. 4 for Gustav so far. Great effort for them to hold on to this northern side. They knew they didn't want to be part of this Buksansa party that's been evolving. But Na'Vi, they said, yeah, bring the party to us. 13 kills with a full 4-man squad still standing here. But can they take on GK that's looking really poised with a fight? Even though they're only 3 men, they got tons of 3 gear and crate guns to back that up.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Maybe they're going to be trying to hold out the Na'Vi eventual push into a circle like this. But FaZe now still 4 alive after a little bit of scariness going up against the GK push. Oh, wait, GK got someone up, right? They're waiting for a res to come in again. Anyway, but regardless of that, maybe it's even a bugger, who knows? But they are doing quite a bit of damage against Sosset. He's already down.
Oh, wow. Kref also getting in here and involved. FaZe finds Spiro. FaZe, oh my god, Gustav finds, they're fighting on multiple angles, finds GK as well. Big impact here for Gate. Oh my god, Fex just sending it in on Kreft. So confident push here. More shots coming in as well. It's Gustav. Oh my god, 11 kills here for FaZe.
Unbelievable stuff. This is going to potentially get them the leapfrog forwards they need. They're still controlling some of this high ground as well as... Yeah, indeed, it was a bit of a bug here.
Oh, great utility.
Okay, and now they're getting absolutely roasted for all of this. But Fairest is down. PWD takes 2 to get things rolling for them. They were desperate for points, and actually they've moved up into 11th place of all places. But James is taking things away. They're going to be able to move into top 5. FaZe is on the path to try and qualify for PGS.
What a great setup for them, and they still haven't found Dante. I'm hoping he just waits until the very end. Nobody expects anyone to be in this car, and he's sitting on that perfect angle for the seat in the back. We've got so much cover in the pony.
No one's
PUBG with 3 gear. No, nobody's gonna check it. He's gonna get a second. I guarantee you he's getting a second here.
That's nuts. Yeah, considering that FaZe is going to be completely fixated, unless out of the corner of their eye when they pass that vehicle, they see someone, but they're fixated on anybody coming out of Buksansa. What a victory it would be for FaZe, abandoning their drop location to steal away the high ground from everybody else and controlling it to perfection. Because now all of the barrels are looking down on this position. Na'Vi and GK scrambling for an answer.
MG3 and Groza, surely GK, they managed to overcome the one Na'Vi player that is Hakatari. That's one, finds him with the AUG, gets the flush as well now, down to Spiro, just 66 HP on him.
Move on it, FaZe. Try and find some of these flushes. Try and find some of these kills. Anything you can go for. You're 4-man alive. Of course, they see on the... Obviously, they've seen the kill feed going down. They know that there's going to be solos here, there, and everywhere. Where are they? Mostly down here. And now, Hakatori. I mean, if you've got illusions of this being impactful for someone like FaZe or not wanting them to go, you would deny. But for FaZe, this is brilliant stuff, Avenger.
He's got a gas can. I see it. It's gonna be a... Yeah, he's burning. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh my god, an 8! Oh, that was close. He bounced it off the pillar. And now they're thinking, where's the last guy?
He's out of the car.
He's out of the car. He's got 2 gears, got 3 nades. Vard, he tried to get in there. He sacrificed himself to try to get the flush, and they're thinking, "Who's this last guy? What is our kill feed tracking not perfect?" I guess I tell you right now, guys, you did not see this coming. He's been in the car the entire time. A second place guaranteed here for Hive and Dante, a mid-pack team that could need it. But the story is all about FaZe. The jump up, the comeback for them on a FaZe Sunday here would be massive, wouldn't it?
It's on. It's on now at the moment. As much as they've done so much work in this game, FaZe is saying, I am confusion because what is going on? Where is this last player? He's just... Okay, they're looking this way. Sees him. It's FaZe. A huge game for them is pushing them towards a position where they can challenge for PGS after a disaster. Look at Gustav in the camera as well. He knows this is big. He knows this means a lot. What a game, Martin. What a game.
Yeah, I love that. I love to see them coming in and saying, you know what, it's a home turf circle for us. And it's a game where we know exactly how to execute this. They held on to the northeast side of that ridge for so long. And you know what, even with James on the shots on Win or Die, I don't think it was like purely a let's try to get the kills. It was also to fend them off. Otherwise, he would be smart enough to say, okay, I'm not shooting the first car, so I can shoot on the other cars coming closer. So I think it was to make sure they wanted to hold on and lock down that position there. But what a great game for them. And you know what? We got 3 more games to go, and it's going to be insane.
Yeah, huge ramifications for this one. FaZe jumps into a potential PGS spot. Win or Die falls out. What can they do in the next 3 games? Let's head over to the devs.
FaZe Sunday? Question mark. Is it happening? Ooh, no, maybe it's begun. You know what? I want to paint a picture for you really quick because this is how I imagine the FaZe team. I'm sure many people are familiar with the Jurassic Park franchise and the sort of pack of raptors and how they sort of travel. You know, you got 3 or 4 of them and they talk to each other and you watch these like very sly movements, but they just pick off their prey and no one knows how to stop them. Toby, that is how I felt watching FaZe on Tego.
They definitely look very, very solid. Very much home turf circle, has been mentioned before, but also just kind of natural habitat for them to continue off your animal analogy here. That they like to play this quiet side of the circle, flex out, take control, and then just hunt teams down in the end of it. I mean, when they realized they had the numbers advantage going into pretty much every single fight here at the end of the game, you could see it. There was no stopping them. They could taste the blood in the water. I mean, they were on a hunt and successful in doing so. The only loss they got was Vard, who went pretty crazy for a flush. And I think maybe he thought they were 2 from Na'Vi down there. That would have been the end of the game. But nonetheless, an incredible game for FaZe.
I mean, Mark, there was not a world where Na'Vi, Hive, or GK were going to be able to take this victory from FaZe, right?
It is difficult to keep on that home turf conversation, right? So obviously Bucks and SARS where FaZe like to go. They actually play that quite early. Sometimes they sort of stay in and around, especially that northern hill, but they did play a little bit more towards that northeast to that kind of dry river. We see zones sort of go back that way, especially where we don't have that mass amount of water in the north. So they were positioning themselves for maybe more of a northeast shift. The zone shifts back down to the south. They still hold onto their home turf, Sam, and then they just played the outside edge. Yeah, what we like mid-game, phase 4, FaZe had like a handful of kills, maybe 1, maybe 2. But at that point, it was about winning the game, and then the kills will come.
Alaris hinted to this, but we need to point it out. Huge ramifications with this victory, and you'll see it now on the overall leaderboard. Win or Die, who looked like they were in such a good position, are suddenly fighting for their lives. FaZe, on the other hand, moving up, Toby.
Yep. Yesterday they were doing the winning. Today they're doing the dying. I guess it comes with both. When you have a name like that. No, I mean, I hope for them that they manage to turn that around. I said coming into it, I am interested in seeing how long they can maintain the speed at which they've been playing up until this point. But now we are seeing, as we talked about yesterday as well, saying we are seeing the household teams, the veteran rosters start to get more and more wins in a row, given that they've just figured out so many of these other teams and what they like to do.
Twisted Minds, Mark, can anyone catch them in the next 3? We've got 3 games left. Is it even possible?
There is a world it's possible, but at this point, you're twisted minds. You've got 3 games in, an average of a couple of points a game will see them over the line, right? It comes back to what you just said before. It's the ramifications that FaZe get in to 5th place, and obviously with Twisted Minds and Na'Vi in as global partner teams, that obviously pushes our bar to 5th. So FaZe currently, as it stands, if we was to stop the clock, that'd be them going through. I think it's more about now these teams. So maybe Twisted Minds taking away the win, but all eyes will be potentially on the kind of VP, the Slam G, FaZe, win or die. And let's not forget, Jocko Benito always potentially there. And then we've still got a Turkish team, Bushido, lurking in the wings. They could have a big final 3 games.
3 games left in the grand finals of the PUBG EMEA Championship for fall. And those 3 games are going to be commentated by Toby and Mark. So we're going to say goodbye to you. We're not saying bye to you, though. However, we are taking a short break. When we return, Avenger and Kylaris will break down the PGC point standings for you.
Welcome back, everyone, for the 3rd and final round of the Side Effect Challenge. I'm your host, Toby, and I'm joined by Crossberg, T-Bone, and PewDD. The score, as of right now, is that PewDD is up 3-2 against T-Bone and Crossberg. Now, here for episode number 3, we're changing things up a bit. It's not going to be weapon sounds anymore. We are going with vehicle sounds. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, you're ready.
Perfect. Let's go. The first vehicle sound here in episode 3. Let's give it away. That was surprisingly good. I don't know about you guys, but I'm sitting and imagining what this person's face looks like when they make this sound. Like, how do you have to put your face together in order to produce such a sound? Well, that's pretty good. I'm impressed. Crossberg, we'll go with you first. What did you guess?
Motorbike.
Motorbike, okay. And what about you, T-Bone?
I put dirt bike.
And lastly, PewDD, what do you go?
Mirado.
Okay, you know what? The correct answer was, in fact, the dirt bike. So T-Bone able to jump on up and net himself a 3rd point as well as we go into round number 2. Oh, I got confused for a second, but it also kind of made sense.
I couldn't tell if he's reenacting being on the toilet or like an actual... actually something in the game.
Could be a toilet visit, could be a vehicle. PewDD, will start with you this time. What did you go with?
Glider.
Went with the glider? Okay, fair enough. Timo, what about you?
I went with the food truck.
Okay, and Crossberg, what did you guess?
Food truck.
Food truck as well. You know what? It was, in fact, the food truck is correct. T-Bone back-to-back rounds. That's the first time we've had that happen. A person getting 2 guesses right in one episode. Congratulations, T-Bone. We'll see if you can keep it up as we go into round number 3. Boom. That's what we get. That's what we're given. PewDD, what did you say?
I don't know. I'm just gonna answer both.
What about you, T-Bone?
I have no clue. I just put BRDM to answer something.
BRDM. And Crossberg, what did you guess?
Pico bus.
The Pico bus. Okay, fair enough. I can tell you that it was, in fact, in your defense, it is a somewhat newer addition to the game, but it was, in fact, the inflatable boat. T-Bone remains in 1st place as we go into round number 4. Crossberg, do you have a guess ready? What is your guess?
Porter.
Okay. And what about you, T-Bone?
I just put the Pico bus.
And PewDD?
This time it's Mirado.
It's Mirado. No, it's not. It is the Pico bus, which means that T-Bone gets it right once more. He's steamrolling this one. Impressive. Now, we'll see what happens as we go into round number 5. Yep. That's the sound.
This time I'm right, it's Mirado.
I just went with the coupe.
Coupe RB.
It was the very, very recently added Bugatti Chiron. So none of you were able to get that one right, which means T-Bone sits in first place and is the winner. Had it not been because we do have a extra 16th mystery question, which is worth 3 points. So whoever gets it right could be the winner. PewDD, what are you saying?
Energy drink.
T-Bone, what you got?
Drink an energy drink. Yeah.
And Crossberg, what is your guess?
Energy drink.
Everyone got it right. It was the energy drink. T-Bone is in first place like he was before the mystery question. And just to make it a little more hard, not because we don't want you to win or anything, T-Bone, but we do have another award that can be won by guessing the mystery person. Now is your chance to see if you can guess who the person was that made these sounds.
I was gonna answer his case because I never heard his voice, and maybe I will.
Fair enough. Just put a random person you've never met before. Maybe that would be him. Crossberg, you have a guess?
Mark Power?
Mark Power? Valid guess.
Yeah.
Valid guess. What about you, T-Bone? What do you say?
I just put Colaris. I have no clue.
It's Chris, Mark Power, and Kalarius, and it was, in fact, Toughies. I will say some of them, especially some of the vehicles, were pretty spot on. But nonetheless, that leaves us at the end. We need to crown a champion, and it is gonna be T-Bone out victorious. T-Bone winning speech. Mike is yours.
Thank you, everyone. This is a really hard-fought battle.
Thank you everyone so much for tuning in. I've been Toby, your host, and this has been Crossberg, PewDD, and our champion, T-Bone, representing the PEC Fall EMEA here as well. Thank you for tuning in. See you next time.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey, and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
You're watching PUBG EMEA Championship for fall, and the art contest is going down. And so Kylaris decided now is the perfect time to showcase his skills as an artiste. What are we painting?
Oh, sorry. I was preoccupied for a second. Now I'm painting some Emperor's Children at the moment. Lovely little shades of pink. I'm wondering what everybody else has been able to submit, actually.
We are going to see that. Are you sure you wanted to go with pink? Because I would have gone for purple with Emperor's Children.
Pixie
I think
pink.
a Fulgrim in purple. Oh, okay. It's a different take on it. We got a couple of different takes as well for the art contest. Of course, a bunch of people submitting their ideas for skins they would like to see in game. So I tell you what, let's go through some of our winners now. Our top 8 submissions. Carlos is going to be pretty strict on the judging, as you can see. Here we go. Submission number 1. What do we think of that?
I like it. It reminds me of the original, one of the original progressives. You know that Deep Sea one, Avenger? Do you remember that one? What was it? It was like a pirate style one. It's very cool for the VSS.
This gives me more kind of Uncharted vibes, actually, more than anything.
Ooh, okay.
Interesting. I like this very serious art critic vibe we've got going on. Let's take a look at one of our next winning submissions.
Oh.
This This, for me, I'm a fan. I love a little bit of graffiti. There is also a nod to a specific game on a console that you might use a lot. But I also like the neon brightness. You know, you got to be a little bit insane in the mixes. That's kind of my vibe. So I like this one a lot.
Is that a Splatoon reference?
It was a Splatoon reference, but I wasn't sure I could say another game, so I was trying to be careful. But there you go. Yeah, I feel a lot better now. You can play that on the Nintendo Switch. Back in the day, that was a vibe. I had a good time. Nicely done. Look at me trying to play safe, and James is just like, no, let's jump on in. I tell you what, let's take a look at our next submission, which was from Jared Donovan, 82. We hear his name a lot.
Nice.
Ooh. Do we like this one, Avenger?
Yeah, this one is awesome. If this could be a backpack skin, or even cooler, it could be a parachute skin, and then the parachutes is the wings. Wouldn't that be crazy?
That would be pretty insane. Okay, Lucas _W84875. This was their submission. Also a winner in our books.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Ooh, regal.
I do like this quite a bit.
I would love to see this as a progressive. That would be awesome, you know? It just goes full overboard, gold, gilded, pirate style. And then the last level, you just have a parrot on your shoulder, you know what I mean? When you scope in, boom.
Oh, you think it's parrots? Yeah. Okay.
I don't think it's parrots. I'm just thinking it's like a pirate themed, you know,
right.
Gilded gold.
I thought maybe it was like dragons or phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I'm just saying.
Dragons.
It is dragons. I'm just saying, you know, as level 10, your progressive skin should be parrot on the shoulder to commit to the pirate theme. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay. And now this one, Kylaris, I would say is, if there were to be an overall winner, PJ Fry takes the cake.
Well, this was my choice. Obviously, as an artiste myself, I decided that this one was absolute peak effort and peak artistry, I suppose, as I butcher that word briefly. So, armor level 4, I'm all for it. Attach the pans wherever you need them. What do you think, Martin? That's cool.
This is a t-shirt I'd buy in real life.
Would you?
Yeah. Why not?
Ooh, PJ Fry, I don't know if you can make money, but maybe print that, sell it to Avenger. There you go. And you've all just won, if your artwork was shown, you've all just won 6,000 G coins. So congratulations. Each of you gets to take that home for your incredible artistry. Now let's get into the real meat and potatoes and why we are here. It is the grand finals. We are halfway through the day. And we have had such a shake-up in the PGC point standings, Avenger, that we have to draw everyone's attention.
Oh, look at this. Oh. Yeah, it's a tie for FaZe and PP Team on 140. And you know what? If PP Team moves up 1 and FaZe stays there, that would mean that PP Team takes it away from them. And that's, you know, still very possible, even though they are in our kind of lower mid-pack. One good game for them could jump them multiple places, so still very possible for them. But right now, FaZe is sitting on a PGS slot, so they could actually come in and defend that themselves too. But yeah, very interesting. Win and I going down to 7th, and Slam G would be 8th, which would mean that we would have to have 3 slots through PGS to get 5 for regional, which would be very sad to see.
I'm currently devastated for win or die.
Yeah.
It's been a brutal beginning to day number 3 for them. At the same time, right, of course, as we look on against this, there's names that we would love, so many names to be able to take that PGS or those PGS spots. And FaZe, of course, is clearly unbelievably hungry for it. Of course, they are a name that has been to many a LAN in the past. Do I think that FaZe would perform better at a LAN than a win or die? Probably. However, I really hope win or die can change something in these next games, because it would be devastating if they kind of had such good 2 first days and then kind of lose it the way they are currently.
I mean, Kylaris, I think this is a conversation that we had yesterday and the day before, where Avenger mentioned the consistency. And it was something we spoke about specifically with win or die, is how do they move away from being that gatekeeper team to actually contesting for the top spots. Do you think maybe the pressure got them a little bit? Because it does feel like the drop-off has been severe today.
I think so. I think they're trying, like, even if you just take this Taco game as an example, right? Losing Levante early when they do, and not being able to really get him on board again, and kind of going for these big splits. I think they just need to be playing a little bit closer together. No 1-1-1-1s. Just go 2-2. Be having the opportunity to be able to get those reses off as fast as you possibly can, and then try and play from there.
Avenger, what else have you been able to take away so far from what we've seen in this final day from all of our teams?
I mean, it's been for the low and mid pack kind of teams and the teams with less experience. It's been very skittish, I would say. It's a little bit sad for me to see teams that we know that are capable of great things come in and get this little amount of points in 3 games. So Win or Die is one of them, obviously. Other teams has choked a little bit. The scary thing is for the other teams that are coming in here and playing on Rondo, let's be map specific here, is FaZe Clan is actually the second most points on Rondo team so far in the finals, getting 25 points, only beat by 33 points on Twisted Minds. So that is another scary prospect for the teams obviously playing here, but it's been very circle dependent, and we've seen some crazy circles so far on our wildcard maps.
I mean, Carlos, I think that is something that we spoke a lot about. How do you catch up to Twisted Minds? You can't let them get momentum. But I feel like the same can be said for FaZe Clan as well.
Maybe. And for a circle like this, or for a playing path like this on the Rondo, right, there has never been a more central playing path to ever central when it comes to Rondo. So everybody's been able to stretch to where they need to go. For FaZe Clan, I do think that they are a team that can really roll with the punches once they get going. But if they don't get going, it's hard for them to really gather that kind of pace and stuff like that. But they've clearly got it going. I don't know whether Win or Die can recover against what FaZe can potentially set for these next 3 games and this last day.
You can see the zone there, so I think it's time for us to head on over to Mark and Toby. Let's see what Rondo has to offer.
A lot of southern rotation, Sam, is what Rondo has to offer, at least initially, as all these teams currently set north of the, as James was saying, almost completely straight line, going through the middle being the plane path there. All those northern teams will have to figure out how do we all come down towards the south. And Mark, in this particular case, I mean, the east side rotation, maybe GK would follow, but for Win or Die, I mean, that's scary times because you're guaranteeing yourself bridge crossings, and with how they've been playing so far and getting eliminated early, do they dare to do that? Oh,
Toby, watch this though. Watch this. VP have extended down to BB's location. This is BB's drop spot, right? And they've already sent 2 people down here. This is an early stretch for them. Then another flight path didn't help out, and VP maybe being sneaky. Now we're hearing the car coming in. They've got armor. Nixie's got a level 3 vest, and he's got an M4. He's just waiting to decide which way is best. Come in. Left or right, and he'll be waiting to unleash the 5.56.
There should be no world in which, oh yeah, survives that is what I was going to finish that sentence with, and nope, indeed, he didn't. BB team,
oh wow,
and he came in with 2 Panzer Fausts as well, of course. I think if you ask them, they would consider this a terrible performance here in the finals. They are a team who has won the tournament that these teams are all trying to just qualify to. They are PGS champions, and right now, they're not even remotely close to being regional ones.
It's difficult. I think I said at the beginning of the part of the year, I feel like this was potentially a year for BB team. Like, they were stepping up. Yes, they've got a win, and there's a whole argument of, well, should they have got the win? They got fed circles, and like, just it all comes part and parcel. Even the event before, they worked really hard for it, right? But then after that, I feel like that's really affected them. They've just really dropped off the pace, and they're not playing how we're used to seeing them play. And sometimes it's kind of mental game. Teams need to go through this to come out the other side and be like a Twisted Minds, like have that grit that actually we can reset after games, we can reset after events. And I don't think BB team's quite there yet. I think Aduzi leaving the charge. I think the team is outstanding, and I'd love to see them really, really high up. I'm really surprised that we're not seeing them on the pulse here today.
Yeah, no, it's been tough. Again, I mean, as an edge team, sometimes I feel like there is the but circles just didn't go our way, therefore it was really brutal. We saw Foot in the past struggle with the same issues, right? But I don't necessarily feel like that's been the issue, or that's been the stop block for BP teams trying to get across. They've just looked desynced from one another. Like, decision making, one thing is that Best of Luck goes out and gets caught here. That's one thing, but even in fights where they've all been present, they've just looked disjointed, where normally they're one of the best teams when it comes to those kind of up-close fights together.
And that's what I couldn't agree more. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. He's just it's so strange to see this team just completely disjointed. But VP obviously did the right thing. They knew that potentially they want to come down here. They sent 2 straight away to BB's drop spot. That's a statement alone. They knew they were coming this way. So good play from them. Good read early, an early kill for them, potentially nearly getting for the second. They got another 2 Panzers already put in the back of the car as they will see Krafton now rotate past. South zone. Interesting that we've got that Jadina City in. Lots of water on that east side, so expecting a shift again across towards that west. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a shift back towards the southwest.
True.
Maybe going down to Tinlong Gardens. We've seen a few zones sort of sneaking its way around there, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I've been on that southern side quite a few times before, and right now, I mean, it would be Kref, Circus Crew, and to some extent Virtus Pro that will really reap the rewards of that one. I like that we're getting this E-pick up from James coming in. Again, everyone have that map feed open. It is essential to understanding a game of PUBG. James is the only one who's going to go up in the E-pick up, and he's going to fly over top of his currently rotating teammates to try and... You know what? When you can't get a glider, might as well just send one up there in the helicopter and make sure that your path ahead is free, because we saw how many teams were coming in from that northern side, and it's smart on them to play the safe route here, facing we're driving uphill. They could be waiting literally around every single tree we're coming up towards. We need someone up there to scout ahead for us, and that right now it's going to be James.
Yeah, and with FaZe's drop spot, they again, like Toby, their glide is in that north sort of west corner. That's where Ascend would be, especially with this flight path. So they know not to kind of go encroaching into that area. So good play from them. For those people as well that might be wondering, that obviously zone, that line has dropped from that leaderboard down to between 5th and 6th. That's because we've got 2 of the global partner teams though in the EMEA region. So with them in, gives the extra slot. That's why we're seeing the top 5, and that's why that last game was so critical, because currently FaZe are in, and the team which is about to cross paths here with GK. His win or die is currently out. Initial shots come through, but he's by himself, Leos, and he gets put down.
They just cannot catch a break today. Holy smokes, win or die. In the previous 2 days have been so good at keeping all their players alive through the early game. Today, I feel like almost every single game they've played, they've lost a player before the first circle closed all the way in. Like, they have just been completely unable to avoid the early game shenanigans, which in the previous days and the stages past, they have been so good at maneuvering around.
You're right. You're right. They're definitely stronger as a 4, right? They seem to play off each other really, really well.
Exactly.
There's a glider I was talking about with Ascend taken away from FaZe. Brexo going to be leading the charge for them as they now encroach on towards FaZe's drop spot. Hive on the other side, though, a little bit further afield, down towards that Aquila Stadium. They'll also be doing the same. So a lot of teams still working their way in. A few teams in the centre, Toby. Not many down on the outside edges just yet. We've got a few, not many.
That's the main thing with Rondo, especially down and around this area of the map, right, is that there just ain't a whole lot to play. I mean, teams are trying to split just a little bit. You have Eternal Fire set in a 2-2. You have Vorpal Swords trying to do a 2-1-1, which I'm honestly surprised they're getting to maintain. But as we saw, there was only really 1.5 team that were looking to maybe rotate in from the east. Now GK is going to be that second, because win or die, they had to slow things down and are now sat way up towards the north. Probably going to try and see if they can get their teammate back up and then, yeah, get an E-pick up going. They know they're late to the party, so might as well play it safe.
Are they going for the...
I think they're going to do a phase strat of sending one in the E-pick up, maybe 2, and then have one drive towards the rest station. At least that... Yeah, I think Levante is going back to get the rest up now, yeah.
Yeah, he is. It looks like it, because they've got a recall station right by them, right?
Exactly.
So, and obviously, unless they see it, Geeko within the back of the vehicle and they're driving away, or if it's off the map, then obviously they've destroyed it, which is a variable which we do see quite a bit. Win or die need to find a position into zone, but they are one of the last teams now working their way in. Presenti, high in the sky, taking a few shots, and you've got to remember information gained. Is Kref taking the shots towards them, and needs to be careful about cutting that engine a little bit early.
It's always so fun to see the people in the gliders. Whenever somebody starts shooting at them, they go, yeah, okay, thank you for free info. I'm never going to be shut up from here. But then you start hearing the shots start hitting the glider, and you're like, maybe I should consider turning around. Then you start getting tagged. Like, okay, nope, we're turning around and not doing this anymore. And for Presenti, luckily for him, he didn't get hurt. But there were definitely some shots connecting on that glider.
FaZe going in front of a pickup as well. Nixie, as we can see, on looking towards BB team, trying to find the remainder of the team which they engaged with at so early. was a lifetime ago at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Next, he finds himself a drop. This should be really intriguing, though, for this map, right? We're over halfway point of the final day. Where does this zone go? If we see a south shift, it's going to be chaotic. It just don't know. That's not bad, actually. We do lose a lot of water.
Oh.
Most of the teams are in. But on the other side of things, everyone doesn't really have to shift. We don't get that mass migration. We don't get massive loss when it comes down to players.
And luckily, I mean, despite us not going to Danjing too often, all the players were here yesterday. So they've been here before. They should know the terrain if they didn't already. And now we get to see what they can make of it. I would be surprised now to see Eternal Fire try and maintain this 2-2 because the Circle Center is heavily occupied. And now, to make matters even worse, Win or Die have just come into the city as well.
Edge looks though. Gets nailed up down. Big hitter for that team. IGL as well for Jocko Benito. Simon looked like he was going to go back that way, but clearly the call was just to back away. The 2-2 split's been exposed. Dan Chin. Eternal Fire also now finding himself neighbouring and FaZe, which we spoke about momentum. They are working on that momentum. Vard gets that confirmation. Hell of my bad does get that confirmation as well on Jocko Benito. FaZe will take the compound away, forcing Eternal Fire and Bushido to leave the ground.
You know what, Eternal Fire? That was a huge misplay. I saw them sit in that compound 5-7, 10 seconds after the circle had popped. As soon as that circle popped, that's what I was literally saying. As soon as the circle popped, I said, I wonder how long they can maintain that 2-2 for. They should have instantly grouped up. Whether it be on the western side or circle center, they had a good precision. There's no way now that they get back up to 4 alive. That was a easy disengage, but they were too greedy. And they paid the price for it.
Sometimes you've got to be greedy to get points.
Yeah.
Very greedy. No, Eternal Fire can be a last day type of team, but they make a full throttle run towards that leaderboard ascend. Making a full send towards the center. Brex getting shot out the air. And now has the reinforcements and find a little cubby hole to hide in. The rest of the guys will hunker down. Bit dangerous though, because there is some elevation out towards the west, and they will be exposed to a degree, especially if they want to try and maybe be a bit aggressive if teams start to rotate past.
I just see this and I think mortar bait instantly. It's so I'm just waiting.
100%.
I'm just waiting for the kill feed to go boink. Ascent eliminated. But we'll see. We'll see if they get to sit here. It is very circle center, at least here in phase 2. We'll see if it stays that way or not as well. As Virtus Pro try to make their way on in from that southern side, but as you can see, there's so many mountains, or not mountains, but hills you have to creep over, and before you get there, you don't really get any info of what's happening further towards the center. So it's so hard when we talk about leapfrogging in terms of PUBG, like strategizing and rotations, so hard to path forward because you're going into the unknown almost every 200 meters. You can't really stop, scout, move on, stop, scout, move on. You have to do it on the move, and lines of sight are just broken in so many areas of this map.
He game taking the line of sight to their advantage though, because pathing in very late, and they have obviously exposed there is a somewhat of a bridge camp, but with only a single set of shots, it might opt for these guys now to go heavy left, which they do. So again, pathing definitely I find is a lot more difficult in this map. I suppose it is the newer in the esports. Most of these teams have had a good showing with it now, and people like PWD will have pixel perfect maps where he can and can't hide. So I think the IQ's not quite there, but I definitely feel like there's still advantages to be had.
Yep. DK seeing Hive collapse in the building towards the north. They're going to reposition themselves. Circle goes towards the southeast, down towards Tooling. Again, we were here yesterday, so players should all know what they've got to work with. But on the western side, it's VP, BP team, and FaZe that are shifted out and away from how they're going to go into this one. There's still plenty of space towards the south, but who can get there first?
Tooling's a dangerous spot as well. It's that kind of insecure position where you think you're safe, you're in the construction yard, but someone can expose. Vorpal Sword though here already on the defense ascent, potentially looking for the put up. They get diverted slightly now, going up towards the high ground. Win or Die, unfortunately taking the high ground from an elevation as they go down. Levante final to go. Unfortunately, roll into the dip that Ascend just arrive at.
Could be the final nail in the coffin for the downhill spiral that has been day 3 for Win or Die. Hopefully they can strike back. Coming into the final 2 angles as Beauty gets himself run over by a glider. I saw that logo for the first time, I think, a month or so ago, and I was like, wait a minute, they have an old thing. And apparently they do. But let's stay focused in on this one as Virtus Pro now finally making their way towards Circle. We said there's space in the south, and they realize this too. They've caught one Circus Crew player off guard, and a good one at that too. And now they're going to try and see if they can make their way further north.
Do you think you need to pick back up your point now. Win or die going out early. If you're
Yes.
Joga Bonito, you're a Bushido. Like green light here. Green light.
Oh, for
here.
sure, for
they
sure.
are on the descent today, and I think that is really critical. Game number 4, or match number 16 of 18, Win or die, potentially leaving it down to the final 2 games.
Definitely. BB team making their way on into Tulin. Able to do so without taking any casualties. Keep in mind, I mean, there's that circle center right now. Best of luck dying early game. That could have big ramifications for the result they're going to have in this game. A very, very talented player who you would really wish you had in your arsenal for any up-close fights to come in Tulin proper.
Good reaction. Unfortunate loss early on. BP might take on the circus crew. They don't want to risk it. Are sitting in second place at the moment. They are diverting back the other way, trying to find again that pathing you speak about in towards the zone. Kref haven't really moved, so hearing these cars coming back, Ulti set and waiting. Needs to get a bit of a worldie of a shot if he can deliver. He might have the opportunity, but no, he just misses.
So awkward. They're fighting east to west here right now. No one, as you're saying, is really able to look towards the circle center because there ain't a whole lot to play on this southern side. That's also part of the reason why everyone is set way further up towards the north. There's a couple of hillsides, but if you're trying to sit on the inside of those fighting south, you're so exposed to anyone sitting in Tuling and on the western side. So it makes it very difficult to play in and around there. But of course, they've committed to the south. They have to make their way further forward. Kref is now creeping further forward themselves, trying to pin in Virtus Pro because they realize in 2 now that they have Circus Crew towards the east available.
They might be available.
Oh, wow.
Looking the guys need to go down. The Tordins gets a knock though. Tunnel fire. Fortunately feeling the pain as we do see that zone shift favour back towards that northwest corner. So Twisted Minds, Tunnel fire, Bushido all really in a centralist position. Vorpal Sword unable to move and unhinged to move, but they've got to stop the defense. VP though, they get a bit of a green light here as they try and thread the needle between multiple teams.
I love the timing of this as well. They know that if we stay south for too long, it's just going to be a traffic jam. We're not going to be able to move with them here. If we go now, though, and get to set up on the inside of the circle, we can be the ones sitting holding them out. So smart rotation on the side of VP. Issue is they're, I mean, really getting into this area map for the first time, so they've had literally no chance to scout what's ahead of them. And now they're set up just on the back door of Vorpal Sword's compound with Kref right behind him.
If you saw that in the corner of your eye, Nixie hit that shot in the car on the move, by the way, into that little window. So that just shows how much of a goat he is. They did get in front though, Kref. That's really critical decision making for them. Kilikai does get Bushido down. Mortifier is starting to unfold. Bushido need to be careful. Vorpal Sword need to split now and ensure they don't get breached either side of this compound because everyone's having a look to see if they can get in.
Yep, it's not going to be easy to build up. Scanning those rich lines up there on the top. Trying to spot some silhouettes maneuvering around, but not able to see any. Still play on the defensive, at least for the time being. Circus Crew, you can see here, still trying to figure out how to get in on this circle. Same thing for Kref, they're not inside either. And this is all because VP did exactly what they did. They said, screw this, we're done with this south side fight. We need to get towards this circle and avoid exactly what's currently happening between Circus Crew and Kref.
Yeah, that was the decision-making and the speed of decision-making, which is going to really benefit VP. Now they just need to sort of have the helping hand of the teams like FaZe, like Circus Crew to a degree, and Slam G, stopping these teams coming in from that sort of south side. Slam G, though, said they are sitting in Tuling. They are on that south side of it, so they're eager to keep an eye, though, as Circus Crew eager to work its way in. So Steed will confirm out. Ferris, though, a vehicle gets exploded.
Unlucky. Unlucky. Joga Bonito, a big fight at hand for them. They would really want to come out, not just victorious in this fight, but also in this game. They're the next team on the cusp of the 100-point marker. They would really want to be in the race for a PGS spot. And it all starts here with this fight against Na'Vi, who they now know is down to 3.
Oh, you're down to 3. Joga Bonito, again with that green light, as we said, win or die. They'll be able to take advantage. Bloody. We'll try and hold. Needs to make sure he doesn't get quite PUBG'd on that window. He's just checking off. Just out. We'll try and hold. And he comes through. So it has to reposition. Sometimes it's easy to go towards the danger. Now, the nade does follow, but they did get the read. They did see him reposition. Yep. I think they're just trying to clear out and make sure if they don't get the catch, if not, maybe bounce from off that wall into his location.
Util, and then some more util. That's all we're seeing right now. A few shots are coming through from that southern side. It is Slam G trying to pressure BB team. And pressuring they are. Boosting able to find more luck as James now opens up towards the north as well. That is one of the Bushido players gone down. So 5 fights on multiple fronts here. The circle center is hard to maneuver into, and it's really only the teams outside circle that are fighting right now.
Yeah, this is dangerous. So again, that shift back towards that sort of northwest side, give or take, means these teams have to fight for space. So Steedo finds Noddy, comes around. He's got to be careful, does get that flush, eager to try and close off Na'Vi, a team which you don't really want to rush. And that was a great nade. It's going to be putting a little bit of a bleed here on Joga Bonito. A team, again, which needs a big victory because win or die go out early.
Definitely do, but right now it looks practically impossible for them to get that, at least in this match. Slam G continues to do exactly what the name says. Slam that east side of the circle. Able to get one more from BP team, who again have just been on the struggle bus for this entire day. So set, we're staying on him though. Big fight here between him, representing Na'Vi, and Joga Bonito. We're trying to stay alive. I mean, again, if this next circle goes anywhere north and this compound stays in, for whoever comes out victorious in this fight, this could be, I mean, top 5 guaranteed.
Dangerous though, isn't it? I get you the top 5, but you have the numbers. There's no recall centers. Those stations near you. Extends in the angle where he can expose. Someone's on the backside, but the sword off though in the back of the head puts it down to 1 versus 1. But no, it's going to come in from a distance though. Eternal Fire. They chime in and they're going to win. Joga Bonito will fall, and unfortunately for them, and they stay outside the line.
FaZe pleased to see them fall here. That means that they can now start separating themselves even more. Sat with 4 players alive. The outside circle, they have a tough rotation to make themselves, but the fact that the teams on the hunt are falling by the second is sweet music in their ears. That's Hive now. First time they're really getting active in this game, coming into that northeastern side. They've been backfilling for a bit, and once they realized the BB team were out in the east, Slams are taking over. They time it well and trying to engage them. Here comes that tricky FaZe push coming forward, only able to get one initially.
Oh, Bashir on the hole, but no, FaZe close it out in the end. Interesting to see because we've got not just one, but multiple teams, Eternal Fire and also Twisted Minds looking to get involved. It looks like the confirmation comes in on Twisted Minds. Battalions will put down Vard, so 1 remains. That was a big roll of the dice there from FaZe. Yes, I know they're outside the zone, but was the risk worth the reward, maybe?
Regardless, Mark, one thing's for certain, this is terrifying. Look at the leaderboard right now. The top 5 teams are still all in it. The 3 teams on the hunt are all out. We're relying on Hive now to prevent these top 5 teams to continue to separate themselves from the pack below. Win or Die is our best contender, and they're already now 8 points down. So if you're, wanting any piece of any PGS whatsoever, and you're Hive, Eternal Fire, Ace, and DK, you need to start focusing on the teams in the top 5, because if not, this is going to be impossible.
See if it's impossible. It's not impossible to get the zone. Part and parcel of why FaZe wins here. Unfortunately, they will fall in 11th place. Zone goes their way, but they will tab out. Good morning. Does get perfected. Has to run on the outside now. Does have the Panzer in hand as they are applying the pressure now to Eternal Fire.
See what more they can make of this one. Outside circle, still Ascent waiting on the inside. You have Vorpal Sword in that compound looking towards the northwest as well. Everyone knowing that Twisted Minds is up in these buildings and they have to make a push out now. That's a big boomstick and it blows up too. And Perfectix himself, no counterplay possible on that one. He will get rest and they will try and make the push on forward, unless if Ascent makes a run forward here.
I think Ascent will. I think Ascent will. What else got to lose now?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're going to get points. And they've got the position. They clear it, then they can work their way back the way they came. Towards the other side of things, they've Vorpal Sword, hold on to the compound with the neighbours from the south with VP as they did move in. Whoa, nearly getting hit out by the bamboo tree. PWD, final player now for Geeko. That nade is not too bad. He gets 2 for the price of 1. 1 confirmation, but he's going to fall to zone in 9th place.
Down he goes right after. We'll see if they can somehow reset on this. I don't think they'll be able to. Circle's closing in already. Beamy on his stomach, trying to crawl further forward. But all of Vorpal Sword, you can see now, they're all looking towards the south. Even though they're inside circle, technically, with the northeastern edge of the compound, they need to clear out Virtus Pro before they can safely look towards the north.
The rest is back in. VP back to a 3 now. Like King finds 1. Looking for the second. No spray will come through. Takes towards the grass. But be careful though. Beamy is on the close side here. Until comes back. The nade comes back over the top. That's dangerous. Beamy has to go out towards the blue. But the second knock comes in.
Gotta be smart about this one. If you have Vorpal Swords, don't want to risk falling here. You still have a good game in front of you, but you cannot take any casualties. Just Beamy now left alive on that southern side. We gotta see if he's Bloomy or just Beamy. Not sure exactly how many first aids he's got to work with. He has 2 fallen teammates just in front of him that he could potentially crawl towards, but I'm not seeing him resting right now, or healing, I should say. So maybe he's gonna be lost in this one too.
Is that fight we're talking about, though? Ascend's work right opportunity to get the first knock, though. There's an exchange, and it goes back the other way. It's dug deep. Ascend, though, will fall, and Lou is the final one standing. No one else eager to push in. Ascend, I got to back it, though. It was the right play for them. They just got caught slowly.
Yes, sure is. It was the right play, but they didn't execute it fully. They had them with 2 players down, I believe, and you don't... I mean, again, they gave them a chance to reset 4 players up, 4v2 in that situation. If you know you have a 2v2 that you can push into, I know that it's tough times for Ascent right now, but given where they are on the leaderboard and the fact that Twisted is as far ahead as they are, they need the points. They had a chance to push a 2-man Twisted Minds. They didn't. Now they've lost to a 4v2 instead.
Well, that Vorpal sort of got this way as well. They've played towards that north. On the south, we are leaving Tudingmore. Slamgy, last player, set of team that is going to come out. Krafton in that trench, just neighbouring Vorpal's sword. Hugo has found one. Bloomy, you just saw him on the side of your screen as he is coming into the zone. He does tab out. 6th place, though, for him as he runs dry on mids.
Yep. What more you can do as Twisted Minds continues the onslaught. They seem practically unstoppable. 158 already. They still have multiple players inside of Vorpal's knocked, so they should easily crest over 160 points with 2 games still left to play.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous. Twisted Minds unhinged from their position, right? Hive get involved in the third party. 8 kills already. Oh, didn't expect the last one. Zubina, though, in the smoke, and he gets the kill and confirm. They thought it was clear, and Zubina looking now to try and get that res.
Impressive. Impressive for sure. As now Twisted Minds, a chance to reset, a chance to recoup. They can push further forward here. They have that quill inside circle, and I think with the dip that he's prone to, it means they can't quite see him. But you can see right now, they don't really care about what's ahead of them. All they need to really be careful of is this team on the western side, because they're still outside circle too.
Still on the outside edge. Brev, though, only one in the middle. Hive, obviously taking the last of Na'Vi. We did lose them in the north side here. Batudins on Zubida. Final play, though. Sloy comes over the top. It should be one and done there for Twisted Minds. 10 kills for them. That's the mastermind moves for them. Store remain in play.
Their best PEC Grand Finals finish, according to what I can find, is their spring of 24, where they got 182 points in first place. Just behind them was Matt, 181, which for the most part is now the Virtus Pro roster. So... Yep. Interesting seeing them now in 3rd and 1st respectively, but 20 more points for Twisted to break their own record in PEC would be pretty impressive, and right now very much on the cards.
Very, very doable. We're in the top 4. Slamgy and Hive have the numbers for 3 apiece. Twisted Minds on a dangerous duo, and Krafton with that solo, who has been sitting neighbouring in towards that kind of Twisted Minds area. There is a lot to be said, though. Twisted Minds, as you say, could maybe sort of skyrocket and set the new limits higher for this victory. If they can continue to stay alive and continue the momentum that we are seeing, the mastermind plays for them. The rest of these teams, especially around the cutoff, the phase, the win or dies, Jog Benitos, even Na'Vi to a degree, they can't be going out as early as they did, especially with win or die. Only 1 kill on the board.
But what we need right now, Mark, is Hive to clean up shop here. As if they do, if they can get themselves another, what would that be? Somewhere along the lines of 11 points off of this game, more than what they have already, then all of a sudden they're in that 100-plus point bunch as well, able to, take part in the hunt for a top 5 position. We want as many teams as possible in that race. And right now, well, if they have the numbers, they're 3 players up. They are outside circle with 1, but so is Slam G. So as long as Dante can wrap West on this one and get over towards his teammates, there is a win possible for the guys in green.
Oh, it's going to be the landmine there, right? There comes the shots. If he got knocked dead, then yeah, Hive could have potentially activated. Clean from Twisted Minds. They're able to get back onto the guns towards the north. Smoke does come out. So Hive aren't looking to move back into the zone, back the way they came. Remember, they came into this round, though, with 83 points. Now on 92. But yes, a victory from here is going to be interesting as we move into the final 2 games.
They're the only team that really has space to maneuver in this circle too, but it ain't much, because if you go down towards that southwest side, you're running into Twisted. If you peek too far east, Slam has open lines of sights out by that dirt road. That's why they have the smoke there. It sure is. Dante took the fight 1v2. Ends up being knocked, but good thing for Hive is that Slam don't care who they're up against. They'll take the fight to both of them at the same time. And just like that, Twisted Minds falls. So now it's a 3v2 in favor of Slam. They want that first place. They're coming for Twisted Minds.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Slam G, let's just fight, people. Hive, well, goes back to the reinforcements. And if you've got a down body, well, the best thing is to try and deter people is with a Panzer. Whistles past Artix, though. Rock's now going to try and get that med back on as they want to try and take this fight back to a 3 versus 3. But that whole move, that whole stuck in the trenches with Twisted Minds has allowed Slam G to spread those feathers, puff out those wings and move closer towards the center zone.
And Slam G has the circle. I was a bit surprised they didn't opt to engage on this one. They knew they had the 3v2 in their favor, but of course they have the circle center behind them. You have Mogor up on the very front line here, holding off, doing a good job of that too, but not good enough. Shinken able to win the trade, instantly swaps over to the Panzerfaust. Blocksport forward, not gonna matter. Boostig is able to trade him and return now to 2v2.
2 versus 2. He screams slow. Slam G, they're moving towards the middle, just onto the control. They don't take that level of aggression unless they have to, though. But when you've got Boostic on your team, you get those pixel perfect picks. Blue Zone going to force him now to move back, taking huge amounts of damage, though. And he's going to have to get it med back on because the nade was good. But the Blue Zone was better. Slam G, 11 kills, Toby. A 21-point game. What a game from Slam G. And do you know what? At the end there, it shows us what they've got. Yes, teams can go aggressive. Yes, teams can extend and try and take advantage of the 3 versus 2. But Slam G had their eyes on the prize, and that was the victory.
Oh my. For as good of a headshot come through from Boostig there in the second knock, to then just see the slow creep of a Blue Zone nade go boop, boop, game over. Feels bad, man. I would have wanted to see that 1v1 in the end, because what a nice return nade from Dante, I believe it was, to get that knock there. But in the end, it wouldn't be. Slam G still on the hunt here, Mark.
Slam G definitely on the hunt, and as I said, showed that discipline, though, for our run, though. Well, they slam their way to the top, though, for our match number 4. Best prefer back to the desk. Sam and the guys, over to you.
2 games remaining here at PEC4 before we crown a champion, and it's looking like Twisted Minds might run away with it. However, Slam G sitting in second place, also fighting really hard to keep in that contesting for the first spot. Let's go right back to sort of early on in this one when we had to say goodbye to Win or Die. Kyloris knocked their day. I know we spoke about it coming into this game. They just struggled to find momentum throughout this final.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's over for them. I really do. I mean, with only Erangel remaining, with only 2 games remaining, they've just not got anything going today, and I think that they're going to be quite tilted after seeing what they've done in these 4 games, because it's everyone's leapfrogging them. I mean, even Hive is still alive here now after getting this second place, being able to potentially challenge those top spots as well. I think Win or Die might be folding here.
For sure. Now let's focus in on the Slam G victory, Avenger, because nice to see them coming in here and being able to grab as many points as possible from Rondo. How did they do it?
Yeah, as music plays while Kalaris talks about Win or Die, the party plays while Slam G and I talk about them here. Boostig, man, what a player. What a fantastic effort for him to have come here and really show he is truly the biggest prodigy coming out of EMEA this year. 6 kills coming his way here. Slam G looks like to be getting one of those PGS tickets and PDC tickets with just 2 games to go.
Well, it's exciting as well, right? Because a lot of people have been singing his praises, not only in our region, but even the greats like Tiggleton were singing the praises of someone like Boostic, and being able to get to LAN would be awesome.
It would be awesome, and I think it's exciting when you start to see those new faces going on to LAN as a team together for the first time. That's kind of what we want to see, right? I mean, eventually that's the new blood kind of entering and getting an opportunity to represent the region.
It's always lovely when you see these, 18, 19-year-old guys come in and it's like, okay, we've been grinding. I think he has like an it's something like maybe 8,000 hours in the game already, and he's just turned 18, right? Or maybe he was 18 end of last year. I'm not sure, but still fantastic player to come in and do it here. And yeah, if he can do it on LAN as well, proven. If Slam G doesn't get picked up, surely he himself would get picked up.
So we saw them go out early on Rondo, but I kind of want to talk about them in the same vein that we've been talking about Win or Die. Kyloris, I had high expectations for BB team, and I feel like they've also had a bit of a struggle here at Grand Finals weekend.
Yeah, again, really nothing kind of materializing, nothing coming together. It's sad, it's just disappointing. Obviously, they're not going to get a chance to defend their PGS title as a whole, and I think they're just going to have to go back to the drawing board, right? If they do somehow survive through to get themselves a place at PGC based on probably PGS points, but I mean, we'll see. Of course, it depends on who actually leapfrogs in that position as well.
Avenger, your favorite, the overall standings.
Yeah, I love standings. I love standing.
Wow.
Okay,
cool.
I mean, that's great. That's great.
He moved
Leave
the
me
camera
hanging
away.
with that one.
I love standing.
He's so tall. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is great, right? For Slam G to be 22 points ahead right now of FaZe Clan, the closest contender, to take a spot away from them. Sure, Virtus Pro could kind of jump as well, but FaZe Clan is the real kind of point here, because it doesn't matter for PGS or PGC if Virtus Pro jumps up on them. Sure, price pool changes, but you still hold on to this. The question is really, how would it look for PGC depending on who gets 5th, who gets 6th, who gets 7th? That's really the big one, and I think BB Team has a say in that. So it really comes down to what their final placement is as well.
Realistically, Kylaris, can anyone catch Twisted Minds at the top now?
I mean, as much as Slam G has been unbelievably consistent, I would say more so beyond the station that I would have pegged them at, I do not think that we will be seeing people catching up with Twisted Minds, because it would only be really Slam G to actually do it, but Twisted Minds should be walking away with this one. The question does remain, though, with that cutoff point. The fact that still a team like Hive was alive in a previous game like that. Obviously, FaZe really wants to be able to get to the lands and find themselves a decent position for PGS points, because I think, honestly, traditionally, in the past, FaZe has done really well in lands, even when they've had some kind of like blips here and there regionally when they were GPT. So, but if they can't do it there, maybe the PGC points can carry them forwards.
So this is obviously the PGC standings that we'll get to take a look at as the games progress and as we move closer and closer to crowning our champion, Avenger.
Yeah, this is obviously Slam G. If they hold on to 2nd, they would be able to go in and grab one of those guaranteed spots. Both, of course, going to PGS, but also going to PGC. This would mean that FaZe would rely on also being tied with BB Team. If BB Team could have some good games, they would jump into that 6th spot, which means that they would have to rely on, again, Twisted Minds, getting a spot through the PGS point system. It could also be the 420 points that BB Team currently has would be enough to put themselves through. But right now, I'm pretty sure we're going to have one more spot through the PGS point system, meaning Twisted Minds would probably get that, meaning we would have 2nd through 6th currently going to PGC through that, because Twisted Minds would get their invite through PGS, right? So that would be awesome if FaZe Clan would get that through then. But also, if they could jump Na'Vi, they would take the spot away potentially from them. Now it would be a tie. 10 points the other way. Boom, boom, boom. It actually would be a tie, and now FaZe would win that instead, actually.
Boom, boom, boom. There we go. What was that?
Quick
Is
maths.
that how you do... Is that how you do quick maths in your head? You boom, boom, boom it.
Yeah, it's just boom, boom. You take 10 from here, you put 10 to there, and take 10 to the other one, and then, we swap a roo, and then, boom, boom, boom.
There was like symbols flying at the screens, like algebraic equations and all of this stuff as Martin's just going on and it never stops. Like, okay, all right.
Boom, boom,
but then
boom.
what if Geek actually moves? And then we see Slam G actually being able to say like, okay, very cool.
I mean, Geek is also one to talk about because PEC Spring, such a fantastic final day. They've also just, I mean, Kylaris, we have spoken about it, but seems to have just fallen off this grand final. Was it a matter of, in PEC Spring, maybe just getting the circles working in your favor, a little bit of luck playing into it?
I don't know. I can't peg it. As I say, after day one, I was watching, how the circles are played out and really not in their favor at all. And I was like, okay, well, it must be down to that. And then we got to day 2 and then it didn't kind of come together either. And I didn't really know how to see how it all went down. It's just, they don't look as proactive as they did in PEC Spring. They don't look like they're able to take the same fights they did in PEC Spring. I do not know what it is, but whatever it is, it seems like a multifaceted problem, not just something that is stemming from one individual component.
I mean, Avenger, how does this affect them outside of just PEC Fall, though, as the rest of the year closes out?
I mean, obviously missing out on 2 sets of PGSs would suck because, again, that's the best kind of practice you'll have, seeing that they're guaranteed for PGC, right? Unless we kind of compare day 3, fall, and spring here. Big points difference, but their big day was day 2. They had insane performance there, that 87 points on their day 2 in spring, and yesterday it wasn't, again, not a big performance for them either, but you would just forget about PEC fall. You would forget that you're not going to have the best possible practice going into it. Sure, you can play scrims and all that, but still, PGS 9 and 10 will set a lot of things straight, both for drop spots, both for where our kind of current form is. And Geeky will have worse practice than the 24 teams that are going to PGS 9 and 10.
Okay, so let's now cross over to, because we've got a bit of time to talk about some of these different teams and get us set up as we move into the last 2 games of the day. Virtus Pro. So they might not have been, we're not really seeing them in the final fights. But Carlos, they've done a really good job of always making sure they find themselves getting the kills, at least trying to secure 1 placement point, which has allowed them to kind of stay to the top of that leaderboard, right? Which I've actually been quite impressed with, because even though they haven't been the loud Virtus Pro that I would want to see with victories, it's almost, it's just a smart way of playing. They've taken what they can, no matter what the circles or the zones have given them.
Yeah, I think me and Martin are probably both in alignment here of saying that we believe that this Virtus Pro roster should be going to these PGSs coming up, like undoubtedly, with the caliber of roster that this is. And then we even see some of those small kind of glimmers of where you see Beamy, of course, in that last chance, just a 1v4 hive, the entire team pops off, suddenly they're destroying the rest of that day. So if this team does get rolling, clearly they are absolutely not only championship caliber for this region, but also championship caliber potentially for internationals as well. It's just a matter of getting there, and I believe that they're going to be able to hold strong and get there here for PGSs.
Avenger, do you think that they've lost a little bit of form coming into PEC fall and losing Scoom as their coach?
No, I think there's multiple kind of facets to it, and putting a player in a position that he has to get used to, getting synergy rolling, all that things considered, is also obviously great, but still, Grexia has 21 kills in 15 games here. Nixie has 24, Beamy 22, like, it's going great for these guys. My worry for them is that in the 4 games of Erangel they had, they have only gotten 13 points in 4 games on Erangel exclusively on the 2 prior days, right? And it's been their Achilles heel so far. So sure, they've been able to kind of get some points here and there in some of the games. They had some good consistency on Miramar and got good kills there too. So the question is really, are they going to be able to step up and heighten their average that they've had on Erangel so far? Because, you know, for 13 points on 4 it's just not enough. That's an average of a little bit more than 3. And it could be enough, but still, they would love to be even higher up.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Mr. Mathematician / sort of stats guy / averages, or all of those good things. Avenger, tell me, who in the lobby does Erangel appeal to? I mean, which teams have had a really successful run during grand finals?
Yeah, so
and the ones that we should look out for?
It's sad to say, because so far Windive has not had the best of times, but they actually had 52 points on 4 games of Wrangle alongside Slam G that also had 52 points, and Bushido had 30. So like, these 2 teams are so far ahead. That's also why they've been so high up on the leaderboard. So yeah, can they replicate the 12.5 points per average or more? Slam G would look fantastic. Obviously could contest Twisted Minds that had 27 points on their 4 Wrangle games, but you know, win or die. It feels a little too late, even though Wrangle is their best map so far statistically. I would say, anxiousness that we've had, and this is a great point here that we get in. Levante getting 11 kills, Hello My Bad 10. They've really been fragging out.
But it's still not enough.
No,
right at present, it's still not enough, and that's
the nerves got to them.
Yeah, it's hard to keep it going for 3 days of a grand final. Man, they looked good in day number 1 and day number 2, and I was really hoping they were able to hold it down. I mean, technically they're not out. Technically they're not done. Technically they could come back on Erangel and try and make it work somehow, some way. But after having these kinds of 4 games, it's rare a team is able to recover from those kinds of 4 games.
So this is the thing, right? They've had it on day number 1, I believe it was. They had a victory on Erangel. But they would, if I'm correct, they would have to get, 2 victories or at least 2 victories. So we need back-to-backs from them. And we need a couple of teams. There's too many variables in the mix, surely, Avenger, for them to really make the comeback we want so desperately for them.
Yeah, and as I feel like this is almost to a point of torture to put these stats up here for what they've done so far today. They're a former shadow of themselves. Getrax getting the only 3 kills and points that they've had in 4 games is just insane, right? And again, we talked about it. The nerves got to them. The anxiousness of the prospect of potentially going to PGS and PGC got to them. So it's a little bit scary, and I'm pretty sad for them, to be honest.
That's the worst, when you can just taste land, Kalaris. You know it's there. You know you've been consistent, and you come in today, and then it just sort of slips through your fingers. I can't imagine what they're going through, and now the pressure is on. They know they have to perform, and we've seen that they not really handle that pressure very well. Can they do it here?
I don't know. Love the taste of land maize. Kind of cinnamony, buttery. Like it's good, but they might not be sampling it at the end of it, as we've got the penultimate game. A good playing path as well, Avenger, for everybody to get things rolling on the grassy pastures. It is going to be as fair really can be here for the second to last game.
Yeah, we've had some more forgiving playing paths and circles today, so hopefully we get that in the last 2 games too. Oh, you know what? It's the guys on the desk here, that it wants that, but the guys casting, they love the spicy circle, so we could get that too. But at least majority of the guys that are dropping in here are going to get to the usual drop spots, or at least close to it, or in a good kind of alternative spot, as well as we see Bulbasaur's trying to get there. The question is, are they going to try maybe even get a car and drive south?
Kalar says land tastes like cinnamon. I'm curious, Mark, Toby, is land a little bit more spicy for you two?
It can be spicy, depends on where the land takes place, of course. I like to think that with so many lands in Southeast Asia, it does tend to get pretty spicy. But I'm also with James that the waffle flavor usually is where lands are, because that is, as we've heard from Strimsy, the breakfast of champions. So we'll see. We'll see what land is going to taste like come PGS 9 and 10. Not too far from now. But first, 2 more matches left to play here, Mark, and a good Eastern Circle to kick things off.
Got to pick back up on that point though, right? With win or die. Is it too little too late? Yes, they have performed on Erangel the best out of all the other teams, plus Slam G though. Right now, if we say we lock in Slam G, win or die need to have an outstanding. They've got to get their backs up against the wall. They've got to be win, let alone die, because if they don't win, it's going to be over for them. And again, the stats would say this is the maps for them to do it on, but you look at those other map stats, they are not great. Really not great for the team.
I will say, though, as brutal as it is to see a team come off to such a strong start and then crumble under the pressure, that exact thing, the crumbling under pressure, I don't think there's a single roster in this tournament that from their very first, potential global qualification spots have not done that, have not fell under the pressure. But it's what you do with that lesson learned, right? It's what you do when you come back next time, that you were there and you fell. Great, now you know how horrible that feeling is, what it does to you. And I think for teams that suffer that defeat right at the goal line to then fall short, those teams are the ones that always come back to the following tournaments with that extra fire in them, like that extra willingness to go out and get it because they were so close once and fell. I am eager, regardless of whether Win or Die qualifies here or not. I'm wanting to see them come back for the next season with a fuel you've never seen them play with before.
Toby, how many? We've seen this from them. This happened to them last year. They played Americas, they played EU, they played APAC events all before PEC spring. They came into that event and we all had these massive high expectations for them. They played really well and they bottled it at the very, very end. Now,
so what you're saying is that they just crumble?
Yeah, on the last day. And this is such a good team. There's some mental game that teams need to appreciate a little bit more compared to where it used to be, especially with gaming, because it used to be all just down to mechanical skill, but it's the idea of pressure, right? Yes, I can take away that actually if you lose, you need to come back stronger, and I have seen that from this team. This team has gone away and done that, but they need to keep cool, calm, and collective under pressure, because when day 3 comes, it's push come to shove, and they should be getting more kills than what they've delivered already.
But then my question becomes, if that's what we're going with, as we see this rotation taking place and there's not going to be any fights happening, at least within the next couple of seconds, then my question becomes, we talked a bit about this while the games were going on earlier today. We had Sam in the conversation as well, Mark, of how a lot of teams in PUBG, but also in other games, are very game-focused. What can we do to get better in the game? Improve our sprays, do better rotations, know this and that about other teams. And don't get me wrong, if not all, then close to all teams are very good at understanding what can you do on the server to improve their game. But it's things outside. If we know that Win or Die is good enough at shooting, good enough at rotating, good enough at all the things you can possibly do in the game to qualify, then what do they need to do to make sure they make it through? If what you're saying is that they always start off grand final strong and then crumble at the end, then it's obviously a mental thing. It's, as you're saying, crumbling under pressure, being able to perform when all the eyes are on you. I would say, even though I know they're obviously not paid players and they all have lives outside of their careers, as we do see Eternal Fire get some kills in, maybe as a team, invest some money in a in a mental coach. Just for a couple of sessions, talk over what we can do. Have him sit and watch these games with you. Because if it's been happening for years now, imagine if you had spent those couple of $100 getting a coach in for a couple of sessions, how many more thousands of dollars you would have made at this point.
Do you know who they could get? Scream. He'd be a good coach.
Yeah,
even a coach will pick him up.
It doesn't even have to be a game-related one. It can be your local psychologist. Like, it can be anyone that understands athletes and what it feels like to perform. Like, people get degrees in understanding sports psychology, right? So talk to one, find one, maybe talk to one who's still in uni, so it's not as expensive. And get some lessons in, if that's what you're looking to improve upon. Having said that, let's focus back on the game. Also, this is, by the way, something that all teams could get something out of. So if you're wanting to take it up to that next step, by all means, look into it. Circle is out east, and for the most part, teams have already gotten there, but also some very slow rotators towards the west.
Yeah, northeast. We have a lot of water in play, even a drop out in the far east and the water as well. Teams already on that rotation path. We kind of see a line north to south in the middle, going down to kind of phases, drop though in middle to all the way up towards sort of the east side of Yaz, where we've got our Virtus Pros. We can see them now under the barrage of fire from the PUBG gods. Would have Dive taking that wide rotation. From Georgie Pool, they've gone really, really wide, but nice to see them go slightly early here. These final 2 games, it's going to be about who can control, I suppose, the zone, but this zone could be variable. We could see a north or we could see a south.
I like, Sam was talking to the guys on the desk about, like, what are we expecting to see coming into these final 2 wrangles of pacing, of how aggressive teams dare to play. Do they go out, give it that extra for those extra points, or do they now start, hugging the points that they already have and go, hey, guys, let's be safe on this. We're on the cusp, but we're already in, I'm seeing more teams in this game in particular waiting for people to rotate towards them, like setting up traps, rotating extra cautiously than what we've seen in this tournament thus far. We had Circus Crew up on Everest. We had Eternal Fire sitting on the west side of Rostock waiting for teams to cross there. We had Kref sitting up by North George in case anyone was wrapping north around. And Geeky on the southern side doing the same thing. Hive still in and around Chopsticks and Gatka. Teams are playing extremely cautious right now compared to what we're used to seeing. And I think, as we just talked about, it's the pressure. It's the knowing that there's only 2 games left to perform.
It's all down to the margin of error, and the margin has gone. Penultimate game, though, for the grand finals of PEC 4. And Kilikai finds himself in a compound at VP. Pop the smoke. They get an idea someone's here. They're going to try and clear out the buildings. Ascend slightly more aggressive in the last game. Be intrigued to see if they can send some reinforcements, especially from the south here. Maybe trying to leapfrog onto the other side of VP as Kilikai refuses to give any sound cues.
They're coming back on foot here to try and fortify. Luckily for Kilikai, VP is taking their time on this, but now they are pushing in 3 guys on foot, coming towards the building. Spots 1. Kilikai able to get the first knock, runs upstairs, instantly mollies the stairs behind him to try and slow down that push, and now it's when the remaining Ascend players, they have to come in. They're jumping into the vehicles. They are coming in to try and help out their teammate. Nixie will be flushed to the molly, but whoever comes out victorious here should have a play at a rest station after this fight is over. Beamy now down as well. Ascend up 2-0 so far.
Good play from them. Lukrux, though, that's good. Brex is just charging from the outside edge. I think he second-guessed that window. Flash will go through. Sawn off shotgun comes out. Kidikai on the hold, though. It comes through. Lukrux, though, unfortunately, will fall on the outside edge. It's not looking good for VP. Correct. He has to say goodbye as he gets back into the car. He ducks tail, but he ducks tail into the arms of Win or Die. Do they see the opportunity now of a team chasing the position? They can get away from him. They see the car cross by, and he has to divert another way.
For the headshot, first bullet connected by Getrux as well. I'm sure if you can see the heart rate of Correction right now, it is through the roof. Yeah, don't take out your teammate, mate. But Getrux able to get back in the car, get that reposition. And I think if you're Correction right now, you're praying for like quadruple southern hard shifts. Anything that forces ascent off of that compound. And well, this circle might not be it. But you know what now? Just keep going west. Anything that allows him to go over and pick up his 3 fallen teammates, if those blue chips are even still there.
This is unfortunately for VP. Yes, they might be down numbers. Yes, they might be ahead of some of these other teams. But the PGC points, guys and girls, that's what we need to look for in these teams. Try and take an additional point away, additional place. Means points go in the hands of others. Zubid up, looking on towards GK. Our spring champions not having, I suppose, the fall that they expected. A lot of us expected. Now being closed out by Vorpal Sword. Spray's not good. Goes for a repeat. PWD's just better.
I like the commitment to the spray through here. As One-Eyed King whips out the MP5. We'll see what he can make of it. Sloyd does get flushed, but One-Eyed King with the MP5 in hand gets the kill in the end. And now it's Bushido pulling up on Slam G, I think it is. Yeah, exactly. It is just that. And they take them out. So Slam G, the team on the hunt for Twisted Minds, down and out early on in this one. Bushido, much needed points for them. Able to get the 4-1, also keep all 4 players alive.
This is backs against the wall, win or die. I know they weren't involved in that. Slam G out, VP down to a 1. FaZe, I don't know, Na'Vi will look to try and climb that leaderboard, but that might potentially look to give an opening. Hive looking to try and get that recall back here as they are being kind of on-watched. FaZe look their way towards Vorpal Sword. James working his way back south as well as the zone goes back towards that northwest corner. Yaz still holds in.
Indeed, most up now peeking over the top. They heard all the commotion down here. They're like, wait a minute, are these guys actually fighting on the shoreline? And you know what? For FaZe, they will take any single free point they can possibly get. And, well, this is the first one. I don't think they're going to go on the hunt for Sabila. I think he's going to be all right, wrapping all the way out there towards the east-hand side. And for FaZe, they're probably going to sit around here for a little while longer, look to see what's available, and then dip themselves. Dante committed to the res earlier. We saw that. Went all the way to the west coast to get that res up. Just Rox and him, though, left alive here. Still trying to make their way into that top 5.
That is a little bit dicey. He's got to try and get down, get loot, and parade as meds in front of him as well. I won't be too surprised when maybe take one of the compounds a little bit further down the hill. But for now, FaZe, after picking up an additional kill from that Vorpal Sword, now working their way back towards zone, back towards shelter. James was up here. Vard going to be leading the charge. So they were keeping an eye on any teams rotating past. Obviously, if you have got the map feed up, you can see it is slightly open for them. As most of these teams reposition because that Yaz is holding onto zone.
Exactly. And I think for FaZe, I mean, they'd be smart. And honestly, maybe even sitting outside circle for a bit. Get up on the western hill, like west of shelter, and just sit there, wait this one out as... Oh, that's what happens when you commit to the rest too far on the west. It's Shenkin out in the water gone down. Do you actually commit to the swim here, Dante? What? How many mets does Dante have? He's already rest 1. Now he's going for the second. He's skipping across the water like a flat rock floating through. And now jumping out 5 first aids. Now that's a commitment to try and pick up a blue chip.
If he mistimes this,
what's the guy from that movie?
What's the halfway point? What's the halfway point? Right here, maybe?
I mean, you can heal in water, so that's all right, but we're in phase 3 now. He's far away from the circle, too. This ain't going to be easy. Circle, it's going to shift down towards the south. I'm looking at Corexi right now because they have left that eastern compound, so maybe he could get them back up his teammates. That is, issue is, even if you go for it, where in the world do you get a rest station? Mansion has one, but it's taken over by a set.
And I think it's going to be expecting it as well, right? Yeah. It's moved just yet. Jogo Bonito, half in the same way as Win or Die. So they're now phasing their way through. Yellows that sit in the middle of the field. That's Fields, dangerous place. Jogo Bonito going to collapse their 2-2 split as well. Navi still hold their 2-2 split. And again, Twisted Minds, big 2-1-1 split. But this trap could just be enough, though. Win or die. Looks like they turn, they deviate slightly. Do they see that Coop and head on my back gets away with it? But BBT rolls straight into them.
Complete and utter chaos unfolds in the center of the circle as Medusi runs himself over trying to take the fight. Win or die, down 2 players early on here. Finally, they get to keep all 4 players alive through the early game, but as soon as mid-game comes around, they get completely annihilated. Levante down, Leosh down, the remaining players scrambling through the fields trying to find anywhere to call home. And no, it won't happen. Once again, a 0-point performance for Win or Die.
This game has not been their day.
Doomed,
the
mate.
pathing was good. They got caught by Twisted Minds. They turn back, they run into BB team, then they ducktail and go to the field praying, hoping to get into one of those bowls. But Eternal Fire already there. They woken the dragon. And Will or Die will say no more. Here comes the util dump. No, Batonus is down, has been picked up for the res. Now the utility from Example hitting the rock and bouncing just away. As the Doritos causing a little bit more danger. Scrap that! Example finds a path in past the rock though, gets one, and now Kraft get involved.
Big knocks coming through here for Twisted Minds as well. If this next circle goes east, this would be their next checkpoint. They are currently in possession of the liquid compound, which I guess now we call the Fae. I don't know. But nonetheless, they are still out there towards the west in control, and they're going to pull up on this now, I think. They're going to leave the compound altogether. They want to take out BB team to get more space for themselves towards the east.
To wait and see. Since I've taken an early engagement though with VP, now looking to try and play towards heaven out of mansion. Jock Benito have played that 2-2 split now back to a 4. So it's going to be a 4 versus 4. Heads up is Chris's still in mansion. Knows he will unlook that, but back to the other side. BB team get the opportunity now to get their res because don't forget Twisted Minds had to go get that res as well. Both teams set back to 4.
Yep, Send using a lot of util up on that roof. This is always so weird to me. You throw, what, 4? Maybe was it 5 nades in total up on that roof and then not make a play on it now? I mean, if there was one on the roof, he jumped down, but now he could be up there again. So what was the point of throwing the util if you're not going to make a play on it? Chris now trying to go over and group up with his teammates. Maybe that's what they were doing. They were throwing the nades to make sure that he could get up on the wall too. So just try and make sure that angle wasn't available. But even then, a lot of util spent to try and make this play happen. But now, here they come. Ascend on the front.
Here comes the flash, comes through. And it gets the first nade, and a coat will go down. That's going to put a big anchor into the push. And that actually going to potentially give the opportunity now for Simon to reposition. That gives a bit of a sound cue away. And back up, though. But puts down, it's Chris. Simon looking to try and take the elevation away.
Yep, one more down. Chris falls. Sends down to just the 2 as Simon jumps into the fire. Not what you want to have happen. Kiliakai finds 1. Chris goes board and finds the 2nd. Bragg's able to find 1 as well. So turning things around against the odds here. Now it's just Nail Up left alive against Brex.
1v1 and the Sendo rise up. They're going to have an opportunity, maybe not to get the reses as they hear the cars. Bushido outside edge zone. They're looking for kills as they roll straight up on Ascend.
Yep, they want to get the points, and what better points than people knocked on the ground? Bushido needs them. They're aware of it. 91 is where they're sat currently. 113 is where they need to get in order to get into this one. Well, they actually survived. Jenkin and Dante. They're inside the circle now. Not only that, in a good position too. But there you go. Double flush is confirmed. Good for Bushido that they're able to clean that up as well. Ooh.
So comes out, flash comes in, he runs the background the other way, round robin into an aid, and Bushido, well, they claim additional points though that they weren't going to get. So good play from them, good read. So early into phase number 4, they still had the opportunity to move on into the zone. Yazfields though, as we go, as you mentioned though, Hive find 2 inside zone, but 2 become 1.
Yep, definitely. Schengen's going to sit with his iron sights bolt and hope for the best. Oh, you need to land a headshot made of that guy. Is probably going to take you out before you get a chance to reload, whoever comes up these stairs. Good thing for them is they're inside circle and in a somewhat comfortable spot too, but I might have spoken too soon. 1 HP.
9 minutes.
Oh, you got to prone this one down and hope for the best. Now he's alone as well. Oh, Schenken.
Go.
1 HP in a dream. Can he make anything happen? He is close to placement points. And odds are not that this is going to get pulled up on anytime soon. So we'll see how long Schengen gets to stay alive. Oh my God! Hip fire headshot.
Close the door. Close the door. 1 HP.
In the world flick was that?
That was a no scope Schengen move. What a play from Hive. He was dead to rights. They should have started with the blue zone, but now he's got meds. Now he can move up to the position. And look, do you know what? Keep the bolty in his hand. Schengen is here to stay.
Hip fire car headshot. That is absurd. With 1 HP. If this somehow means them qualifying, that is the best Cinderella story we've had all tournament long. We'll see. We'll see how far Schengen gets in this game, as now the fight started to take place out towards the east once more. The circle has gone further north. We are creeping right into the field.
Damn right. Queen Bee Schengen stays in the zone, deservedly as well. So we'll wait and see for the rest of this team. No, Kraf got to go on the holdout. VP do have bodies coming back now, so we did go for the chips. Send weren't playing sneaky and taking them with them. So VP have numbers back in the game. But for how much longer and for what loot they can get, that'll be up for question. We are working our way close to those placement points. We're still not quite there, and a lot of teams, like FaZe, are sitting on the outside edge.
Yeah, it's not easy. Not easy at all to try and make your way in, especially from that southern side too. Twisted Minds currently holding out Na'Vi. And out towards the west, FaZe are sat just one dip over from Eternal Fire, a team they would really like to get rid of. Not only, of course, because that would make more space for them, but also they could creep further up, more comfortably up that leaderboard and not be right down on the cusp with just one game left after this one.
Let's wait and see. Eternal Fire were one of the critical blows towards win or die in this map. And this is the area they deviated to, but got caught. Bushido, obviously the aggressive stance on towards Ascend, they were taking advantage of on the way back towards zone. So they are now down to a solo player as well. Just reminds for that jump nade will come through from between into his, again, kind of like pinnacle point for Twisted Minds out on this east. Ludo is wrapping around on that south side. So Na'Vi, though, at the moment, need to get repositioning, but same for FaZe. They have to reposition as well, but can Schengen do it again? Get that hip fire on!
I believe. I keep Imagine if he gets the first with the bolt out the car. That would have been hilarious. But not to be. Hive falls. Unluckily, a bit shorter placement points. But you know what? That's one more point. It's something. It ain't a lot, but it's something.
If it's nothing else, it's a clippable moment. That's what I'd say.
Definitely. Highlight reel.
Highlight reel all the way. Na'Vi, we've got to continue rotating their way around. There's Praetorians did hold them out though, but it's down towards BB team as they do pull up though. M249 one side, they're pinned behind one vehicle, so Steedo puts Molotov down. The usual dump comes out as he has to try and hold. Final player here from BB team. 4 kills on the board as they try and stop Na'Vi, but it's an explosive end to BB.
Keep in mind though, I was just going to say, Nixie is prone behind this as well. No vest, barely a helmet. He is prone here, hoping for placement points, hoping that this next circle is going to shift in his direction. There is still a good chance that it could, but he is far out on that northeastern edge. So we'll see if he's going to be in it 15 seconds from now.
Wait and see. Vorpal Sword, though, is found. It's fine to find the sneaky snake in the grass, which is Slow Jacket. He will fall. Circus Crew, points on the board. Zone might be saying goodbye to them now. Phase number 5. Soon be phase 6. And no, Na'Vi is setting up a mortar on the outside edge because they want to make an explosive entry into this next zone.
Second circle shifts down towards the south. Kraf still in their compound, and for Twisted Minds, they're wanting to take this fight. They wanted to clear that entire south side as fast as can be, but they're met with a lot of resistance from Eternal Fire down in this dip, or crater, I should say. They are able to dislodge them, and they can't go too aggressive on it because you can see there's a bit of a crest there. Once they peek over the top of that, I mean, Kref should be able to get lines of sight at least for a brief moment, and maybe James could as well. So got to be smart about when you engage on this one if you're Twisted.
Nixie, holding, praying. If you don't rotate this way, smokes are in front, so they might path away from him. Fexo does the silence. That's a long distance shot. Quick kill confirmed for FaZe. That puts them up into 5. Again, extending that lead between them and win or die.
Yep, team's able to find one more. That's Marco down again. They know as soon as they peek out of this dip that FaZe players will be able to get eyes on. They can effectively see almost the entire circle right now. FaZe, that is. Ooh, wait, did one of them saw him, but they kept going? He actually got tagged by another player. He got tagged by another player, but the driver kept going. He was like, guys, there's one here. No time. We got to prioritize the circle.
I'm trying to kill people.
Nixie
Unfortunately, no, Nixie gets blessing. Oh my God. Yusildum comes over. Now they have to get the fight going towards FaZe. Gustav, though, opens up with Hakatori as more Yusildum come through. Looks like Kraft getting involved as well. He gets shot in the back. They can't get out this dip, and the cars are going to go. The cover's on the roll, and Nixie might have the opportunity to backfill this. As Gustav finds another.
If he can make his way across into that grass and prone further forward, that is a lot of placement points potentially coming his way, because with Na'Vi sending it as deep as they did, no one should expect there to be more players towards that northeastern side. No one would be looking this way at all. As you can see, all of them completely exposed towards the northeast, not assuming that there can still be anyone up in that direction.
To wait and see. To try and hold. Vex gets that confirmation on 8 kills now. You've got to remember, this is key. PGC points, though, underway. Every position they can go from. There's a way to dislodge, though. Now it's going to maybe play bounce off one. Doesn't quite get the connection. Eternal Fire. Lucky enough, though, they dodged the C4.
Able to do so, but plenty more util coming their way now as Twisted Minds do go on the offensive. Marco, though, able to find the first. Perfectix down. Big loss for the Twisted front here as they try to fend off. But again, as I was saying, as long as they peek over that ridge line, they are in lines of sight for FaZe Clan, and they do not waste time here, FaZe. I hate to say it, but FaZe Sunday might be a thing once more. 9 kills, 6 teams left alive, and they are looking as good as ever.
Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. FaZe Sunday, people. Get in chat, at least. 9 kills. We're in a top 6 position. The ticking time bomb, though, that was Twisted Minds and that C4 unable to work through. But Nixie has a ticking time bomb of himself. Nixie's a goat. He's going to start punching people out for victory. A 2nd place. But he's not been blessed with the zones, so he has to be creative.
Oh, no. You know what? He's made it this far. I think this is further than he expected to get anyway, so he's probably going to be well satisfied regardless. But we'll see. Kref, they're going to make their way towards the west. Maybe if Kref goes down to 1, 1 gets shot from afar, he can creep over and take something off of him. We'll see. We'll keep a track of how long Nixie can stay. I just love the fact that all of them can do it. It used to be Beamy, then we saw Lucarux do it for a bit, and now Nixie is on the solo snake mission here as well.
This has got guns.
He's taught his teammates well, you know. They have all been on Bloomy Camp, and he's taught them well.
That is like the new
Bloomy Boot Camp. Maybe that's the new thing.
Wait and see how that plays out. At the moment, he's got to keep ahead of the blue zone. Krafto, do look back. Don't quite see his way, so it's going to be based on time. They have lost zone as the compound now says goodbye. Phase number 7, though, still 16 players up, so we'll be obviously tracking that kill feed based upon the new updates. They have to be careful, but FaZe now sitting on the outside edge, eager, watching, waiting to see what Twisted Minds do.
Wanting to wait this one out for sure as they peek. Oh no, FaZe completely shut down by Subiocean, able to get the double. Free gets one more as well. FaZe down to just 1 now. As great as things were looking, just like that, Jeans the only player left alive.
Yeah, but they have jumped ahead of Na'Vi here. They're in 3rd currently, but only 1 point. Na'Vi store up. That's why he's gone to ground. Jeems going to ground as well. Every point is going to matter. And now, it's not just about the kills. If you can get a team out, it's the double up. It's the kill, and it is also the placement point. And I'd argue Jeems is closer to the zone. So we are going to have to see Na'Vi go. Twisted Minds fall. So there's another point for both of these teams. As we will now sit, watch, and wait. And so is Dido, hoping, praying that Kref lead this area.
The Eternal Fire dream in this one. Look at the leaderboard right now. 19 points from 5th down to 6th. It's looking impossible for anyone to upset that in the final game. But here comes point creeping forward. Finds one, taken down immediately after the 3rd. Make that 5th place for Na'Vi, as Nixie also a snake. No meds, no util, no vest, no guns. Trying to peacefully make it into the top 2.
He's good. He's got this. He's got the whole ridge line. He can keep going. Eternal Fire on the other side. They're already getting involved. Jeems now underway as the barrage of util comes over. Big Hail Mary from him. Doesn't quite get the connection now as he has to reposition. Now, he's got 762, but he's not sharing over 2. He's only got 73 left in the chamber. So he needs to keep that for any close range fights. But we're in the top 4. 4 versus 3 versus 1 versus 1. Can we even classify Nixie as a 1?
Nix
like a
doesn't
0.5?
He doesn't.
Okay.
Well, until he gets like, I mean, there's plenty of dead bodies on that east side. There should be a crate somewhere you can crawl.
It's another point for him, though.
Jeems goes down. That's FaZe out. But as you said, they have played an incredible game. And look at how close it is with them up there right now. Actually, now Na'Vi surpassed. But of course, in the grand scheme of things, they're through regardless. So it won't really matter too much. Still, you can consider the top 5 to be in, even if Na'Vi gets kind of bunched out of it.
yeah, for those that don't know what we're talking about, though, Na'Vi are a global partner team, same as Twisted Minds. If they get into a top 4 scenario, that line does move, so it's a dynamic shift here. But VP, if they go below Na'Vi, they're storing kind of give or take, right? So, but it is key. Then it comes down to the PGZ point. So the guys and the girls on the desk, Sam would take the guys through because it would be really critical, especially after this map before going to the final. Actually, the big changes that we've had from the point side.
Does Nixie get a gun? Super, there's a corpse right next to him. He can crawl there. He can get one, but maybe he can only stay alive because he doesn't have one. We'll see if it ends up happening or not. Sheila trying to make more happen again. Eternal Fire. If they can come up victorious here, maybe there's a dream for a final explosive game that they could come out and win it. And Nixie has actually managed without a gun to get second. I am perplexed. Second place for VP without a weapon. That's got to be some sort of a record. Nonetheless, Eternal Fire, incredible game for them. 21 points here, Mark. Still a long journey into that top 5, but they've just made it theoretically doable.
Without a weapon, Nixie is a weapon. He's got the 2 guns. He finds his way into second place, and Sneaky Snake, as the recall, blesses VP with some additional points. But yes, Na'Vi do drop out. VP move in, but FaZe, though, move further and further up. FaZe Sundays might be a thing. Looking good.
Definitely. Just one more match left to play before we'll crown the EMEA champion here of PEC Fall. Before that, though, let's hop back to the desk and break down that second to last match.
Thank you so much, Toby, Mark. We are now 1 game away from crowning a champion. Kylaris, what did you think of our first Erangel of the final day?
Oh boy, this field, and oh boy, Schengen. I really liked that. But Eternal Fire, of course, looking to try and make an insane recovery and insane fight back from this. I like how they're able to control the south side. It always gets a little bit weird and dicey when it comes to kind of field endings like this and how you're trying to play them out. Really cool to see, once again, kind of this blue chip res from Virtus Pro somehow work out. Nixie crawling around, little secret agent style, but in the end, Eternal Fire reigning supreme.
Reigning supreme, and obviously Virtus Pro also being able to sneak in and get themselves some more points there. Avenger, they've done a very good job of that throughout the grand finals.
The low amount of kill games on Erangel continues, but 6 points for a second place. Sneaky is good for Virtus Pro, but Eternal Fire 21 points here, guys. It puts them up. It's not, entirely within striking distance to FaZe Clan on 5th, but still, it gets them a ton more points for on the placement point on the leaderboard and overall. So good prize pool chunk here to be gathered still, and one more good game for them, it could still change.
So key takeaways for you, Avenger, from this Erangel game?
Yeah, I mean, there was probably the biggest takeaway is obviously FaZe Clan continue to do well, but also the second place on Virtus Pro, no kills, but getting those 6 points, upping the average in terms of placement for Erangel for them is great, but it was Corexia, I believe, that got a hero res that then paid off, and you know what, when Na'Vi drove away, and there's a snake, and they just continued. I love that. That was highlight for the evening for me.
I like that one a lot. How about you, Kylaris?
Yeah, cool stuff. It bears repeating, good old Schengen with that hip fire Car 98 headshot against one eye king, especially on the fact that he was on 1 health in the Wizard Tower. Like, I didn't expect anything from him. He probably didn't expect anything from himself in that moment as well. But it was fun nonetheless. So nice try, Hive. But next time.
Nice. Good enough. I like the giggling. Okay, let's see how this has altered the overall standings. Let's get it. There is nothing that's going to stop them from claiming this one. But a little bit of a shake-up. Obviously, Eternal Fire trying to push themselves up. Avenger, what do you think about these standings so far?
Could they break the record? One more big game for Twisted Minds, and they could actually break their own record, which we saw, as Toby pointed out, in one of the other seasons with Mad Bulls being second. So that'd be cool, but damn, there's a big chunk of points between 6th and 5th right now, and it's looking pretty scary for Winner Die Hive and everyone else trying to chase.
For sure. And obviously there's the teams on the other side. I mean, at this point, Kylaris, they know that they're out, right? Your Krafton team, Circus Crew, KSN. I mean, so coming into the final game, and this is a question we ask every single grand finals, it has to be asked now though, do you just stick to playing your game, or do you go, you know what, screw it, let's cause absolute, I'm going to say the word, chaos. You can go with pandemonium if you want, but like...
Yeah, that's not bad. Better than chaos.
You have, fair enough. You have the option now to cause some beep. You know, like, do you think that's going to happen, or does everyone have that gentleman's agreement where they're going to play the game that they need to play?
No, I think there's a really outside chance for some of the teams that there's still technically some PGC points on the line, so they will stick to their own game, try and get as much as possible, because PGC points proliferate all the way down to 16th place and then keep rising from, like, technically there's a few segments like where it's 14th and 15th and you're getting 20 points, right? But other than that, every single placement really matters. So just getting as many as you possibly can on the board, even if you then suddenly are able to advance to PGC via just a 5 points extra, would have massive ramifications on your year, right? So I think they stick to what they want.
Here we go, those PGC standings currently on your screen. Avenger, how much of a change can we see after the last game?
Look at that, guys. It's almost like I said something about FaZe Clan and, you know, swapping and, you know, I did the boom, 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 and you guys made fun of it. But with FaZe Clan jumping Na'Vi, it's a tie where FaZe wins because they have more points than PC falls. So if this stands, FaZe is guaranteed, and Na'Vi has to hope for Twisted Minds to get them a spot for PGC.
Okay, so who do you want there? Do you want Na'Vi or FaZe?
The good thing is Na'Vi can come to PGS no matter what and fight for their own spot through the PGS system. So that'd be cool to see, and it'd be cool to see, you know, FaZe in a situation where they can come in and obviously play PGS again. But this would be cool. I mean, a tie where your performance in the last regional gets you into PGC is always awesome.
Fair points. Okay, so taking a look at this, I mean, are you happy with the representation so far, Kylaris? Would there be another team you'd want to see in the mix?
Yeah. I mean, every time I'm thinking about what Avenger's saying when it comes to the numbers, I'm just like, what's happening? Am I in Narnia? Is it another land right now? But no, I don't know. I'm happy to see how these teams have set themselves up so far. I think it will be fantastic if SlamG can continue to do this. I don't think anyone's taking their PGS spot away from them. I think that's fantastic. I'm interested to see how the rest of the lobby is going to react to someone like Boostic being on a land like this. That's going to be exciting too, so we'll see.
The EC standings look like. You've obviously seen the overalls as well. You've seen Kylaris' face when Avenger starts talking about PGC points.
No numbers in general.
A little bit there. No, well, I mean, I think that my face, I look like that when you talk, full stop. So there you
nice. Go. That's great. I love when you throw yourself under the bus, Sam. It's great.
I always do. I have no issue with that. Yeah, we've got less than 10 seconds to get into our final game here for the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall 2025. Twisted Minds more than likely are going to be crowned our champions, but the bigger story, who those PGC points and find themselves at a global LAN. That's the exciting for me now, Avenger, is that there is so much more than just that prize pool up for grab.
Yeah, for me as well. Honestly, you know, going to global lands, going to global championships is some of the most awesome feeling as a talent. You know, but as a player, that's your ultimate goal. And that's really what's on the line here for the last game.
What do we think about this playing path, Kylaris?
Good, and I think good for an Eternal Fire who, let's kind of wheel it back a second, has had a brilliant last day. They've got 2 chicken dinners on the board, and they've got a circle and a plane like this where they're already dropping in Pachinki. So it's a real shame for me that Eternal Fire, such a good roster, has had the fight back now. It's just a little bit too late, so stings a bit.
Stings a little bit, and it's like you said, it's just the final day, the last few games. We really needed them to do more, and you know what else? I think it's just time now, though, for us to see how this is going to go down. Mark, Toby, for the final time, let's get into game.
Thank you so much, Sam. Yes, one final chance, Mark, for a potential upset. But looking at the leaderboard as it stands right now, it would take an incredible performance for anyone in the hunt to really make a change to that top 5.
Well, this is a team that could potentially try, but they need to get as many kills as they can. Zone goes pretty much in the middle, though, just on the outside for Win or Die and Krafton. So that fight continues, as we've seen all the way through the final, but no knocks this time. Only the knock coming in from Bushido and Ascend.
And I mean, to kind of go off of what James was saying, Eternal Fire getting themselves 2 wins today, but it being a bit too late. I want to say, being the naive optimist that I am, it is definitely extremely late. You never want to have it come down to the final game. But...
Navi.
They're landing...
Oh my god.
Pachinki. They look all right. Do they have it? What are you oh my godding? The fact that we have Bushido, Ascent...
No,
fun?
Look at Navi. Navi have landed, and they are
camping phase because they want the PGS points or PGC.
They know that they couldn't get to their drop spot. They know that FaZe are going to be stuck here. They know FaZe like to rotate really early towards Milta. They are actively trying to deny Navi. Navi going to try and close the bridge on FaZe and actually trying to stop them getting anywhere here. Game
issue is
6.
Issue right now is that BB team is currently crossing that bridge, and Navi's gonna, for good reason, think that's FaZe. So they're gonna start shooting now, and that's gonna bait the attention. They think this is FaZe. Reloading time. You know what? Are they gonna actually chase them now? If they chase them now, thinking this is this is FaZe, that would be hilarious. Because then when the first knocks come through and we get cameras on, they're gonna go like, wait, what? But no, they're not going to go for it. They're going to let them pass, and now they're going to leave thinking they just allowed FaZe into the circle. Little do they know, FaZe is still on the island.
Oh my god. Martin's going to be going boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Trying to calculate though, but that is a variable, right? They would have seen that team come across very aggressive. They would have gone, well, that's FaZe because they couldn't get to the drop spot. They would have got to the cars and then tried to get towards Milta. They've moved towards Milta. I didn't reload my gun. I need to go back and get some more loot.
Definitely. As we see here, again, Eternal Fire, Saturn Pachinki, Circle Center. Not always favorable position to be in come first circle shift because they ain't really a whole lot to cover. You're kind of in a bowl in Pachinki proper. So we'll see where they up to play out from. But them alongside Win or Die, Bushido, and Hive, they're the only ones with a chance to crest into that top 5. But as we can see, Win or Die in 6th with a 20-point deficit, and that's assuming now that none of the teams up in front will get anything else going this game. And with what they've been able to do so far today, that is just, I mean, can we really expect all of top 5 to go out without any points this game?
It's difficult. I'm with you on the no, right? But it's got to be a little bit.
As casters, we gotta keep optimistic, you know. We gotta keep it exciting, keep it hype. And as much as the hunt for top 5 might be improbable, the fight between FaZe and Navi is one that we're gonna be keeping an eye on for this entire game. And also, there is the off chance that SlamG gets a 23-kill win and beats Twisted Minds.
This is the last game, though, right? Look, I'm with you. It's difficult, and that's some quick math to me, all right? I can see 18 of 18 in the top left. You'll be able to give
boom, boom. Quick math, go for it.
Right, boom, boom, boom. But last game antics, anything can realistically happen, right? Navi already try and closing out FaZe. They want to try and stop them. They want to then try and get ahead of them because that's all PGC point conversation here. We're seeing some teams a little bit lower down, engaging here. Ascendo getting a revenge for Kitty Guy going down. They will say goodbye to Crossberg. They try and reposition here. Bushido, I'd argue to say, in a better position. Again, looking for early kills, looking to try and have that crazy game 18.
Yep.
But back to your point, though, between that sort of Win or Die and sort of that Navi, there is a world that they could do it, but I think it's just out of reach, even with a really, really good game.
This is definitely going to be difficult. Ascent, of course, coming into this game with 30 PGC points already. Even if they are down the leaderboard, they could have an issue. Look at the gap from them up towards the team in front of Benito. 18 points needed, and right now they're falling like flies. Chris falls down as well. Mediba able to find him. Nailcup cleans up. Now Ascent down to just the 2. There's a chance that they get the rests up and get back up to a 4-man strong, but unlikely that they'll make a whole lot more of this game.
Now Geeke on the West Bridge as well. They've closed it. Not in service. No toll to pay here. I have to wait and see. They'll send down to 2. Bushido, so you have losing an individual player. Now they're going to try and out-rotate Ascend. Rex does get a couple of shots on towards that. Zaniko, the new player for Ascend, moves in and moves closer. I think they've already heard the sound cues here. Nade primed, waiting. Let's go a little bit past Zaniko. Doesn't do the damage. It delivered.
While this is stalling for a second, service info is that FaZe have made it across, and they took boats across. Zianico here. Ooh, that is a filthy double headshot onto Metabay. No counterplay possible on that one. Great shots connected. And, yeah, 2 more left to have to deal with in order to stay put in this one. But not looking easy right now.
No, Breck's obviously in the position that he has to try and get into safety, though. Oh, he runs out. Celtics taking a knee. Anico goes down. Breck's in the open, trying to get a U-tilt through the window. Doesn't quite get the connection. Res does happen, so back to a 3 versus 1. Brex sees the player as he runs out, gets the flash, looking to try and get that confirmation. Maybe another point on the board. Charges through. Looks for the re-peek now. Now gets the opportunity. 2 versus 1. Early shots will come through. Goes for the pre-fighter. Second player comes out. He gets a knock as well, but he's got to get the reload, and he's allowed to get the reload in time. Oh, no, he falls short. Bushido, though, will send out. But what a play from Brex.
Valiant effort, but effort through too late. Unfortunately, for Ascent, they will finish, for now, in 11th place. So PGS Dreams gone, and most likely, if not near guaranteed to be, PGC Dream gone with them for this year. Have to come back strong in tournaments to come as Geek now, of course, hearing the commotion. They want some of this, because there's a chance that they could overlap both Whirlpool Swords and Ascent, really, with a good game here.
PGC points. Remember, GK champions, right? Again, every position for them is one up. Now, I'd also argue to say that I think they've already locked in with their win earlier on in the year. I think that can't be taken away from them, but every additional placement they can get sort of maybe solidifies that a little bit more. It affirms that into the victory. But for now, they're looking for kills.
Definitely. Krafton doing the same thing here. 3 teams intertwined in this compound. You have Marcis sat outside here from Circus Crew in the containers, but little do Circus Crew know, or the other team's now coming in, that there's a whole other team in here as well. As now Geek again, clean up duty, trying to take out the remaining players from Bushido. Bushido had a good run going. They won the last chance. They looked strong initially in the finals, but couldn't make it happen, falling short out in 7th.
Kref seeing Slam G's, cars coming in, turn them around.
Yeah.
Marcis is like, why are they turning around? Why are they not crashing me?
They fear me. So, I'm too strong. Yeah.
Godlike Marcis holds out the light. They can turn around. They go more towards the north. Other teams obviously are positioned up, though. FaZe did take those boats, so they move in towards farm. BB team trying to keep away from all the dangers. They go eyes in the sky as Bushido will get a lot of information from here after taking the initial heat away from FaZe. Now looking back this way.
Yep. I still can't get over the fact that Na'Vi, they dipped on the bridge camp. Little do they know, FaZe crossed over 3 in that boat, driving straight into Sharkfin, where Na'Vi had 2 players set. Had they seen that, FaZe would have been down and out. Like, they would have been done for. I mean, obviously, maybe still sat in top 4 and making PGS, but even then, Na'Vi would have surpassed them easily that game. Not to be, though. Circle closing in, just 5 seconds left before we will know where the next one takes us again. Win or die. As tough as a day as they have had today, there is still theoretically a chance, but with a circle like this and win or die being the most northern team, they are in for a challenge of their lifetimes to make this happen.
Who's got the voodoo doll and win or die today?
I don't know,
ship's so far away.
Can't catch a break.
Oh, they cannot. Luca Rextite, unfortunately, will be the first of 4. Doozy crash lands in, but crash lands into the bridge camp, though, of Na'Vi. Extend takes a face of bullets, though, as he tries to back away. He's down to 14 HP, as the rest of the team now also collapsing. BB having to go head-to-head, though, looking to get a good couple of shots, but he does fall. Ferris swings his way around, and Phil first, though, does more damage.
BB and Na'Vi, they've been running into each other all day. Right now, all Na'Vi needs is just to get a couple points to surpass FaZe. They would both make it through to PGS, but this would mean Na'Vi is guaranteed to go through to PGC. Right now, though, that is not the case, as FaZe was in the tie. Would surpass, but Na'Vi under trouble. First it's BB team, now it's Joga Bonito.
Well, Na'Vi taking a chunk out the pie. And now feeling some desserts. There's an inflatable boat. That's going to stop anyone running through this building pretty quickly. Hakatori, though, with the level 3 vest and helmet. That would also help. Again, I love the stance from Na'Vi, going aggressive, trying to catch those players out, though, but he catches the move from Joga Benito. One is isolated. Now he has the elevation, but does BB get involved? They have the opportunity to try and shut it down as well.
They have such a good position inside this
Yeah.
circle. If this next circle goes anywhere south, they're almost guaranteed to be in at least for the following 2. I like the fact that FaZe, seeing Na'Vi in the kill feed, they're just waiting. They're like, you know what, there's no reason to risk it. Let them die on their own merit. Let's not get involved at all. Play it safe, hold out the east, go 1 compound closer. There's simply too much to lose in going in and potentially giving points over to Na'Vi. Having said that, though, Na'Vi is doing a good job at staying alive right now. They found one before, now they find one more. Agatori trying to keep the Na'Vi dreams alive for PGC guarantee.
Yeah, has to. No, though. Gets Lead out, so he is the last person. The last firing line sees the body nose though. They've moved across towards the red. Simon does the damage though, but that free vest keeps him alive, keeps him in the game, as he has to now pop the first aid. Reset will happen. It'd be Na'Vi back to a 4 versus 1.
Exactly. Agatori, I mean, no better gun really in hand in order to try and make this happen, but odds definitely against him. For now, I think what he would really prefer is just to be able to coexist, but I don't think they're going to allow for him to do just that as Circus Crew. Able to find Diffix, instantly shut down on approach there. Many more to come, though. You have multiple teams inside this. Both Krif and Circus Crew and Geek are sat side by side. Spiro now found as well. Oh, and he had a nade in hand, too.
Nade in hand. Agatori now using the new defensive.
Oh!
Oh, no, not he finds him. Nade will go through. Oh, there's a lot to be said. Oh my God, beat me! That's a Panzer. Says goodbye to Win or Die. I still think there's a massive topic of conversation around Na'Vi and how they aggressively tried to close out FaZe, but FaZe kept cool, calm, and collective. But we're pinned out at the moment, though. Kref is looking to try and take the fight. This fight's been going on for a little while now as Geek reposition their way back to where they came from. They're down bodies. Kref, though, has one player down, but there's a Panzer in the back pocket, potentially looking for PWD.
Yeah, GK holding off here, waiting for Kref to push forward again with this circle shift. When you're BP right now, you're guaranteed almost to be inside the next circle unless you get one of those weird western shifts on this one. As Kref now pushing further forward. I like the flex position from PewDieD, sat outside on that rich line, finding the first one, now trying to reposition again, finds the flush on one, will fall back and try and group up with his teammates as Win or Die. They have made their way through from the north. If they can collapse on this building, stay inside, while it's a long shot, they need the points and they don't know it. They have a chance to third party this fight. If they can clean this up without taking casualties, who knows? Maybe it ain't done for them yet.
Well, let's see if they can get that ball rolling, though, as they do roll in behind. They are on the third party. No one else applying pressure, though, this way. Kref, though, looking back towards PWD. As the hammer from the Panzer was to fall, but the godlike PWD refused to be knocked over. But
he does.
Here's him. Now repositioned, though. Good shots come back. And now we evolve into a third party, but they've got an off angle. There goes the opening. Jedrox will go down, and the information for both teams now know who's here.
Yeah, exactly. They have good intel. Question is whether any other team now is going to try and fourth party this. If they can eliminate Win or Die, especially for the teams that are set inside top 4, that could be huge. Levante, though, drops a fadeaway nade onto Dak, will able to take him down, will fall immediately after himself, so not a whole lot more he can do with it. And for Win or Die now, hope's dwindling with every single knock come through. Getrox bleeding out. Levante, the same thing. It's all on Leosh to try and convert a one-man on his feet into a 21-point game.
Here comes VP, though. They know where Win or Die are. They want to get involved as well. They pull now on the north side. This is organized chaos. Game number 18 chaos, to be precise. As VP, again, hunting, praying. They're going to be able to wipe out Win or Die.
Definitely. They want to shut this side of the circle down. They can play up on this ridge line safely, knowing that the entire 12 stack is cleared out. They could potentially be winning this game and rocket past Slam G in the end of it, taking that second place once more in PEC.
Well, calm before the storm to a degree. As unfortunately for Krafton, down to their final player. It's been an outstanding run for them to find themselves into the finals. So a big shout for them. Let's see if they can dig deep one more time. Geek on the other hand down to 2. On the other side, as we see the third and fourth party now arrived. EMEA just on that off angle. As Nixie holding the line with an M249. I'll give the opportunity now. Oh, no.
Did
What's
Sheila just throw a pen in the head of Code Marco? Is that what just happened?
Why not? It looked like it.
Where is Eternal
Empachinki.
Oh, wait. I think he DC'd.
Yeah.
Because he's off screen. So he didn't want him to run too far outside the circle. So Sheila is currently... He knocked him intentionally and is probably running with him on his shoulders, trying to take him inside circle. You know what? That's fair. If you're ever going to pan your teammate, that's a pretty good time to do so.
Anytime's a good time to pan a teammate. That's what I said.
Fair enough. You heard it there first.
So shift though goes back towards the north. We are starting to lose the water here. And yes, it is that final game. Recall though underway. I've seen bodies down from high. We're going to try and get back to the remainder, but not much to loot and not much to see here. Big EK on the other side, trying to take some elevation. Understanding here, and the cars coming in will be very eager to watch out towards that north, because you always kind of get one of those players wrapping around and trying to take that higher side. So EK has to be very careful about how they win this fight, but no matter what happens here, the only team that can leave is VP. Everybody else has to stay and fight.
The thing is, they can't really leave, because where in the world would they go, right? I mean, they're setting up on this forest ridge line, but as soon as they crest over it, you're going to have all of Slam G with vision on you. So I feel like they kind of have to stay here and then maybe try and flex out west towards Eternal Fire's position afterwards. Yeah. But going there now, knowing that then another team will just come up on the top and shoot you in the back as you leave, I think they need to stay here. They need to wait for these last players to come out of the buildings proper and then make a move.
Very intriguing as well. Like, you've got some teams at the top that are going for fights, going for kills, and you got on the other hand sort of phase, cool, calm, control. On the other side of the zone, just waiting to sort of chip away at this one. Football Sword though, in the midst of everyone else, so we'll try and drive right through the middle between Twisted Minds and Hive, who are now pushing the outside edge of blue.
Yeah, trying to wrap underneath this Hive rotation. They're playing in on foot from Potato Mountain and of course taking their time in doing so, but the timing could be good. Issue is they have been seen. Sloy able to get the first as Nixie from a pro position with the M249 in hand. Tries to find Quizzy, but not able to do so.
Quizzy leaving BWD behind though. He said, no more, mate. I want to play this one out. He's pulled up though. He's pulled up right on top of the van as he's worked his way underneath. Yeah, he's worked his way out and round on the coast. So he's trying to find as much as he can. And lucky enough, though, for Quizzy, he won't be spotted just yet, and Levante needs to levitate his way up towards his top side.
Yeah, it ain't going to be easy. I mean, obviously, they're probably not going to qualify into top 5 with the amount of players they have left alive.
Oh, no.
Then, dodge and weave. Is this UGC? Is this new game mode where you have vehicles falling on your face? I'm not sure, but nonetheless, this is going to be Hive down and out. A honestly respectable 8th place finish. I'm going to make that 9th with Yoga Bonita surpassing them, but honestly, good performance by them to get to where they were. We talked about them in TPP, how well they were doing there, and also here, being able to make it into the grand finals, almost into the top 8, I think they can be satisfied with.
Yoga Bonita trying to find the bodies from Vorpal's sword, but you've got to keep an eye. Just the mines on the other side, the kind of prey is looming for them. At the moment, Yoga Bonita have more points again. They have the opportunity now with Bushido out in front of him. Maybe jumping up that prize pool slightly. Remember, when we start getting into this level, this is when the jumps start to be a little bit more. So, cool, calm and collective for them. And they're just trying to find the information.
Definitely. Rosa in hand for Kristalny. Let's find the first. Instantly tries to reposition. Ain't a whole lot of cover for them to work with. The good thing is Naleb is there. Go for the crossfire. The second punch through. Damage in return. Nutty does get found. Sloy jacket once again. I mean, really one of the main players on this Vorpal Swords player, Vorpal Swords team, I should say. Been able to do a really good job throughout this tournament of doing damage.
Damage is getting. Sloy refuses to get shifted away as he'll hold the line. That's the Groza out of play. Nailip, though, one of the top fraggers, though, for Jogo Bonito and that IGL as well. The person making the calls. He has to now try and take the pressure on, though, as they go and grab the body. Try and get Noddy back up. Goes now more defensive smoke, but Vorpal Sword eager, watching and now pushing forward. But as I said before, looks like our prey is getting hunted down as well, because Twisted Minds now come over the ridge line.
Exactly. They're 13 points away from breaking their PEC Grand Finals record of 182. We'll see if they can do so here themselves as they try to fend off, try to get some of these points, but they're all being down to blue. Not a whole lot they can do with it right now. Util now being locked on forward. Little do they know, they're all trying to swing around the eastern side. Slam now in the meantime. Art's going to be able to find a double with the M24 now. And that's down towards the south, as we were saying. As soon as VP gets over that hillside, they will instantly be met with bullet spray, and that's exactly what happened.
The zone shift, though, has shifted back towards the north. FaZe had to go while all the chaos was happening. Get in front. Everyone else, though, on that rotation on the way around here. Twisted Minds know this. They need to get ahead of the fight as well. FaZe already locking down that position. Beamy, though, oh, He's having fun. Here's the final game. There isn't much left, though, in the BRDM.
Yeah, can't lead out the window either. So all he can do, sit in here. Is he gone from B-me to blue-me to BRDM-me? I'm not sure. But nonetheless, yeah, he is trying to make something happen. The match shuts him down, though. VP full. But satisfied and proudly, they are in PGS.
Yep, they are in. The FaZe will be reading that kill feed with an opportunity, but they have to now try and defend. No, BB team working their way up. That's going to be a re-knock, though, comes in. But Doozy picks up Phil first as well as he runs him over. Vex in the smoke, though. Got to be careful. And look at this. Twisted Mind entered into the mix, though. This is chaos.
And that kill feed right there is just the perfect summarize of BB's tournament so far. Every single time something goes their way, they shoot themselves in the foot and something goes wrong immediately in return. And what was a great knock on entry is now best of luck solo player left on his feet trying to make something out of nothing. BB coming in on the northern side. You have Fates right next door and SlamG is starting to push forward here as well. That could have been a triple. Vard has one more in hand, but does he go for the rest here instead? Doesn't matter right now though, because now Twisted is starting to throw util as well.
Super Dorito held, shifted, but got back onto the res pretty quickly. Doozy is down, but oh my god, that's three, not made. That's four though. Flex finds one. The rest will go down. BB will fall when he has summed it up. It has not been a great event for them in the grand finals. Unable to get the flow flowing. Twisted Minds, though, looking to try and drive forward and get that point gap as FaZe, though, looking to try and take it. And they are ahead of VP now. So let's see if they can try and hold up. Vard gets the initial shots, though, come in. Lou comes over the top. There's one. Goes for the second. He does get a connection. It's a 1-2 for Twisted Minds, Lou. And FaZe go out in 6.
First it's Example, then it's Art, now it's Lou. What's up with the M249 right now? Everyone seems to be swapping over. Maybe it's the extra bullets, maybe it's the easier spray control. I'm not sure, but nonetheless, a lot of players really seeming to play the gun right now. Maybe they just didn't find anything better. That could also be.
No, because Schengen's taking all the bolties away. That's why.
That's what it is. Yeah,
that's exactly what it is. Simon, though, looking to get involved, takes the initial shots, though, but gets spun on. The Mad does find him. He will go down 2 HP. As Eternal Fire will find themselves now in a top 4. Twisted Minds feels like a bit of a victory lap now. 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. A SlamG yet again find themselves in a top 4, but sneaky, win or die. Also here joining into the action.
And it really is a feels the madman for Eternal Fire. Again, I mean, we've seen it so many times before. They come off to a slow start in grand finals, and then when they finally get things going, I mean, as James was saying on the desk, it's just too late. It's just impossible for them to catch up. They have through 2 wins today already. They're looking to maybe get a 3rd win on the day. Think about that for a second, and then that still not being enough to make top 5. They're so close, but theoretically, I mean, I'm not the numbers guy, but it's looking pretty impossible for them to be able to catch up the points needed in order to make this happen.
Not enough points. There's not enough points. But they're here. Eternal Fire. Good to see him, and it is that kind of last day antics, but I think they did leave it a little bit too late. Util Dump will go over the top now. They're going to try and sweep. SlamG still holding on to the compound. Boostic, though, does find Leosh. He will go down. Twisted Minds, though, not just 1, but 2 on the spray. Does get that confirmation, and it is confirmed up, though. Baton will say goodbye to Eternal Fire, and they will find themselves with 11 kills, and it is a 4 versus 3. The top 2 dogs going to duke it out. Maybe a Pam fight in the end.
Could be. Could just be. 1st place, 2nd place, fighting for the glory. Maybe they're saying, guys, I know we're ahead of you, but whoever wins this fight wins it all. You know, double or nothing type scenario. I don't think that's going to be the case. Of course, Twisted Minds want to solidify this tournament this year with a win here in the final match as well. They have a good circle, but it ain't theirs to beat just yet. 10 seconds to go, and if it swings south, it's looking very much to go in the way of SlamG.
What a running, though, it has been. SlamG, I'm not going to say the underdogs, right? Because they are a force to be reckoned with. They're names that we recognise, and they've been working through the table. But they're kind of the assassins, the sneaky ninjas of that leaderboard, though. Undetected, but working their way up towards the top. Zone does shift in between them, and again, the call for action, the call to a punch-up, though, will happen. The pans are coming out! We're going to get it, Toby! It's going to be a punch-up to the end!
He was actually running with a pen in hand. I don't think they saw it on the other side, but you can see he's standing where the boosting is open. He's hoping. It's like in the old days of old G Counter-Strike where all you do is knife the wall, and then if the opponents hear it, they'll join the party. You have Patulin with the pan now as well.
Look at him!
Are we actually getting the pan off to finish the the tournament. Who will be your PEC Fall Pan champions? Look at the smiles on their faces. First on, it's a 1v1. It's Boostic versus Lou. Cue the Mortal Kombat music. We got a 1v1 in our hands. Winner stays on the field.
This is Pan Steel versus Steel. Oh, he's gone dodge duck.
Second one is a whiff as well. I like the turnaround from Boostic. Good strats been put into play. You can see the audience cheering, dancing, praying for their teams to stay in the race. But no, it's going to be a miss once more. Lou goes for the swing and he gets him. Headshot. Boostic falls down.
Winner stays on.
What now?
Oh.
Who's next? He gets. Wait, he has an 8. Oh no, we're breaking the rules here. We're breaking the rules for a second. But now it's next up. It's Example taking on Lurix. Who's the better panner? Who gets the pan going here, Mark?
This is the way forward, though, at the end, though. Dodge, duck, and dive. It is a battle royale that turns into the fight for the circle. Tending blows, heavyweight fighting, though. Oh, the shot comes in from Slam G. Example goes down to 24 HP, though. He might have to go for a desperate attempt, but gets the connection as he dodge, duck, and dive. He weaves. It's a 1 versus 1, but he turns his back towards the end. And Lurix, though, he's waiting in the wings for the connection, though. But it goes back to Twisted Minds. It's 2, though. Nothing, though, for Twisted Minds. And Slam G falls down to the final body.
2-0. He falls, and now it's just you know what? Now might be the time to whip out that grenade. I'm not sure. Yes, a cascade as well. Is he admitting defeat? Is that what we're seeing, or is he actually gonna take the pan fight 1 versus 3? Is he gonna punch the can?
No.
I'm not sure. There you go. Headshot confirmed. Batulins and Twisted Minds wins the game. 14 kill performance. But most importantly, they also are your PEC Fall champions.
There you have it. Yeah, there you have it. They should be celebrated. Twisted Minds is the champions, and what a way to end the day. What a way to end grand finals. What a fun panel that we got to see there, Avenger.
Yeah, you know what? The best way to finish a tournament is when everyone is smiling and laughing. I don't think I've seen these guys smile and laugh as much as when they won this tournament as they did at Esports World Cup as well. That's a fun ending. That's the perfect way to finish this, especially for these two teams that were able to do this well throughout the entire thing.
I just love that and we spoke about this in the show leading up to today, was kind of magic that we had that David Goliath story of Twisted Minds, you know, these juggernauts of international PUBG, and then we also had Slam G, the young coming in, and to have them both in the final game, knowing that they were going to finish first and second overall, and then have those two teams face off at the end there. I mean, Kylaris, the script was clearly leaked. It had to have been for it to be like that.
And Twisted Minds breaks the record as well that they previously set. But I think, yeah, like when you look at these two in the final game, normally I'd just be like, it's a bit silly or whatever. But this is the picture perfect ending. Both teams knew who was left alive. They were kill tracking. They were watching how things were going in this game. They were signaling to each other with the little bang, 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 bang. And you know, what a way to finish it off. Twisted Minds, obviously, absolutely the goats of our region. Slam G, the new young guns, to be able to get to PGS. They're both elated. A great way to finish off PEC.
You know what's incredible for me is obviously Twisted Minds breaks their own record eventually, but Slam G has broken the record as well. So that's a really nice, like, just a little added incentive that they can put in their back pocket, right?
Yeah, and you know what? They obviously, both teams, they're reading the kill feed. Both teams know that it's Slam G, Twisted Minds. No matter who won this end here, it would have been this result. The question is just how much would Twisted Minds have won by and how much would Slam G have been second by. So it's always awesome to see that. And damn, Twisted Minds are not just good at shooting, but panning. There was headshots right, left, and center. They got dominated 3-0 and the pan off.
Okay, you know what? I think we do need to have a conversation with our champions. Twisted Minds is joining us now, and I do believe we have the entire team in the mix. Welcome, Batulins, we're going to have a deep analytical breakdown of that final fight, all the strategy and all the big... I'm kidding, we're not going to do that. What we are going to do is, because we have you all, we're going to pose some questions to you, as are the gents with me, and I'm going to make you work really hard as the IGL, because you have your team here. You can choose some of your team members to come in and answer instead, and you can be translator as well. So lots of work. Okay. You up for that?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. One, congratulations on winning and being the champions. And I think the first question I'd like to ask is, what did you think about the level of PUBG that you experienced in this lobby during grand finals?
Let Perfectix answer on this question. I think he can answer in English, actually. Or you want in Russian, as you wish.
Batulins will answer.
Okay.
This is going to happen every question, Batulins. I can see it now.
Okay, so I think the level of the lobbies, I would say in Europe, is pretty high. I think it's even higher than most of other regions. The only thing maybe that some of the teams, good teams, they have not enough experience to finish, like the whole tournament. So that's why you see, for example, Win or Die didn't get a single point in all the games. But SlamG, on another page, they showed pretty good games, and
But they're bad at panning.
Yeah, I mean, not better than us, but top 2 at panning at least. And,
nice.
So I would say that they didn't only qualify for PGS, they also qualified for PGC, and they made it very successful, very confident. So I think I should point out that the level of this team was pretty nice, and since this team is pretty new, I would say it means that many teams have a good level. Like FaZe Clan showed that their experience still working. Navi showed another comeback in the last day. VP, I think, is the most stable team in Europe after us. So I want to congratulate all these teams who qualified for PGS and PGC. And that's all.
Thank you so much, Batulins. Kalosh, you want to jump in there with your questions?
Yeah, sure. So, Perfectix, MVP, man. This was amazing in the grand final. Were you having a competition with Example, or how did you feel about the lobby?
I don't know. I'm just trying to make my best. I think I don't try to compete anyone. I just wanna make my team to win, make my team the best in the world. So I'm trying my best.
Is that what motivates you? I mean, obviously, I've asked Batulins this multiple times, and it has been, I want to be world champion, want to be 2 times world champion. Is that the driving goal? You want to be world champion? Is that the main motivator, or are there other motivators for you?
I think it's the main motivator, but I want to become a world champion not only one time.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice. Yeah, and I know you guys are just pretending that you don't know English, forcing Batulins to answer the questions. We talk so much on LAN, But
for
congrats,
so
guys,
years,
obviously. I mean, we're always seeing each other. Privyet, how you guys doing? No, but I want to ask this, guys. What changed this year for you guys? Obviously, spring was not a win. Then you come and we talk and you say our only focus is the global championships. Our only focus is the big wins. We want Esports World Cup. We want PGC. So what kind of changed for you guys this year from spring to Esports World Cup to now here in PEC for fall?
I think Lou should answer this question. Ты понял вопрос?
Yeah, come on, Lou.
Yeah, and then you can translate, Batulins.
Yeah.
If you don't want to do it in
Надо
English.
перевести или нет?
Тебя не слышно. Микро вруби.
Давай Тёма ответит на этот вопрос. Не, давай, Тёма, давай, решай.
Давай.
Блин, чуть
we don't have Luke mic, so we've been informed conveniently. So it looks like Batulins, you're gonna have. Okay, never mind. I've just been told we don't have it. There we go.
Все, Лу, тебе сказали отвечать, давай.
Давай, Блед.
Easy.
На русском я тебе переведу.
Ну давай, задавай тогда вопрос, чтобы всем
Окей.
достаточно понятно было.
Вопрос был такой, то есть, что поменялось с весны на осень? То есть, типа... Ну, в принципе, что основное поменялось? So the question is, what's changed from spring to autumn?
Yeah, I mean, you got fifth in spring, then Esports World Cup obviously did well, and now here you're also doing good here again. So what changed for you guys as a team or individually that made you guys become the best as you have been always, but, you know, focus a little bit on regionals again, maybe?
Yeah, I see. So, короче, он сказал нам то, что весна для нас была не очень, мы не победили ПЭК, и там, в принципе, не очень начали. Потом выиграли EVC, и сейчас выиграли Европу. Что поменялось с этого момента для нас, как команда? Что мы сделали, что мы поменяли?
Я думаю, ничего такого мы не делали, мы просто пришли после сезона, ну, в этот сезон уставшими, по моему мнению, и несколько поражений дало нам понять, что мы не лучше сейчас именно в данную секунду, и проработав до ЕВЦ плодотворно, там сколько, 3 месяца, мы опять вернулись на вершину.
Okay, so his answer was that after previous year, we kind of came back kind of tired. So we were not really ready for the new season, and the first tournaments which we lost, it kind of showed us that we are not the best at this moment and we need to work hard. So before EWC, the last 3 months, we were working like super hard, practicing many things, and we got our form, shape, like, you know, like we just we just started to play much better individually as a team, and now you can see the results of our work, same as always. Yep.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. I got one more question, and if we want, we can put it to example. But this one is pretty easy. I mean, do you have a message for any of your fans?
Фанатам, example, что хочешь передать?
Thank you all for cheering for us. And yeah, keep watching us. We will do our best. We will try it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it, I think.
I wanna say in Russian, like, to all the fans. Я хочу поблагодарить всех фанатов за поддержку. Я думаю, что мы вас достаточно радуем последние месяцы своей игрой, и надеюсь, что мы продолжим вас радовать и на ПГСах, и на PGC. Все, спасибо.
Да, и спасибо еще русскоязычным кастам, которые...
Sorry, everyone wants to say something.
Yeah. Спасибо всем русскоязычным кастерам, которые поддерживают нашу команду, которые освещают все турниры. Пока молодой, Макатау, Рекрент. Всем привет. Всем спасибо. И, конечно, болельщикам. И Бахи, привет.
Всех, никого не забыли. Висперу,
кого забыл, извините, я благодарен вам.
Давай быстрее, этому молодому надо досмотреть трансляцию.
И Бена, привет.
Thank you so much, gents. Congratulations. Well done, and I can't wait to see you on the global stage. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. See you guys.
I have absolutely no idea what they were saying at the end, but they were saying thank you for watching them, thank you for supporting them, and that they plan to kick ass at the international stage and represent the EMEA region to the best of their ability, Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, I heard some thanks, Pasipo, Ibachmed, Pokamoladoy, some of the, you know, the co-streamers that are out there that's always supporting, cheering them on. So it's obviously great here. And yeah, 250 PGC points, that's a guarantee for them to go through, obviously, PGC. But the spot to PGS was already guaranteed. But the $12,000, the biggest chunk of change here of those $50,000 is what they've earned.
For sure. So this is what the prize break looks like, teams, and now get I would argue is probably the day on the final day of the grand final PGC point standings, Kyle Loris. So we're getting it out. Let's see what it looks like.
Sure. I mean, Avenger has mentioned multiple times, I'm expecting 1 or 2 teams qualifying from PGS points. Obviously, Twisted Minds is almost certainly going to be doing that. I'm hoping that a second one can, but beyond that, we will have 5 teams representing from EMEA, from PGC points alone, never mind what happens with those PGS standings. So, of course, with Twisted Minds being in number 1, great for them. GK, obviously brilliant. They've had a bad tournament, Avenger, but this is definitely enough to be able to have them at PGC still representing. They've got to go back to the drawing board, it feels like, Avenger, and do something from there.
Yeah, back to the grind for sure here for GK. It's obviously great. Slam G being this the 5th place guarantees the no matter what for them to go there. And as you pointed out, Twisted Minds, there's no way in my world where Twisted Minds don't go out and get a lot more PGS points. So that 6th place for Na'Vi would be granting them that spot. Then the question is really, which is interesting, that if we get one more spot and it's not one of the teams that's going to PGS 9 and 10, it could be BB team because they have 420 points as well. So they could be granting themselves a spot. So win or die in a crazy world, if stars align, could still be going to PGC if BB team's 420 points and on PGS will be enough if we don't see more stack or new teams coming in basically and winning PGS 9 and 10. If it's just the same teams, well, they'll be fine.
I mean, I'm thinking about it, Avenger. There's a world where if Virtus Pro moves up into the top 8 of PGS as well, and then also BB team somehow survives the onslaught from the teams and Twisted Minds is still up there, there's a world where 3 teams from EMEA goes in from PGS.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
There's a world.
I could see that happening. That would be insane if it happens, obviously. If BB Team Twisted in there already, it's looking good. Win or die. I don't think Bushido gets it though, but win or die could definitely. I feel like the 420 points. So right now the 8th place cutoff is 170 on Forest Natural Gaming. BB has 420. So it's actually, there's a chance they might get 7th, 8th BB team, and by the grace of themselves, they would get that spot, and which would mean that the winner die would get the next one.
It's dicey.
We are gonna have to wait and see how that plays out, but it's pretty exciting to watch. It's exciting as to how this can all roll out. And now it is time for us to move on to the last segment of today and your last opportunity to win some G coins. We have the questions that everyone likes to ask our analysts. So Kylaris and Avenger, the first one comes from Malcolm San, and they want to know which map takes the most skill to play, Avenger?
I would say if you look at skill as in map knowledge, experience, and something like this, I would have to go with Miramar.
I was angling the same as well, but then part of me in the back of my brain was like, bring Haven back, let's go.
Stop.
Stop.
I think Miramar has a really good balance of urban areas, really strong terrain that people need to be able to play and stuff like that. I think Miramar is also where I'm navigating to because of the way in which I bring it up so many times, the way in which teams kind of metagame each other in the pro level when it comes to Erangel.
So Bia has a question, and they've been supporting throughout the last 3 weeks. So just a shout out to them because I know that they've been watching all the games and enjoying these little competitions. They asked, what is the biggest factor separating top tier teams from mid tier ones in your opinion, gents? Lars, you want to try take a stab at this?
Sure. I could. What separates top tier from mid tier?
I'm thinking pro level still, right? So like,
yeah. Still the pro level.
Twisted Minds,
your mid tier is who it finished mid and bottom compared to like your top tiers of Twisted Minds and stuff like that. I think that what separates them really is the longevity per game, right? Like being able to survive as 4, really not. Being able to walk the line between genius and insanity of like, okay, we're going to be able to hold this 1-1-2 split or even something crazy like the 1-1-1-1 splits and not lose people. And those kinds of space control techniques that the top tier teams play does separate them from the mid-tier teams, where they'll look for space, the mid-tier teams, in a similar fashion, but not be able to hold on to those kind of locations. So understanding which compounds cover which compounds, which ridges and dips cover which ridges and dips, it takes a lot of skill to understand that in a lobby where the 16 very best teams in a region are competing against one another.
So our final question for this evening and for PEC Fall comes from Trev Mario, and they want to know, which player or team do you think has changed the way competitive PUBG is played and why? Avenger, you want to start us out on this one?
Yeah, we can start with that. This is the big question, though. This could take ages. I think we just had them on here. Battalions, obviously, the way that you're, first of all, having and assimilating the level of information and amount of information that we have in PUBG and applying that to your game as we go, per day, per tournament, per map, is something that he's excelling at. They also acknowledged that themselves. We realized that we were drained a little bit from last year, so we didn't practice as much. And they were like, okay, Esports World Cup is our goal, and we have to practice. They sat down and they were grinding scrims, they were grinding rank, they were playing all the time for 3 months to put themselves at the top level again. And I think that kind of mental fortitude to have that is something you can only give to like a few players, like I think we see here for Battalions and how he's doing it. There's a few other shout outs to outside region, actually, I would say, where acknowledging a player like PO, for example, IGLing and fragging from the front, where it's more for Battalions, it's more coherent, IGLing from information space rather than from fragging out in the front.
That's the thing to add to the Battalion situation, right? Like, he was kind of, yes, there were some people before that were, doing these like really high scouts, really trying to get the lay of the land and stuff like that. But Battalions really was the initial brain behind a lot of that at the very top level, which again kind of comes back to what we were saying about separating those top teams from those mid teams. And then they become the team that everyone's looking at to try and emulate. They're the team that people have to catch up to, like a Battalions, and how he's kind of scouting things out. It's why I think a lot of the teams were so, happy and not so happy that glider scouting became a thing, because then you can utilize that technique just from anywhere, not just the rocks on somewhere like Miramar, right? So that definitely kind of paved the way, and then people had to catch up, and people did catch up for a little while, and now Twisted Minds is back at #1 again in the region. Surprise, surprise.
Yes, they are sitting on top. Our PEC Fall champions, our Esports World Cup. I wonder what other title they are going to add to their resume before the end of the year. I know we will all be watching with bated breath, because they are, of course, presentation on that global stage. And that is it. We have come to the end of the PUBG EMEA Championship. From all of us here, thank you so much for watching. We hope that you had fun. If you did, let us know on social media. Make sure to tag PUBG. To all the people behind the scenes, there's a lot of them that makes this happen. We want to say thank you. And gents, thank you for always making it so much fun. I always have a blast watching the action with all of you. We are heading out, but don't forget, PAS is coming up in a little while, so don't go to bed. You have lots to do tonight. But from us, though, it is goodbye and good night.